Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Quirk Hoarder? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Shimura, formerly Izukiyagi, is a 16-year-old vigilante known as Foe All for One. He stands 168 centimeters tall and carries a lean, muscular build. His quirk is a variant of All for One, the ability to absorb and redistribute other people's quirks. He operates independently, registered as a missing person by the Hero Public Safety Commission, and prefers to be seen as a chaotic good force who protects the forgotten and punishes the corrupt. His fighting style blends adaptive theft fighting, quirk fusion tactics, and precision counter-combat. He has been called the False Demon, the Quirk Thief, the Broken Heir, and the Street Phantom. He has also been described as a hero the law cannot use. Izuku is the son of Inko Yagi and the adopted son of Toshinori Yagi, known to many as All Might. Toshinori married Inko after Izuku was born, and later the couple had a daughter, Nozomi Estrella Yagi, a bright, golden-haired girl who adored her older brother. For a time the family felt whole. Then a trip to the clinic changed everything. Both Izuku and Nozomi were declared quirkless. At first Izuku assumed they would face that reality together, but over time he noticed his parents beginning to focus on Nozomi. Eventually he overheard Toshinori's plan to pass one for all to Nozomi instead of him. Told he was too reckless and too emotional to be worthy of that power, Izuku felt shattered. He yelled, cried, and ran out of the house that night. That same night his quirk awakened. When some thugs tried to jump him, the moment one of them grabbed him something snapped. Izuku's hand glowed and he suddenly had the assailant's quirk-eye laser and instinctively turned it back on them. He realized then that his power let him take other people's quirks. Unsure what to call himself, he adopted Foe All for One as half a joke and half a dare, aware that the name echoed one of history's worst villains. Now Izuku roams the streets as a vigilante, stealing quirks when needed and using them to fight villains and save people the heroes neglect. He is not trying to be a symbol of peace or vengeance. He wants to prove that being judged unworthy does not mean being powerless. In civilian life, Izuku appears as a laid-back teenager with a polite, quiet manner. He makes awkward jokes, helps people without fanfare, and keeps to himself. He spends hours in cafes or back alleys sketching quirk theories in a battered notebook. At a glance he looks like any other kid with too much free time and not enough sleep. Beneath that relaxed exterior, however, Izuku is razor-sharp. He notices patterns in speech, fighting styles, and body language that most people miss. He analyzes the world constantly to stay one step ahead. Despite his hardened experiences, Izuku retains an earnest softness. He laughs at his own bad puns, gets flustered by compliments, and shows genuine compassion when helping others. He will risk his life for strangers without admitting how much he cares. The care is mixed with a buried rage from being left behind and told he was not enough. When that anger leaks out, his demeanor changes. His voice drops and his eyes grow cold. He becomes quietly controlled and dangerous, able to unsettle even professional heroes. As Foe All for One, he is unsettling precisely because he does not perform a costume-based persona. He is still the same calm, casual kid, but now he wears a dark hood and dismantles entire villain operations alone. He is talkative in fights in an unnerving way, often commenting on an opponent's quirk and complimenting their technique while dodging their attacks as if bored. He sometimes thanks people for their quirks before taking them, which makes his actions feel all the more chilling. People underestimate him because of his youth and demeanor until their quirk stops working and they find themselves defeated. He does not gloat. He typically sighs, tells his opponents they should have stayed home, and walks away. Izuku follows a personal code. He targets villains and corrupt heroes, never innocent people. He avoids unnecessary killing and leaves survivors to tell the story. He wants judgment to fall on what he represents rather than on him personally. He knows about the original All for One, and that villain reportedly expressed a grudging respect for Izuku, calling him a fine successor of intellect, if not of ideology. His life is defined by several core struggles. Bottled rage simmers beneath his surface, a dangerous reserve fed by family betrayal and systemic injustice. His morality is detached. He no longer thinks in terms of hero versus villain but in right versus wrong, which makes other heroes uneasy. He keeps people at arm's length and is emotionally guarded, so even those who trust him see only fragments of who he truly is. Despite the darkness of his path, Izuku Shimura remains driven by a simple desire to prove that being deemed unworthy does not mean being powerless. He moves through the shadows with precision and purpose, a vigilante who steals abilities to protect the forgotten and punish the corrupt, all while trying to hold on to the pieces of himself that still care. Too many people had let him down. He was too smart for his own good, constantly overanalyzing everything even when he should just live. Every time he heard All Might's name, he flinched not out of hate, but from the weight of what that name had once meant. Physical appearance. Izuku was somewhat short for his age. His round face was framed by a short mop of fluffy dark blue hair that curled up at odd angles, throwing dark shadows across itself. His large, circular eyes held ruby-red irises that were usually stretched wide, giving him an innocent, eager appearance. He had 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, 1 on each cheek. Others often described him as plain-looking, someone who did not stand out. Although he had once been very skinny, months of crime fighting had added tone and definition to his muscles as he gradually grew stronger. He had formerly had green hair and eyes but had used a quirk to change those features so he would be unrecognizable and distance himself from the Yagis. As foe all for one, Izuku still wore his Aldra Junior High School uniform without the black school jacket, a plain white shirt, a gray cape around his neck, and his signature bright red high-top boots with thick white soles and black laces. He also wore a metal, diamond-shaped respirator with 8 holes and a retractable blue-tinted visor he had made himself, which he used to help track and identify quirks to some extent and to estimate levels of power. Powers and abilities. All for one, Izuku's quirk allowed him to steal other people's quirks, leaving them quirkless, and wield the quirks as his own. He could also redistribute stolen quirks to others. His multiple quirks granted him a wide variety of options in combat, and he could combine stolen quirks to create compound attacks with powerful effects. He could not steal the original user's mastery, so he remained limited by his own skill with the stolen powers. To steal a quirk, he had to physically touch the user's body. Touching something produced by a quirk, such as another's flames, would not suffice. Eye laser. This quirk allowed Izuku to fire a concentrated laser beam from his left eye, capable of slicing through metal or blasting through walls. It was precise, fast, and highly destructive when he lined up the shot. Strength enhancement. This quirk passively boosted Izuku's overall muscle power and striking force, giving every movement extra weight behind it, a simple, steady upgrade that was always on. Shapeshift. This quirk gave Izuku limited control over his appearance, letting him alter minor traits like hair color, eye shape, or skin tone. It was subtle but useful for quick disguises or adapting his look on the fly. Repulsion rings. This quirk allowed Izuku to generate luminous rings that emitted bursts of repelling force. He used them to knock back enemies, deflect attacks, or propel himself through the air with sharp, controlled bursts. Speedy recovery. This quirk accelerated Izuku's natural healing rate, letting him recover from injuries, fatigue, or strain far faster than normal. Even after intense fights, he was back on his feet before most people had caught their breath. Grapple. This quirk let Izuku launch his hands forward on extendable, super-strong cables, perfect for grabbing enemies or swinging through terrain. They retracted instantly, giving him a fast, fluid mix of offense, mobility, and utility. Force shield. This quirk allowed Izuku to generate invisible barriers of solid energy that could block or absorb incoming attacks. He could shape them freely from small personal shields to wide defensive walls, giving him instant protection on demand. He would acquire more abilities over time. Normal abilities and skills. Genius-level intelligence. Izuku's intelligence did not need to prove itself the quiet, predatory kind. He read rooms, fights, and people like puzzles he had solved before. Every move he made was built on data, tone shifts, weight distribution, eye focus. People could lie to him, but he understood exactly why before they finished. Strategic planning. He planned like a chess player who had already played the game 1,000 times. Every fight, rescue, and fallback route was already mapped in his head. Even when things went sideways, he adjusted instantly, weaving new strategies mid-chaos without losing rhythm. He did not rush victory, he engineered it. Intimidation. It was not his strength that scared people but how calm he was about it. That cold, level stare paired with a tone so casual it sounded almost polite. He did not threaten, he stated outcomes. He would tell opponents to stop and assert that they could not win, and somehow they believed him before testing it. High pain tolerance, impacts, blades, or energy blasts barely registered with him. He would breathe out, reset his footing and keep going. To him, it was not courage, it was routine. If the body could still move, the mission was not over. Very high combat skills. Izuku fought like a tactician disguised as a brawler, sharp, precise, and efficient. Every hit had a purpose, every dodge a setup for the next move. He did not waste motion or momentum. Between his stolen quirks and hand-to-hand mastery, he could switch from grounded street fighting to high-speed aerial combat without missing a beat. Indomitable will. He could be knocked down, deprived, injured, isolated, and he would still crawl forward. It was not pride or revenge keeping him going, it was defiance. The world had told him he was not enough, and he had been proving it wrong ever since. High spirit. Despite the betrayal, the scars, and the weight, he had not lost his core. There was an ember of stubborn hope in him, a belief that what he was doing mattered. That was why people followed him even when he did not ask. His presence said that others could stand back up because he had. Leadership. He did not lead with speeches, he led by being unshakable. When others panicked, he was still thinking and moving. He gave short, sharp orders that made sense in the moment, no drama, no doubt. People listened because he earned it in real time. High observation, nothing slipped past him. A flicker of movement, a micro-expression, a half-second quirk activation, all logged and analyzed before most people blinked. He noticed tells people did not know they had, which made fighting him feel less like combat and more like exposure. Izuku used to think life made sense. Work hard, be kind, and things would turn out okay. His father, All Might, had always said that. Izuku knew that the idea felt tied to extraordinary power. After all, his father was All Might, and heroism in that world often meant being able to change the impossible. As a child, Izuku had wanted to be hero too. Not for fame or money, just because helping people looked right. Like the kind of thing he was supposed to do. And his little sister, Nana Estrella, wanted the same thing. She had a huge smile that could light up the whole street. They would run around the house with towels around their necks, announcing attack names and pretending to save the world. Nana shouted that she was All Might Jr. as she jumped off the couch. Izuku protested that it was not fair and that he had been All Might first, tackling her onto the carpet. Their mother called from the kitchen that if one of them broke an arm, they should not come crying to her, and they laughed. They were a team. Boys. Then came the day at the doctor's office. The place smelled like old paper and hand sanitizer. Nana kept kicking her legs under the chair. Their father wore that big proud smile he used when he already knew the ending. The doctor flipped through some files, hummed, and told them that both kids were quirkless. Just like that. Their mother blinked. Their father stopped smiling. Nana looked at Izuku, confused and asking if they did not have quirks. The doctor shook his head. Nana squeezed Izuku's hand and asked if they could still be heroes. Izuku squeezed back and told her they could still do it. For a while, they believed that. They trained together. They watched hero fights until the TV froze. They wrote down rescue plans in notebooks and pretended to save cats from trees that did not exist. They called themselves the Yagi Duo. It sounded cool back then. But after a while, things started to feel different. It was small stuff at first. Their mother would ask Nana to set the table even though Izuku was right there. Their father would ruffle Nana's hair and say she had his spirit. He never said that to Izuku. Izuku told himself it did not mean anything. They were just busy, heroes had a lot going on. Then sometimes they would forget to call him for dinner. He would come out of his room and find them already halfway through eating. Their mother looked up, surprised, and told him she had thought he was sleeping. He answered that he had lost track of time. And then there was his birthday. He was 12. He woke up early thinking maybe they had something planned: balloons, cake, maybe just a happy birthday. The whole day went by as if it were nothing. Their father was out. Their mother was on her laptop. Nana was doing homework. Nobody said a word. He waited until dinner, trying not to hope too hard. Nothing happened. No candles. No cake. Nothing. That night, Nana came into his room with a lopsided, half-falling-apart cupcake and held it out proudly, saying she had brought him a happy birthday. Izuku laughed a little and told her she had remembered. Nana said she had tried to remind their parents, but they had just forgotten. Izuku said it was okay. She frowned and admitted it still SE. They stayed together for a while, talking about school and shows. When she left, he stared at the cupcake and did not eat it. He wanted to believe they loved him. He really did. But he could not stop thinking about it, that weird, heavy feeling in the back of his head that kept saying they had forgotten him. A year went by. He turned 13, but nothing got better. If anything, everything slid downhill faster than he could keep up with. Their parents were not cruel, but they kept forgetting he existed. Even Nana, the one person he had thought would always be on his side, began drifting away. She stopped knocking on his door to show him her drawings. She stopped asking if he wanted to train with her. She stopped saving a seat for him at the table. It was not sudden, just less eye contact, shorter conversations, and the way she sometimes looked past him like she was waiting for someone else. It hurt, like someone carving a small hole in his chest with a spoon. He tried to ignore it, pretending it was a phase, pretending they were still the Yagi duo. Then the day came when everything changed. He was on his way downstairs, thinking about snacks, when he heard his father's quiet, serious voice in the living room. He froze on the stairs. They did not know he was there. His father told Nana that it was time she learned about One for All. Nana blinked and asked what One for All was. Their father explained that One for All was a quirk passed down from person to person, that there had been 8 users before, that he was the 8th, and that he wanted Nana to be the 9th. Izuku felt something drop in his stomach. Nana asked what about Izuku. Their father answered that Izuku was not suited for a quirk like that. Nana began to protest that Izuku, but their father cut her off, saying Izuku was sensitive, emotional, and impulsive, and would not handle the responsibility well. He told Nana that her heart was steady and her will was strong, making her the right choice. Nana smiled, small and proud. Something inside Izuku cracked. He stepped back up the stairs slowly, hands shaking and vision blurry from rage and tears. He kept hearing the words over and over. Not suited, he would not handle it, she was the right choice. Not suited. Not worthy. Not even considered. He felt a heavy, boiling heat rise in his chest, not sadness, not hurt, but a sharp, mean anger he had never felt before. He had believed his father. He had believed Nana. Standing on that staircase and hearing them pick her like he was a useless extra, he realized something ugly. Maybe he had been invisible for a long time, and they had finally said it out loud. He did not stay hidden anymore. Something in him snapped, and he walked down the stairs slowly and stiffly, like he was not even in his own body. Their father and Nana both turned toward him and froze. They had never seen him make a face like that, eyes wide, pupils tiny, jaw clenched until it shook. He did not look sad or hurt. He looked different. Dad began to call Izuku's name, stepping forward, but Izuku cut him off. Izuku's voice came out low, barely a whisper, as he asked if they thought he was not suited. Dad blinked and insisted that wasn't what he meant. Izuku whispered again, asking if they thought he was not worthy, and his voice cracked. Nana stood and pleaded that they did not mean it. Then Izuku's whisper exploded into a roar as he told them to stop. He accused them of thinking he was stupid and of not caring, explaining that he had tried to believe they still cared and had tried to make them proud. His fists trembled at his sides. Nana's eyes filled with tears as she begged him to listen, but Izuku ordered her to be quiet, his voice cracking so loudly the walls felt like they shook. He pointed at Nana, accusing her of pretending to be his sister while going along with it as if he did not matter. Nana stepped back as if struck. He turned to his father, demanding to know if that was really what he believed of him after everything and after all his effort. All Might Toshinori opened his mouth but could not find a word. Izuku laughed in a bitter, broken way and said he was done pretending and that none of them had cared. He told them he hated them, naming both parents and insisting none of them cared. Nana reached for him, sobbing and begging him not to say such things, but he jerked away as if her touch burned him. Then he said that he hated her most of all. Nana's breath stopped and her knees buckled. Izuku did not wait for explanations or apologies. He turned and ran, boots slamming against the floor as he tore out of the living room. His father shouted for him to wait and begged him to come back, and Nana's voice broke with sobs, but Izuku did not stop. He slammed through the front door into the pouring rain, cold water hitting his face and soaking him instantly. He ran hard and did not look back, racing down the street into the dark storm until their voices were gone. He ran without thinking where he was going, the rain mixing with the tears he could no longer hold back. Each breath scraped his throat, his legs burned, his chest ached, but he kept moving as if stopping would let the pain catch and crush him. Eventually his body gave out. He stumbled into a narrow alley, collapsing against a wall and staying on all fours, shaking. Everything he had been holding in broke at once. Izuku's body convulsed with loud, messy sobs that tore out of him. Rain, tears, and snot drenched his face as he clawed at the ground and his lungs burned. He did not try to stop. When the crying slowed, hollow emptiness remained in his chest. He slid down the wall, knees pulled up, shoulders pressed against the wet brick, and let the rain beat against him. He sat alone in the alley, exhausted and soaked, feeling as if everything he had love, family, hope had been taken from him. He was 13 years old and felt like he had no home left to return to. He did not know what came next, only that he could not go back. After a time, he wiped his face with his sleeve, took a shaky breath, and tried to steady himself. Then he heard footsteps, several approaching. He looked up to see a group of rough-looking men entering the mouth of the alley, older and intimidating with cheap jackets and hard expressions. One of them mocked that something had wandered into their spot, and another cracked his knuckles, saying the kid was trespassing on their turf. A third barked at him to get out. Izuku did not move. He did not have the strength. The closest man grabbed his collar and hauled him upright. When Izuku failed to react, the men decided to teach him a lesson. A quick, harsh strike hit his midsection and doubled him over. Another blow struck his cheek, and a sweep of a boot knocked him sideways. The group laughed. These were not the first people to be cruel to him. Bakugo and his friends had been cruel before, but this time Izuku felt empty rather than angry or afraid. He barely responded when they kicked him again. One of the men threatened to finish it, stepping forward with a confident, dangerous air. As Izuku looked up through the rain and tears, he saw the man's left eye begin to glow red, an active quirk. The thug smirked as the glow intensified. A thug told Izuku to try not to die. The thug then leaned in and grabbed Izuku by the leg to pull him closer. Izuku's hand shot out on instinct and caught the thug's shin. A green surge burst from his palm, neither light nor electricity, but something that pulled and drained. The thug screamed as the green energy flowed out of him like smoke being pulled into a vacuum and into Izuku's hand. Izuku gasped and jerked back, breaking the grip. The thug stumbled away, pale and panicked, asking what that had been. He tried to fire his laser, but nothing came from his aim. His eye blinked and flickered uselessly. He demanded to know why it was not working, his voice cracking with fear. The other thugs stared at him, then at Izuku. Izuku stood frozen, shaking and confused, until a sharp pain struck behind his right eyelid. He brought his hand to his face, but it was too late. His right eye suddenly began to glow bright green. A wild, uncontrolled beam shot out of it. One of the thugs shouted for the others to move. They all dived away except for one, who took the beam in the shoulder and was thrown into a dumpster before rolling onto the wet ground. The others dragged him away in terror, shouting for each other to run. Izuku panted and clamped his hand over his glowing eye. The beam cut off. Silence and rain pressed in, and his heartbeat thundered in his ears. He leaned back against the wall, trembling, and whispered to himself that he did not know what he had just done. He stared at the hand that had grabbed the thug. It trembled and tingled as if the strange energy had not fully faded. He could not explain it, But he knew one thing for certain: whatever had awakened inside him was not normal. A couple of days passed after that night, and Izuku still doubted the reality of it all. He replayed the green light, the screaming, and the way the laser fired from his eye instead of the thugs. It felt like a wild, painful dream that made, at last, a messed-up kind of sense. For the first time in his life, he was not powerless. The irony was sharp. 13 years of being quirkless, ignored and pitted, and now a quirk that could take others' quirks with a single touch. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hid wherever he could, abandoned buildings and rain-damp alleys, any place with few people. He kept staring at his palms until he noticed a tiny pitch-black dot in the center of each. Pressing them produced a strange pull, like touching the surface of a vacuum. He assumed it was part of the new power, part of whatever he had become. He spent hours trying to name it. Quirks all had names, and a name made a thing real. He tried energy drain and quirk absorb, but those felt wrong. Then he remembered what his father had told Nana about one for all, a quirk passed down from generation to generation. He thought about a power you take rather than give, a power that might grow stronger the more it was taken. He muttered to himself that all for one fit. The name felt too apartment. It seemed the opposite of the quirk he had never received, and the first thing that finally gave him control over how the world saw him. He did not yet know whether it made him a hero, a villain, or something in between, but for the first time, his worth would not be decided by anyone else. This power belonged to him. The Yagi household was not doing well. The house felt wrong, too quiet and tense, as if the walls expected someone to break down at any moment. Izuku had been gone for days, and they had no idea where to start looking. Instead of pouring out with worry like normal parents, their anxiety twisted into something defensive, something self-focused, which Detective Tsukachi noticed the moment he walked in. Toshinori sat at the table with his head in his hands and told the detective that he knew Izuku must know about One for All. Inko sat beside him, shaking as she warned that they could not let that information get out, fearing what would happen if a villain discovered it. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi looked at them as if they were speaking in another language and pointed out that their child was missing while their first concerns seemed to be secrecy. Shota Aizawa leaned in the doorway, arms crossed and eyes sharp, and observed that calling it an episode made it sound like a tantrum. From what they had described, it sounded like an emotional breakdown after years of feeling ignored. Toshinori stammered that they had not meant to neglect their son, but Aizawa countered that meaning did not erase impact. Inko insisted they had tried and that things had become complicated. Tsukachi repeated the word complicated with disbelief and reminded them that their son had run out into a storm after screaming that he hated them, and their focus was on a classified quirk being revealed. Toshinori protested that it was not that they did not care about Izuku, but Aizawa cut in, saying that they seemed more worried about One for All than about Izuku's safety. A heavy silence fell. Inko whispered that they had never wanted him to feel forgotten. Aizawa replied that he had felt forgotten, deeply, for years. Tsukachi snapped his notebook shut and remarked that he had interrogated villains with clearer priorities than this. The parents stiffened. Tsukachi continued that their son was 13, alone, hurt, and possibly in danger, and that their preoccupation with One for All at that moment was baffling. Toshinori opened his mouth to respond, but Aizawa spoke first in a tone sharper than they had heard from him before, bluntly saying that their son had not run away because he had learned a secret. Aizawa told them that he had run away because they had made him feel like he did not matter. Inko covered her mouth with shaking hands. Aizawa added that if they were lucky, they would get the chance to fix that before he was gone for good. The room froze. Toshinori whispered that they just wanted him home. Tsukachi sighed and told them to start acting like parents, not guards protecting a relic. Aizawa nodded and warned that if they did not understand what had pushed him to this point, they would lose him again even if they brought him back. For the first time since Izuku had run out into the rain, the Yagis finally looked terrified for the right reason. The alley was quiet except for low muttering and the scrape of metal. A group of street thugs huddled around crates, talking about petty deals and which hero patrols were nearby. Business was slow tonight. Too many heroes were out. One thug complained that they were not making anything. Another pointed out that the pro leaning against the wall did not seem to care. The pro hero, a blond man in a clean outfit, said that he had his own fan and that a kid was obsessed with him. The thugs laughed. His grin widened, smug and unpleasant. Footsteps cut through the laughter. A small, skinny kid stepped into view, dark green hair plastered to his forehead and a soaked school uniform clinging to him. He looked lost and confused, barely there. A thug barked that the kid was in the wrong alley. The kid lifted his head. When their eyes met, everyone froze. Something about the kid's stare was off, empty yet sharp, hollow but with a dull glow beneath. The pro warned the kid that the area was restricted and that he should leave. The kid's right eye flickered green. The pro's words died. The air shifted, the alley grew cold. The kid blinked and a thin, bright beam shot out. Chaos erupted. Thugs screamed and crates shattered as the beam blasted through the area. People were thrown and incapacitated before they could move, and the pro hero stumbled back, clutching his side where his gear had been burned. The scene unfolded like a sudden, violent flash of energy rather than a brutal, close-up display. The kid crouched beside the nearest fallen thug and placed his palm on the man's chest. A green stream of energy flowed, swirling like smoke, and moved into a small dark mark in the center of the kid's hand. The kid muttered that it was not bad, not great, something usable. He moved to the next person and then the next, repeating the motion to draw the strange energy out of them. The pro coughed and, fear replacing pain, demanded to know what the kid was doing and who he was. The kid stopped, stood up, and slowly approached the injured pro. The hero reached for him, terrified, insisting that he was a pro and that the kid could not do this. The kid pressed his palm to the hero's chest and the green pull began. The man convulsed as he felt something being taken from him. The kid looked down at him, calm and distant, and asked aloud who he was. He thought of the stairs, the yelling, the rain, the thugs, and the power in his hand, and answered that he was someone who finally mattered. The hero then went still and collapsed unconscious. The kid stepped back, wiped his hand on his wet uniform, and murmured the new name he had chosen for himself, All for One. He turned and walked deeper into the city, leaving the chaos behind. He did not get far. Slipping behind an old vending machine, the scent of the encounter hit him, acrid smoke and a metallic tang in the air. His stomach flipped and he fell to his hands and knees, vomiting hard onto the concrete. When he finally stopped, he wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and breathed shakily. He pressed his forehead to the cold metal of the vending machine and whispered that he had killed them. The words came out small, broken, and frightened. He hated what had happened and how easy the power had felt, but he also hated the way the thugs had laughed and the pro had boasted. He regretted the manner of how he had stopped them, even as he did not regret stopping them at all. He forced himself to stand, leaning on the wall for support. His right eye still throbbed, and his palms tingled with the strange, hungry sensation left behind by the quirk. He stared at the tiny black dot in the center of his palm and realized that it was real. He could feel more than one quirk now, faint, messy, jumbled like static noise. A little strength, a weak fire burst, a restrictive bone quirk, and the sharp laser. None of them felt like his own, but they were pieces he could use. A risky idea struck him. If he could take a quirk, maybe he could give one too. He stepped back and held out his hand toward the alley floor. A spark of green crackled, small, but real. His eyes widened. He whispered that perhaps he needed someone living to test it on. The idea scared him, but he was not done. If he could take one quirk, he clenched his fist and wondered, could he take more? Curiosity and a strange hope mixed with fear. He wiped his face again and steadied himself. Tonight he would find out what this quirk could really do, even if the answers terrified him. He did not sleep. He wandered through the back alleys of Mizudafu, avoiding crowds and lights and anything that felt normal, every part of him buzzing with guilt, adrenaline, and a new, unsettling purpose. And there was something else he couldn't name yet. He knew he needed answers. He knew he needed to understand what All for One could do. And he knew he wasn't testing this on innocence. No way. So he hunted the same kinds of people who hunted him: thugs, creeps, low-life scum hiding in the city's forgotten corners. Most of them never saw him coming. By the time the sky began to take on that faint bluish-gray before sunrise, Izuku had learned more than he ever expected. All for One wasn't just a quirk. It was complicated, deep, and bigger than him. Every time he touched someone, he felt it the pull. Energy streams flowed into him like living, green smoke. He could make it visible when he wanted or shut it off and move silently. That part unsettled him. After hours of testing, experimenting, panicking, and retrying, Izuku pieced it together. All for One allowed him to take quirks from anyone he touched while activating the black hole in his palm. No exceptions. No resistance. As long as his hand made contact, their quirk was gone. Completely gone. He could also push the energy outward and give a quirk to someone else if he focused hard enough. It took effort like pushing something heavy uphill, but it worked. He tested it on a thug who had tried to mug a woman earlier and granted the man a minor, awkward quirk from his collection just to check. When the man's hand glowed and a small, odd projection appeared at his wrist, Izuku realized he had unlocked how it worked. The user, the owner of All for One, could hold multiple quirks at once. Not just one. Not just two. As many as he could handle. When he activated any stolen quirk, the energy traveled through the black hole in his palm. Sometimes it glowed green and bright, other times it pulsed beneath his skin. He could control whether people noticed it. That both frightened and thrilled him. The more he pushed, the more he realized the potential waiting in those stolen abilities. The quirks he gathered sat under the surface like tools on shelves. Some clashed. Some blended in odd ways. Some felt useless, and he wondered why their original owners even had them. But they were his now. All his. By the time he reached an abandoned rooftop on the city's outskirts, the sun had crept up and painted the clouds pink. Izuku stood there, breathing hard, staring at his hands. Both palms still bore that tiny black dot in the center, quiet, still, and harmless-looking. He flexed his fingers and a faint green spark flickered. Izuku whispered to himself that this was real. He muttered the name All for One, unsure whether this power would save or destroy him. Either way, he was no longer powerless. A month passed. 30 days and 30 nights. Still no sign of Izuku Yagi. The official search thinned. The Yagis expressed worry and hope, but Aizawa saw through it all. He suspected they were searching for the secret Izuku had overheard, One for All, their cherished legacy and chosen heir, rather than for a missing boy. He hated himself for thinking it, but it was obvious. If Izuku hadn't known about that quirk, the hunt would have ended much sooner. Aizawa had seen neglect before. Kids vanished, and heroes rarely pursued them unless a spotlight waited at the end. This wasn't just any boy. This was All Might's stepson, the inconvenient extra in a carefully staged family portrait. Aizawa had once respected Toshinori. After hearing how casually Toshinori dismissed Izuku as unsuited for the power he prized, that respect eroded. He kept searching on his own long nights, extra patrols in rough districts, asking around quietly, slipping through alleys with his scarf wrapped tight. He found faint traces, rumors of a green-haired boy wandering the city, sometimes trembling, sometimes silent, as if he had crawled out of a nightmare. One store owner claimed a wide-eyed boy bought food late at night, stared at his hands, and fled when a hero entered. Aizawa hoped that was Izuku. He hoped the boy was alive and had not fallen into the wrong hands. Deep down, Aizawa knew that if he found Izuku, he would not take him back to the Yagis. Izuku did not deserve their staged apologies and selective love. Aizawa did not trust many people, and concern did not come easily, but the more he learned about the Yagi household, the angrier he became. The boy had run away because he had been forgotten and discarded until he finally broke. Aizawa would not let that happen again. If he found the boy, whether filthy, scared, angry, crying, or quiet, he planned to bring him somewhere else, somewhere safe where the kid could breathe. Aizawa lived alone. He had space, patience, and the experience to recognize when a broken child needed a real second chance. He made himself a promise that he would not abandon Izuku. Izuku stood in the center of a warehouse, his chest rising and falling in steady, controlled breaths. The place smelled of gunpowder, sweat, and broken crates. Dozens of incapacitated smugglers lay scattered, some tied, some knocked-out part of a ring he had dismantled in under 10 minutes. He wiped dust from his cheek and stared at his palm, which still tingled from the 2 newest quirks he had taken, 2 that actually felt useful. Strength enhancement settled into his muscles like a warm hum. He did not look larger, but everything felt lighter, smoother, and easier. Every movement had weight behind it now, even when he was not trying. He could feel it in every step. Shapeshift, by contrast, felt delicate and subtle, like a thin thread under his skin waiting for the right tug. Izuku had tested it earlier on an unconscious thug, giving the man bright pink eyebrows as a joke, but now he was ready to use it on himself for real. He had been looking for something like this for weeks, something to help him finally disappear. He dragged a broken mirror from the rubble and propped it against a crate. The cracked glass wobbled but was just stable enough to see his reflection. His green hair was a mess, his eyes were swollen, and his freckles stood out more than usual against tired skin. He sighed and resolved to try the change. Izuku lifted a hand and placed his fingers against his temple. The shapeshift quirk flickered inside him, soft, almost gentle, and then the change sparked beneath the surface. His hair darkened first, green fading into a deep, shadowy blue. The messy curls shifted and straightened a little before settling into a slightly different shape. His eyes followed next, the bright green dimming and shifting into a sharp ruby red. He blinked slowly, watching the color adjust in real time. He touched his cheek, feeling the same face he had always had, but looking at someone completely different. Someone stronger, someone not tied to the Yagi name, someone nobody would recognize. This was not a costume or a mere disguise. It was reinvention. He stepped back from the mirror and rolled his shoulders. Strength enhancement made the movement smooth and controlled. He felt more grounded and capable, more himself. He ran a hand through his now dark blue hair and stared at the new reflection with a slow breath. He told himself there would be no more Izuku Yagi, not the forgotten son, not the unwanted heir, not the boy who cried in alleys. This reforged, sharper, colder version had no ties to the past. Turning away from the mirror, he stepped into the shadows of the warehouse as the lights flickered behind him. He was not running anymore. He was building piece by piece, quirk by quirk, choice by choice. With a new face, new eyes, and new strength, he finally felt ready to become someone the world would not overlook again. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi sat alone in his office with a half-cold cup of coffee at his elbow and a mountain of frustration on his desk. He flipped through the latest report again, brow furrowed in a way that signaled trouble. Another smuggling ring had been taken down, another pile of unconscious criminals left for the police to collect. Vigilantes showed up from time to time. That part was not unusual. What was unusual was that 2 of the smugglers, both confirmed quirk users, were suddenly quirkless. He leaned back and told himself that quirks did not just disappear. He opened another file and found photos of civilians, people who had been quirkless now sporting brand new abilities they had never had before. These were not trivial quirks. They included physical mutations, energy projections, and enhanced strength. All of them had appeared within the last 3 weeks. The media called them late bloomers and embraced the hopeful angle, but Naomasa did not buy it. He had been in this job too long to ignore patterns. Quirkless people suddenly gaining powers and criminals suddenly losing. Them was not random, it was connected, and it terrified him. He pinched the bridge of his nose and thought that an ancient evil returning was the last thing they needed. History had its shadows, legends about stolen powers and monstrous abilities that passed through blood and fear. Society dismissed most of those stories as myths from the early days of quirks, but Naomasa had learned that sometimes myths were just reality people did not want to face. All of this was happening at the same time as Izuku Yagi's disappearance, and Naomasa felt sick. He whispered a plea for the missing boy to stay safe, and then he could not shake a darker possibility. What if the boy was not caught in the path of whatever was happening, but standing at its center? He tapped the folders together, put on his coat, and left the office with that worry heavy in his chest. 6 months had passed since the night everything broke. Izuku Yagi no longer existed to himself, to the world, to anyone who mattered. He had taken his mother's maiden name and become Izuku Shimura. He did not know Nana Shimura and did not know if he deserved her name, but it felt right in a way Yagi never had. Nana had been All Might's mentor, someone who fought and sacrificed and believed in saving people. Taking her name was a deliberate choice. He crouched on the rooftop of a rundown apartment building, legs tucked beneath him, cape fluttering slightly in the night wind. Below, a group of dealers stood around a truck, unloading small metal cases that glowed faintly purple from the inside trigger, the newest, nastiest underground drag. He exhaled slowly through the metal respirator he had built and watched the fog cloud against the inside of the mask. He reminded himself of 6 months on his own, taking quirks, fighting criminals, surviving off what he could steal. He told himself that being alive counted for something and forced his focus. His voice was muffled beneath the mask, but the ritual of speaking to steady himself helped. He checked his visor settings and slid the blue-tinted screen down. A software sounded as data flickered across it, each dealer registered with a heat signature, a quirk rating, and an overall power level. Nothing looked too dangerous, nothing he could not handle. His outfit clung to him lightly, a plain white shirt, Aldra uniform pants, a gray cape, a metal mask, and the red high-top boots he had refused to abandon. He settled into position and prepared to act. They reminded him of being a kid, of imagining he was a hero. It was funny, considering what he was now, just a shadow, a thief, a vigilante nobody could predict or control. On his palm, a tiny black dot pulsed once, as if it sensed a hunt coming. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the strength enhancement ripple through him, and let the shapeshift adjust the edges of his hair so it would not fall into his eyes mid-fight. He muttered the name Foe All for One under his breath, almost tasting the irony of having the power to steal quirks and of sharing a quirk name with a legendary monster whispered about in the underground. The existence of a villain called All for One had been horrifying, but the thought that someone like that could exist also excited him. If such a figure was real, then someone like him could be too. Foe All for One, a ghost, a warning shot, a shadow making the worst people in the city very nervous. He tightened his grip on the ledge. Below, one dealer shoved another and snapped that they should not be rushing him because the batch was not exactly stable. Izuku sighed, deciding there had been enough thinking. It was time to move. He flicked his visor up, cracked his neck, and stepped off the roof. The cape flared and his boots hit pavement silently. His right eye glowed faint green behind the mask. In the next heartbeat, he dove into the drag operation like a blade cutting through smoke. He hit the ground running. His boots splashed through a puddle as he closed the distance between himself and the first dealer in a blink. Strength enhancement made his body feel both lighter and heavier at the same time, light on the takeoff, heavy on the impact. His fist struck the thug, sending him stumbling back into a stack of crates. Another lunged with a metal pipe, swinging hard. Izuku lifted his palm and a force shield snapped into place with a soft TWMP. Invisible but solid enough to snap the pipe on contact. The thug stared at the broken weapon in shock, and Izuku did not give him time to process. He planted a kick that sent the man flying backward into a parked van, denting the door. One of the bystanders demanded to know who the kid was, but Izuku did not answer. His heart was racing, but not with fear, rather with the rush of adrenaline, instinct, and the strange clarity he always felt when a fight started. His mind snapped into place while everything else fell away. A thug with a claw mutation charged, slashing wildly. Izuku ducked under the first strike, blocked the second with a shoulder shield, and sweep-kicked the man's legs out. The attacker hit the ground hard. It was not clean or elegant, but it worked. After only half a year of vigilante work, most of his learning had come from watching heroes online and surviving trial by fire. Yet somehow, with strength enhancement, force shield, and stubbornness, he held his own like someone with real training. Then he saw the last man. Huge, built like a refrigerator on legs, the kind who fought like a tank. A shimmer rolled over the man's skin like heat waves off asphalt, evidence of a quirk. The big thug cracked his knuckles and smirked that Izuku was strong for a brat, but that he had something special too. Izuku raised an eyebrow behind the mask, thinking the obvious. The man punched the ground, and a mini shockwave rippled through the pavement with each strike. It was a vibration burst. Quirk localized tremors from his fists. He charged like a bull, fists glowing with unstable energy. Izuku braced and raised a force shield wall just in time. The hit rattled him through the barrier. The tremors made every punch feel like an explosion. Izuku slid back a few feet, boots scraping. The thug grinned and threatened to show him more, then leaped forward and swung again. Izuku dropped the shield at the last moment and rolled under the punch. The ground burst behind him, concrete chipping away. He popped up and slammed an uppercut into the man's jaw, strength enhancement snapping the head back like a whip. The big man only staggered and wiped at his lip where it had been jarred. He growled that Izuku hit like a truck while he hit like an earthquake, and then lunged again. Izuku raised a smaller, tighter shield on his forearm and blocked the blow at close range. The recoil rattled him, but he held steady and stepped in close, closer than the man expected, and grabbed his wrist. The thug froze and began to protest. Green energy spiraled from the man's skin into Izuku's palm in a violent pull. There was a sharp gasp and a cry, and then the glow faded. The thug collapsed, trembling and staring at his shaking hands, stunned and unable to access his quirk. He stammered that his quirk was gone and where it had gone. Izuku stood back, breathing hard, his eye gleaming faint green behind the mask, and noted silently that it had been a good quirk one he might keep. The man reached for him weakly, asking what he was, and Izuku answered only by turning away. He announced himself in a whisper as foe all for one, then stepped back into the alley's shadows as the man passed out, new power thrumming under his skin. The night was far from over. Izuku crouched on the edge of an apartment complex roof, knees drawn close and cape fluttering lazily behind him. Mizudafu sprawled below, noisy, tired, dirty, full of people making poor choices every hour of the night. He had already stopped 3 muggings, a kidnapping attempt, and busted that drag deal. The hum of stolen quirks buzzed faintly under his skin like background static, and for once things felt manageable. He leaned forward, staring at the roads stretching toward the horizon. Through his respirator, he told himself it might be time to leave this place. Other cities needed help, and fewer people there might recognize him. He rubbed the back of his neck. The strength quirk made the motion easy, but the nerves left his hand a little shaky. He was about to stand when a voice cut through the night air below, calling up that he could come down now. Izuku froze, his heart stopped cold and every muscle locked. He turned his head an inch, just enough to peer over the roof's edge without revealing too much. There, below, stood Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead, with scruffy hair and tired eyes. Aizawa's capture scarf waved like a lazy predator's tail. His mentor, his uncle, the only adult he had ever trusted, stood directly below him. Izuku's stomach twisted. This wasn't supposed to happen. Aizawa looked around. Calmly, hands in his pockets as if inviting a stray cat over. He noted that he knew someone was up on the roof and that they were not subtle. Izuku clenched his teeth beneath the mask. He had been too focused on the dealers earlier, too loud, too reckless, and of course Aizawa would notice. The man could hear a lie before someone even thought about telling it. Izuku pressed a hand to his visor as his shapeshift quirk rippled to maintain the changes in his face. Hair, eyes, even the pitch of his voice altered by the respirator. He hoped, prayed, and begged silently that Aizawa would not recognize him. Aizawa tilted his head up and said he had been tracking the vigilante everyone was whispering about for weeks. Izuku tensed, crouched, chest tight. Aizawa added that if he wanted to capture the vigilante, he would have done it already, then spoke something that nearly made Izuku fall off the roof. He believed the person up there was a kid who needed help more than anything. Izuku's breath cut short. Aizawa stepped a few paces closer, his gaze sharp as he scanned the rooftop. He offered that the young person did not have to come down but could simply talk and explain why a middle schooler was out confronting criminals with more force than necessary. Izuku's hands curled into fists. His shape-shifted hair moved in the wind, his new red eyes flickered behind the blue visor, and he begged inwardly for anonymity. Aizawa raised his voice slightly, steady and honest, insisting he was not there to hurt or to turn anyone in, only to help because the vigilante reminded him of someone. Izuku shut his eyes tightly. Of course Aizawa would say something like that. He forced his voice deeper and more distorted by the respirator and instructed Aizawa to leave him alone, claiming he did not need help. Aizawa replied that everyone needs help, even those who pretend they do not. The comment tightened something in Izuku's chest. He stood slowly, cape fluttering, silhouette sharp against the moonlight. He tightened his grip on the edge of the building, dreading the moment. Aizawa took another careful step forward and asked once more for a conversation. Izuku's jaw clenched. He could not let this happen with this mask and this name and the consequences of his actions on his conscience. He insisted through the respirator that he was not who Aizawa thought he was, then turned and prepared to run. He took a single step back, poised to leap off the rooftop and vanish into the night, when a sudden jolt slammed into his shoulder. It was precise and fast enough that he had not seen it coming. His arm went numb, his legs grew heavy, and his vision blurred for a moment. He dropped into a half-crouch, barely catching himself on one hand. Aizawa's eyes widened and he called out. Izuku struggled as his body moved sluggishly, as if filled with wet cement. A voice echoed from behind the rooftop access door, apologizing to Eraserhead and explaining that the vigilante had been about to flee. Izuku's blood ran cold. Edgeshot stepped fully into view, the ninja hero and infiltration specialist whose full-body quirk allowed him to strike from any angle. He explained that he had applied a non-lethal nerve technique designed to immobilize a young vigilante. Izuku gritted his teeth and felt his enhancement quirk pulse faintly beneath his skin, fighting the paralysis. He forced himself upright, wobbling but stubborn. Edgeshot commented that most opponents collapsed immediately, impressed by Izuku's resistance. Izuku let out a slow, shaky breath and resolved to let them think he was merely stubborn, not something worse. His entire left side felt weak, but his right palm tingled, all for one stirring like a shadow. If the heroes got closer, they would take his mask off, and Aizawa would know who he was. He steadied himself, swaying, and lowered his voice into a deeper, altered tone to mutter that it had been a bad move and that he had been leaving until they intervened. Edgeshot flickered, body flattening slightly and readying for another strike. Izuku staged a stumble, masking his movement as clumsy. His legs wobbled and he looked like he might collapse. Aizawa stepped forward instinctively to help, saying it was enough and that the young person was hurt, but Izuku moved suddenly and unpredictably. He let his knees buckle on purpose so Edgeshot would move in to grab him, then jerked sideways using whatever strength he had left to spin out of reach. His cape whipped upward and he fired a burst of force from the ground like a concussion wave. The rooftop shook, Edgeshot staggered, caught off guard, and Aizawa's scarf flared behind him. Izuku did not wait or look back. He half ran, half stumbled toward the opposite edge, shoulder and legs screaming, enhancement quirk sparking like static. He pushed for one more second, one more step. Aizawa's voice called after him to stop, and Izuku froze for a fraction of a heartbeat, enough to wound him inside. He swallowed hard and forced out a rough, artificial whisper that his name was not what Aizawa believed. Then he jumped. Aizawa stood alone on the rooftop, wind whipping his scarf around him like a restless snake. Edgeshot checked for footprints, loose fibers, anything that might hint where the vigilante had gone, but there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Foe all for one had vanished like smoke. Aizawa clenched his jaw. He could still hear his own voice in his head, the moment he had slipped, the moment he had said that name. He had not meant to call out. The name had ripped from him on instinct the instant the kids started falling. The vigilante had frozen, if only for a heartbeat, and that hesitation had been real. Edgeshot approached quietly and apologized that the vigilante had escaped and that he should have waited for Aizawa's signal. Aizawa did not snap or glare. He only stared at the spot where Foe all for one had been standing moments before and muttered that it was fine, though it clearly was not. He acknowledged that the man had been spooked and that anyone would run in that situation. Edgeshot raised a brow and noted that the vigilante had reacted to the name Aizawa had used. Aizawa did not respond because he did not have to. Doubt and possibility were already clawing at him. He had no proof, no visual confirmation, no voice match shapeshift could alter voices, no physical identifiers. And yet Aizawa was not stupid. He had taught too many problem children, rescued too many runaways, and seen too many kids lose themselves in the cracks of hero society. The vigilante's build matched. His height matched. His movement raw, scrappy, improvised matched the Izuku Aizawa remembered from those visits to the Yagi home. And when he had said Izuku's name, the boy had hesitated, not confused, not offended, but hurt. The kind of hurt that stabbed old scars. Aizawa closed his eyes for a long moment and breathed slowly. Edgeshot suggested they should report the incident if it truly was All Might's stepchild, but Aizawa snapped that they would not report anything until they were certain. Edgeshot studied him but did not argue. Aizawa rarely spoke that firmly unless he meant every word. Dragging a hand down his face, exhaustion pouring through him like lead, Aizawa reminded himself that Izuku Yagi was quirkless. He had seen the medical reports and knew the doctor who checked him. There had been nothing. His mind raced with impossible questions. How could a quirkless boy lift grown men with a single punch, generate shields out of thin air, fire beams from his eyes, or steal quirks? He stared down at the city lights and remembered the boy in the Yagi home, small, tired, sad, but still shining with a spark Aizawa rarely saw. A kid who cared too much while pretending he did not, who idolized All Might, who supported his sister when no one else did, who never complained about being forgotten. The only child Aizawa had ever openly admitted he admired. If that kid now had a multitude of quirks, if he was stealing them, if he was fighting alone, something had gone very wrong. Aizawa stopped pacing and opened his eyes, sharp and determined. Whether the vigilante was Izuku or not, Aizawa told himself, Izuku was out there somewhere, hurting and alone, and the Yagis did not deserve another chance to break him. Edgeshot nodded slightly and asked what Aizawa intended to do. Aizawa turned away from the rooftop edge, scarf curling around him like a promise, and announced that he was going to find the boy before someone else did. He looked at the empty rooftop one last time and thought that if the vigilante really was Izuku, he would bring him home, not back to the Yagis, but to himself. Nana Estrella Yagi sat at her desk, staring blankly at her notebook as the classroom buzzed around her. Laughter, gossip, kids throwing paper ball, normal things she used to be part of, but everything felt muted now. 6 months had passed since Izuku ran away, and her world had cracked open and never quite gone back. No matter how many times she replayed it in her head, she could not understand why he had snapped, why he had screamed, why he had looked at her like a stranger or worse, an enemy. Every time she asked her parents, they mumbled something about a stressful episode, that he had misunderstood something, or told her not to worry, that it was not her fault. That did not help when she remembered the look on his face. She picked at the hem of her sleeve and admitted she just did not get it. Someone slammed their hands down on her desk. Katsuki Bakugo demanded that she snap out of it. His usual angry expression softened only slightly. Behind him, Eijiro Kirishima offered a supportive grin and Mina Ashido leaned over with worried eyes. Mina asked gently if Nana was okay. Bakugo grumbled that she looked like crap. Kirishima teased Bakugo to be positive and suggested they could help. Bakugo clicked his tongue and insisted he was being positive by stating a problem so it could be fixed. Nana did not smile. She said the absence was about Izuku, and the group fell silent. They rarely talked about him anymore, not with the awkward pauses, rumors in the hallways, and teachers whispering about the Yagi family. She forced herself to look up and said he had been gone for half a year and she could not just move on as if nothing had happened. Bakugo crossed his arms and admitted he did not know how to help, but he insisted sitting and moping would not bring Izuku back. Mina shot him a stern look. Kirishima placed a hand on Nana's shoulder and said she did not have to forget Izuku, just keep going day by day. Nana felt her eyes sting and confessed that he had been her big brother and best friend and that she had treated him like he did not matter, an idea that burned in her chest. Bakugo looked away, jaw tight, and muttered that she would see Izuku again. Nana asked how he could be so sure. Bakugo remembered Izuku's stubborn, hopeful determination and explained that Izuku was not the type to stay gone forever. He would get strong, show up out of nowhere, and annoy them all again. Mina and Kirishima smiled at the thought. Nana hugged her arms around herself and said nothing. They all had half a year before leaving middle school and heading to UA High together, ready to start their hero journey. Her parents kept saying she was chosen, that she had a bright future, that she would carry the torch. None of that mattered to her, not when her brother's shadow lingered in every hallway, every empty seat, every quiet moment. Nana whispered that she just wanted him to come home. Somewhere far away, watching the city from a rooftop with a mask covering his face. Izuku Shimura, known as the vigilante foe, all for one paused for a breath he did not understand. He did not know why a tightness had settled in his chest, but he kept moving. Izuku slipped through the rusted fire door of his temporary base, a half-collapsed storage building tucked behind an abandoned train yard. It was not glamorous, but it was hidden, quiet, and his. The moment he shut the door, he sagged against it and let out a long, shaky groan, muttering that the needle had really taken its toll. Edgeshot's Shinku needle still pulsed in his shoulder like a dull electric shock. Strength enhancement had fought it off for a while, but now that he was no longer running, the aftereffects hit him hard. His arm twitched, his legs wobbled, and his head felt foggy. He told himself he definitely needed a healing quirk and stumbled toward his makeshift mattress, a pile of blankets, and a stolen gym foam pad. He peeled off his respirator and let it clatter onto a crate. The mask had left red marks across his face, and as the air hit his skin he realized how badly he had been sweating. Izuku leaned back and rubbed his shoulder. He acknowledged that Edgeshot was annoyingly good and that Aizawa was dangerously observant. He had been far too close to being unmasked. He let himself fall backward onto the mattress, cape crumpling beneath him. The building creaked with the wind and rain tapped weakly against the boarded windows. The distant hum of the city reminded him that his work was not done. He told himself he had to leave Mizudafu. He had stayed too long, taken too many risks, and made too many enemies. Aizawa knowing foe all for one existed was already bad. Aizawa suspecting something about him would be even worse. The image of the man's concerned face and the shock when Izuku almost fell from a rooftop tightened his chest in a way that felt worse than the needle. He shoved the thought away, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and decided he would move on tomorrow. He planned to try to steal a healing quirk if he could find one and then head toward Hosu, a city crawling with crime and rumors of monstrous villain sightings, the perfect place for someone like him to grow stronger. For the moment, the Shinku needle's paralysis finally ebbed, leaving his body heavy, sore, but functional. He allowed himself a little sleep, muscles loosening as the static buzz of stolen quirks faded into the background. As he drifted off in that dim, dusty room, he whispered to himself that he was coming for Hosu. Izuku sprinted across the rooftops of Hosu, boots slamming against concrete and cape snapping behind him like a storm flag. His lungs burned, his legs ached, and his heart hammered, but speedy recovery kept him moving, patching him up as fast as he pushed himself. He needed that healing quirk. Right now he was being hunted not by a B-lister hero or an average patrol squad, but by the Commission's top heroes. Hawks, Endeavor, and Mirko, all dispatched at once. He could hardly believe how things had come to this. He had taken down a trafficking ring again, and because the operation was so large the heroes assumed a villain group was responsible. They set a trap, and he had walked right into it. He vaulted over a rooftop AC unit as a feather. From Hawks sliced the metal box clean in half. Hawks called from overhead that he moved fast for someone his size, but he was not fast enough. Izuku did not look back and concentrated on his hands, urging his repulsion rings to form. With a sharp breath he moved his palm down and a glowing ring of green energy formed beneath him, blasting outward and launching him upward like a cannonball. His cape flared and the air roared past him, then a wall of flames erupted ahead as Endeavor intercepted him. He barely raised a force shield before the flames hit. The barrier held, but the impact sent him flying backward and spinning. Instinct took over and he fired a grapple cable that snagged a billboard frame. The recoil yanked him mid-fall and swung him around the corner of a building. He landed hard, rolled twice, and pushed himself back to his feet with his stomach churning and legs shaking. He reminded himself he could do this. A chunk of concrete broke free nearby as Mirko came down in his previous position. Mirko, the number 5 hero known as Rabbit Pro, cracked her knuckles with a sharp grin and remarked that he had been giving them one hell of a workout. Izuku stumbled back with his hands raised, insisting that he did not want to fight. Mirko laughed at that and charged anyway. He braced himself and slammed both palms down, pushing his repulsion rings to maximum. Twin blasts erupted beneath his feet and launched him across the street like a missile. He crashed through a fire escape, rolled across a balcony, and slammed into a rooftop wall, ribs burning while speedy recovery worked to stabilize him. Hawks's voice echoed from above, informing Endeavor and Mirko that Izuku was headed east. Mirko howled that the kid had hops, giving grudging praise for his agility. Endeavor let his flames flare and ordered him to surrender. Izuku gripped his control and searched for a path out of the encirclement, muscles straining and breath ragged as the trio closed in. Izuku's breathing hitched. He wasn't going to prison, he wasn't going back to the Yagis, and he wasn't getting unmasked. He slammed a hand onto the roof and activated every mobility trick he had. Repulsion rings, grapple, force shield rebounds. He launched himself across 3 rooftops in seconds, bouncing off air like it hated him personally. Behind him, Hawks streaked in like a comet, feathers whipping past. Endeavor blasted forward in a pillar of fire. Mirko bounded between buildings like she was born to chase monsters. Izuku's foot slipped and his heartbeat spiked. He whispered that he wondered why he was like this, then speedy recovery kicked in again, clearing the dizziness. He wasn't going to stop. He wasn't going to give up. He sure as hell wasn't getting caught. One more rooftop. One more leap. He clenched his fists, muscles thrumming with stolen power. He gasped that Hosu was hell, but he was worse, and dove off the building into the night as 3 top heroes came crashing down behind. Izuku hit the next rooftop hard enough to bite his tongue, but he didn't stop, he couldn't. Hawks's feathers sliced overhead, Mirko's landing shockwaves shook the metal vents behind him, and Endeavor's flames lit the entire block like a furnace someone forgot to turn off. He sprinted, brain scrambling for anything that would get him out of this disaster. A deep, rolling engine reached him, grinding gears, horn blowing, the roar of nighttime traffic. The main Hosu expressway below was slammed with speeding cars and trucks, headlights streaked by like angry meteors. Izuku skidded to a stop at the edge of the building, boots scraping. His heart jackhammered. It could work. It was stupid. It was reckless. It was exactly the kind of move his old self would have never dared to try. Good thing he wasn't that kid anymore. He crouched low, watching the cars. Timing was everything. If he messed up, he would end up flattened like a cartoon pancake. Hawks landed lightly on the opposite rooftop and called out that he had spotted him. Mirko leapt up next to Hawks, grinning as if she was about to win a bet. She warned him not to jump, saying she wanted to punch him first. Endeavor wasn't far behind, fire rising, heat burning enough that Izuku could feel it from 30 meters away. Izuku inhaled through the respirator, fingers twitching. He moved, sprinting harder than he ever had. Hawks spread his wings and observed that he was going to bail. Izuku launched himself off the rooftop and fired a repulsion ring beneath him midair. The blast sent him rocketing downward faster than gravity could pull him. He tucked his knees tight, arms pulled in, cape whipping violently as he dropped between lanes of speeding traffic. A semi-truck roared past underneath. Izuku snapped his left hand downward and activated the grapple. His hand shot out on a cable, latched onto the underframe of the trailer, and yanked him directly beneath it. His body swung violently, slamming against the chassis hard enough to rattle his teeth, but speedy recovery was already patching up the bruises. Then he held on. Held tight. The semi thundered down the highway, carrying him away like some forgotten piece of road debris. Above, the 3 heroes reached the edge. Hawks's eyes widened as he realized Izuku had gone under the truck. Mirko blinked, stunned that he had just grabbed onto a moving truck. Endeavor snarled that he would not get far. Hawks sent out a flurry of feathers to track him, but by the time they swept low to scan the expressway, the semi had already merged into a different lane and disappeared behind a cluster of long-haul trucks. Izuku didn't move a muscle as the underside of the truck blurred past him. His grip hurt, his shoulder throbbed, and oil dripped on his mask, but he stayed completely silent and completely hidden. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, but he also laughed quietly, breathless, shocked that it had actually worked. The city lights streaked by. Above him, the heroes scattered, searching. Below him, Izuku Shimura Fo all for one slipped out of Hosu, rolling along the highway under a truck like the world's most exhausted, terrified, and victorious raccoon. He muttered that people thought he didn't plan things out as he hung on for dear life. For once, luck was actually on his side. Detective Naomasa leaned against the side of his unmarked car, hot chocolate warming his hands as the winter wind bit at his cheeks. The parking lot behind the precinct was quiet, just a few streetlights, a few drifting flakes of snow, and the lingering ache of a case that never really left him. Aizawa pulled down his scarf, dark hair messy as ever, and greeted Naomasa. He looked even more tired than usual, eyes heavy, shoulders tense, scarf hanging loosely around his neck instead of coiled like a weapon. Naomasa offered the cup, and Aizawa, though he muttered that he didn't drink that, took it and held the warmth between his palms. They stood in a silence, the kind that only comes after years of friendship. Naomasa brought up "Fo all for one." Aizawa's jaw tightened. Naomasa added that the fugitive had escaped 3 top pros. Naomasa corrected himself to say that the fugitive had not just escaped but outplayed them. Hawks had said the movement looked like he'd been doing this for years, and Mirko wanted a rematch. Aizawa sighed and acknowledged that of course Mirko did. Naomasa asked if Aizawa thought it was Izuku. Aizawa hesitated, then confirmed that he did. Naomasa noted there was no proof. Aizawa insisted he didn't need proof. He had seen how the fugitive moved and how he reacted, and everything about him screamed Izuku. Naomasa told him he believed him. Naomasa looked up at the night sky and said he had known the missing person case would get dropped eventually. A quirkless kid, gone for half a year, no sightings, no ransom, no villain trail. The committee had labeled Izuku Yagi as presumed dead and closed the case, telling them to move on. Naomasa said he hated them for it. Aizawa said bitterly that the Yagis had been the same. Naomasa frowned and remarked that they had moved on too fast, that they didn't seem like grieving parents. Aizawa agreed that they had cared only about their image and said he had cut ties the minute they stopped using Izuku's name and started calling it an unfortunate incident. He added quietly that he had cared about that kid and that the kid deserved better. Another heavy silence settled. Naomasa reached into his coat and pulled out a small, neatly stapled stack of official papers and handed them to Aizawa. Aizawa flipped through the pages. His eyes softened. Naomasa explained that the adoption paperwork was all approved, all filed, and all ready. He told Aizawa that all Izuku had to do was sign his new name. Aizawa closed the folder gently after reading the name Izuku Aizawa. He told Naomasa quietly that Izuku did not have to go back to them, ever. Naomasa leaned against the car and said that they only had to find him and get him to trust them again. Aizawa lowered his voice to a fierce whisper and assured Naomasa that he would bring him home. He tightened his scarf against the winter breeze and admitted that he had not been able to save him back then, but he would now. Naomasa nodded while sipping his hot chocolate and said he hoped the boy was still alive to hear it. Aizawa looked toward the rooftops where Fo all for one had vanished and affirmed that he was certain the boy was alive. Far across the city, a masked teenager pulled his cape tighter as he hid beneath the back of a moving semi-truck, unaware that a real family was waiting for him. Izuku slipped into an empty alley with his boots crunching over broken glass and finally allowed himself to breathe. The air in this new city tasted different, dirtier and heavier, and in a strange way it made him feel oddly at home. He leaned against a wall and pushed his visor up just enough to wipe sweat from his forehead. He accessed the visor's interface and let the scanner Quirk feed live data into the display like a mini HUD. A list of icons appeared, each one marking a different stolen Quirk. He counted them one by one, starting from the alley where it had all begun. He reviewed strength enhancement, shapeshift, repulsion rings, force shield, grapple, speedy recovery, vibration burst, super strength, scanner, instant transmission, blast, dragon fist, aim dodge, redirect, and impure beam. He stopped when he reached 16 quirks. 6 months ago he could not have imagined having one. Now he had enough power to challenge half the hero rankings if he chose to, which he probably would not. He let out a shaky laugh at how insane it felt. Part of him wondered whether he should feel guilty. Another part wondered whether he should feel proud. Mostly he felt exhausted. The sky was dark, the streets were quiet, and his body was begging for rest. His shoulders still ached from the Shinku needle even with speedy recovery patching him up. His legs felt like jelly. Instant transmission had drained half his mental stamina that night. He told himself he only needed a few hours and somewhere quiet to sleep. His visor pinged with a sharp, urgent chirp. The HUD flickered and zoomed in on a small, fast, panicked heat signature 3 blocks away. Behind it, larger signatures moved with hostile intent. He felt the chill of adrenaline. The smallest signature stumbled while the larger ones closed in. Izuku's jaw clenched beneath the respirator. Without hesitation, he activated instant transmission, locked onto the smallest heat source, and vanished. He moved into the new city like smoke through a crack, silent, unnoticed, and already worn from outrunning the attention of heroes. Hosu had been loud and messy, too many eyes and too many close calls. This place was quieter but rotten in the same ways. Within his first hour he encountered a mugging, a back-alley extortion, a corrupt patrol hero demanding fees, and an underground black market storefront hiding behind a laundromat. Izuku dealt with each of them in minutes, not cleanly, not gently, but efficiently. Every confrontation came with a spark of green energy, a grabbing palm, and that familiar rush as quirks flooded into him. Many were weak or incompatible with his current loadout, but 4 of them altered the balance entirely. Instant transmission, dragon fist, aim dodge, and impure beam. Each one settled into him like a new limb. Instant transmission was unsettling at first. No flash, no sound, no warm-up, just disappearance and reappearance wherever he focused. Dragon fist was raw and heavy, burning under his skin like coiled lightning. When he struck, roaring energy shaped like dragons surged from his fists and tore through obstacles. Aim dodge felt instinctive, as if someone else's reflexes ran in the back of his skull and moved his body before fear could take hold. Impure beam hummed loudly in his chest, bright and destructive, and after the first test he vowed to reserve it as a last resort. By sunrise, Izuku had cleared out a large portion of the city's criminal elements. He perched on a rusted billboard with his legs dangling over the edge, the early wind tugging at his gray cape. He rubbed his hands and felt the hum of new power beneath his skin. He muttered under his breath that it was getting ridiculous and that he might need a notebook to keep track of everything. His red eyes reflected the city lights below as he cataloged teleportation, dodge instincts, dragon strikes, and a massive beam in his head. He allowed himself a tired, stubborn smile and thanked the unconscious criminals below for the unwanted upgrades, then groaned and chastised himself for talking to people who could not answer. He adjusted his mask, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and let instant transmission pull him into the next moment, vanishing without a sound. Dinner at the Yagi household had once been loud. Now it felt hollow. The family sat around the table, Toshinori at the head, Inko on one side, Nana between them, plates half full and glasses mostly untouched as conversation drifted like background noise. Toshinori smiled with a practiced, public-ready expression and told the family that training with Gran Torino was progressing well and that the successor to One for All would be ready soon. Nana nodded and said that her stamina was improving, and Inko beamed with pride, saying how proud she was and that the girl would make a wonderful successor. Toshinori raised his cup and affirmed that, of course, she would. Nana's parents praised her as strong, brave, and responsible, the kind of person who could handle a power like this. She tried to smile back, but something sharp and heavy tugged at her chest. She glanced at the empty 4th chair at the table, the one nobody talked about anymore, and swallowed hard. Nana asked her parents a question, fidgeting with a loose thread on her sleeve and admitting that she kept thinking about Izuku. Inko stiffened for a moment and Toshinori took a slow breath, but Nana went on, saying she missed him and wondered if he might still be alive or out there somewhere. Inko gently reminded her that they had talked about it, and Toshinori added that they all missed him but could not dwell on what they could not change. Nana insisted that she missed him a lot. Inko reached across the table and warned that grief could play tricks on them and make them hold on to things they should let go of. Nana responded sharply that he was not a thing. Toshinori reminded her that Izuku had made his choice that night and had been emotional and unstable, and that she could not blame herself. Nana, voice trembling, said she did not blame herself, she just did not want to forget him. Inko softened her expression but remained controlled, telling Nana that she was going to be a great hero and needed to look forward, not backward. Toshinori steered the conversation toward Nana's quirk training the next day and the family finished dinner. Nana kept looking at the empty chair, at her brother's place, and the house felt too quiet, too neat, too normal, like Izuku had been erased instead of lost. She pretended to eat while her chest felt like it was folding inward as her parents talked about one for all, her future, and her destiny. They did not speak of the boy who had shared her childhood, who had promised they would be heroes together, who had run into the rain alone 6 months ago. For the first time, Nana realized she might be the only one still hurting. Somewhere in another city, a masked vigilante perched on a rooftop without dinner, staring into the night with red eyes and a quiet ache he did not understand, not knowing that his sister still thought of him every single day. March arrived colder than it should have, and the world officially knew the name Foe All for One. News anchors argued about him every night, some calling him a menace, some a vigilante, some an urban myth. Izuku did not care. He had stopped caring a long time ago. What still surprised him was the girl curled up beside him on the rooftop edge, swinging her legs as if they were not 50 stories above ground. Himiko Toga was the same girl who had sat behind him in middle school, doodling hearts and smiling like trouble wrapped in a ribbon, the same girl who had disappeared one day and never come back. Now she was his close companion. Neither of them could fully believe it. They had found each other in a rough way, Toga surrounded by unconscious thugs and the signs of a hard struggle, laughing wild and broken. She was a mess, unhinged and raw. Izuku had seen something familiar behind the chaos. Fear, loneliness, and a desperate need to be loved without conditions, the same things he felt. He did not judge or flinch. He offered a hand in a quiet, human way, and that gesture began their bond. Since then she had not left his side. On the rooftop she lounged in an oversized hoodie, cheeks flushed and eyes bright, leaning into him and hugging his arm. She teased that he was kind of famous and bumped him lightly, and Izuku groaned through his respirator, insisting the reports were exaggerations and that he barely understood his own quirk. She laughed and praised the way he had handled a recent villain, calling the move impressive. He felt warmth at her approval, surprised by how steady he was around her. She listened to him, trusted him, and looked at him as if he were her whole world rather than a mistake or a burden. Izuku had even shared 2 quirks with her as an experiment in redistribution, aim dodge and strength enhancement, so she moved with a ghost's grace and hit with overwhelming force. Toga swung her legs again and remarked that they were perfect for each other, pointing out how their pasts had left them both abandoned in different ways. Izuku shook his head but felt his chest warm despite himself. Toga asked if he thought his old family missed him. Izuku stared at the city lights and admitted that he did not know, and that he was not going back. Toga squeezed his arm in agreement and offered a small expression of approval. The girl said she would kidnap him if he tried. Izuku replied that it was not comforting. She answered that it was not supposed to be. She rested her head on his shoulder again, humming happily. Izuku let out a long, tired breath. He had power now. He had enemies now. He had a reputation now. And somehow, despite everything, he also had her, a girl as broken as he was, clinging to him with a devotion that both frightened and healed him. She had seen the knife in his hand and the marks on his palms and chosen him anyway. For the first time in a full year, Izuku did not feel alone. Later, Aizawa sat at his desk with his head in his hands, hair spilling over his fingers like a black curtain. The headache behind his eyes throbbed in a slow, steady rhythm. Training season, student evaluations, entrance exam prep, staff meetings, paperwork, all of it slammed into him at once. On top of that, he had been told to officially stop searching for Izuku. Nizu had been gentle about it, as gentle as a hyper-intelligent mouse could be, but the message still hit hard. He needed to take a step back to avoid burning out before exam season. Aizawa stared at the fluorescent lights overhead and muttered to himself, asking where the kid was. He had spent the better part of a year chasing shadows, whispers, security camera footage, and dead ends. He could tell exactly when the commission stopped searching, when the Yagi family accepted Izuku's presumed death, and when he was expected to move on. He rubbed his temples. UA's entrance exam was in a month. There were robot evaluations, course calibrations, a press release, and teacher roster meetings with present Mike, which always added extra emotional strain. Then his phone buzzed with a coded vibration pattern. He grabbed it and opened. the encrypted group chat used by the underground hero network. The messages reported a vigilante sighting of foe all-for-one in the Muzutafu industrial district, moving fast and possibly returning to old territory. Aizawa went completely still. Muzutafu again. A small spark of hope lit in his chest. He grabbed his goggles and slung his scarf over his shoulders as he strode toward the exit. Present Mike poked his head out of the staff room and asked where he was headed and reminded him of a faculty briefing. Aizawa asked Present Mike, Hizashi, to cover for him. Present Mike softened and agreed. Aizawa nodded in silent thanks and slipped out into the night, knowing it was foolish and risky but not willing to give up if there was even a chance Izuku was back in the one place that ever felt like home. He dropped from the rooftop, scarf billowing behind him like a cloak. Entrance exams could wait. Finding Izuku could not. Izuku sat on the edge of the warehouse roof, legs dangling, mask pushed up just enough for the cold night air to touch his face. Himiko was back at their hideout, curled up in their too-small bed and already asleep, so it was a solo patrol tonight. The quiet helped sometimes. He leaned back on his palms, staring at the moon and letting his muscles relax after hours of fighting. His visor rested beside him, its blue-tinted screen glowing faintly. When he slid it over one eye to check the area, his heart stuttered and his body went rigid. The visor indicated a Quirk signature, erasure. Not here. Not now. A voice behind him greeted him and called him a problem child. Izuku's stomach flipped. He did not turn around at first, but Aizawa, always sharp and patient, had already heard him. When Izuku finally stood and faced him, Aizawa was not tense, not preparing to capture him or using his quirk. He simply stood there, scarf hanging loose and his expression softer than Izuku remembered. Aizawa told him he did not come to fight and that he only wanted to talk. Part of Izuku wanted to run. Every survival instinct screamed at him to get out. But the lonely, tired part that missed this man would not let him move. Aizawa stepped closer slowly, giving him every chance to bolt, and said he would leave if asked, but he would prefer to stay. Izuku's throat tightened. He nodded, small and hesitant, and motioned to the spot beside him. Aizawa walked over and sat down. Izuku hesitated, then greeted him using the name he had not said in a year, Uncle Shota. Aizawa inhaled sharply, his eyes widening and then softening completely. He did not demand answers or raise his voice. He leaned forward and hugged Izuku, an unusual gesture from a man who hardly ever hugged anyone. The warmth hit Izuku like a punch to the chest. Aizawa's arms wrapped around him tight but steady, anchoring him in place. Izuku's mask hid the way his eyes burned. After a long moment, Izuku whispered that he had missed him. Aizawa let out a shaky breath against his shoulder and admitted. He had missed him too. Izuku closed his eyes and slowly returned the hug, gripping the fabric of Aizawa's scarf like he used to when he was smaller. They stayed like that for a long time, a rare, quiet moment where neither of them had to pretend. When they finally pulled apart, Aizawa wiped at his eyes and pretended not to be emotional. Izuku pretended not to notice. Aizawa exhaled and said there was a lot to talk about. Izuku agreed. They sat together on the rooftop, legs dangling over the edge, the city humming below them. For the first time in a year, Izuku did not feel like a ghost. Aizawa did not feel like he had failed a child. Both of them finally had a chance to stop running. They talked for hours. At first the rooftop was dim and quiet, the kind of silence that only shows up around 3 in the morning, but as time went on their voices filled the space soft, honest, and sometimes shaky. The kind of conversation both of them had been starving for. Izuku sat cross-legged on the edge of the roof, the visor pushed up on his head like a pair of goggles. Aizawa sat beside him, one knee propped up, scarf draped lazily around his shoulders. It felt normal. Dangerously normal. Izuku held up his palm and displayed a faint emerald glow in the center. He explained that the power was called repulsion rings and that he had gotten it from a man who had once tried to crush a kid with a dumpster. The kid had survived. Aizawa nodded slowly, lips twitching, and said he had not intended to ask. Izuku grinned and insisted Aizawa would have asked anyway. Then Izuku demonstrated grapple by shooting a cable-like tendril of shimmering energy toward a rusted antenna and retracting it back into his palm with a metallic snap. Aizawa gave a small, impressed hum and said it was surprisingly efficient. Izuku brightened, practically vibrating with excitement, and showed the beam at his fingertip he called Impure Beam, admitting he had taken it from a rogue hero who believed he was on a divine mission and that Izuku had stopped him from harming an innocent. Aizawa rubbed his temples and said he had many follow-up questions but was choosing peace that night. Izuku laughed a real laugh and Aizawa paused for a moment simply to look at him. The kid looked alive, not the scared, hollow thing from a year ago. Stronger, sharper, but still Izuku. Izuku leaned back on his hands, eyes reflecting the moonlight, and began to tell stories. A time with Hawks, Endeavor, and Mirko in which he had avoided a fight by using instant transmission and hiding under a semi-truck, the cities he had visited, the criminals he had stopped, the close calls, the quirks he had collected and the ones he had refused, the people he had helped in secret. He shared even small, silly details: rooftops with the best wind currents, convenience stores with the poorest security cameras. Aizawa listened to every word. He did not half listen, pretend, or lecture. He listened the way a parent listens when their child rambles about something they love. Somewhere in the middle of Izuku demonstrating force shield by making a tiny barrier to stop a drifting leaf, Aizawa realized how much he had missed this: the passion, the obsession, the nerdy excitement, the way Izuku talked with his hands and lit up when someone paid attention. He did not interrupt, criticize, or scold him for being a vigilante. He nodded, smiled here and there, and absorbed everything. By the time they both paused, the sky was turning pale orange. Sunrise. Izuku blinked, surprised at how long they had been talking. Aizawa smirked and reminded him that he had always talked too much, and then admitted softly that he was glad to have heard it again. Izuku's breath caught. In the gentle light, with the city waking below and the last of the night fading, he felt safe, seen, and wanted, feelings he had not felt in a year. Izuku looked down at his hands, at the powers he carried and the choices he had made, and thanked Aizawa for listening. Aizawa's voice gentled as he told Izuku it was always welcome. They sat together and watched the sun rise, neither knowing how long this fragile peace would last, but for the first time in a long while they were not alone. Izuku slid his respirator back over his mouth and the blue visor down into place. The warmth of the sunrise faded behind the cool tint of his mask, but the comfort of the night lingered in his chest. Aizawa stood, scarf fluttering in the morning breeze, and for a moment they simply looked at each other: uncle and nephew, vigilante and pro, two people who refused to give up on each other even when everything else told them to. Aizawa asked where he could find Izuku again, steady but hopeful, and Izuku hesitated before pulling a small folded note from his pocket. It was a thin sheet of reinforced fabric written in permanent ink, one of his safe spots. He explained that there was a rooftop garden there where hardly anyone went and asked Aizawa to check it at night if he needed him. Aizawa accepted the note with a slow nod and promised to keep it quiet. Izuku thanked him for the night, and Aizawa rested a hand briefly on his shoulder, squeezing once with a soft grunt of affection. Izuku took a step backward, then another, a small grin tugging under his mask. Aizawa warned him not to, then watched as Izuku fell off the roof on purpose. Aizawa took a startled half-step forward, and then stopped when Izuku vanished mid-fall in a burst of warped air and green shimmer. Instant transmission. Gone without a trace. Aizawa let out a long breath and dragged one hand down his face. He was smiling a small, tired smile that few people had ever seen. He tucked the note into his scarf, looked up at the rising sun, and welcomed Izuku back in a whisper. Izuku landed inside the hideout in a soft ripple of warped air and barely had a second to breathe before something slammed into his chest. Himiko pounced on him like a jubilant missile, arms around his shoulders and legs wrapped around his waist, giggling like she had just won the lottery. He staggered, caught her instinctively, and laughed openly. She pressed her forehead to his and announced, with playful insistence, that because he had left her alone he now owed her a favor. Izuku snorted and reminded her that she invented that rule every time. She beamed and said she raised the stakes every time. They clung together for a moment, laughter and easy warmth filling the room. He rolled his eyes, still smiling, and gently set her down, though she did not really let go and simply slid until her arms hung around his neck, swaying as if she owned him. In her mind, she kind of did. Izuku reached up, unclicked his visor, and lifted it off, the blue tint fading to reveal a tired but soft expression. He tilted his head, brushing his messy blue hair aside, and asked if her neck was okay. Himiko's grin widened into something feral and fond at once. She said his neck was always okay. She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his neck, fingers brushing his collarbone with practiced gentleness. For all her chaos, she was careful when it mattered, especially with him. Izuku relaxed, hand resting lightly on her waist, and invited her to go on. Himiko, content, hummed softly and admitted she did not want a normal life. She wanted to be with him. Izuku, flushed but steady, told her he felt the same. She beamed and flopped onto the couch, dragging him with her. Himiko proclaimed that they had a lot to talk about. Izuku raised a brow, wondering what that could be. She tapped her lips dramatically and said she wanted to hear all the details of the crimes he had stopped without her. He laughed, a lighter, freer sound than he had made in years, and promised to tell her everything. For the first time since he had left that rooftop, the world felt warm again. The hideout felt oddly peaceful for once. No alarms, no gunfire, no screaming criminals, no rooftop scrambles at 3 a.m. Just sunlight through dusty windows, the hum of a space heater, and a small chaotic family lounging around like they paid rent. Izuku sat on the couch, mask off and hair a fluffy mess. Himiko lay across his lap like a gremlin taking a nap only when supervised, her feet dangling off one end of the couch. The door slid open and Kana Tsutsumi walked in, cool and composed, dressed like she owned the entire building, which in a way she did. Being a low-key Yakuza boss came with perks. Himiko instantly perked up and called out Kana's name with obvious excitement, launching herself off Izuku's lap. Kana caught her with the reflex of someone who had survived assassinations, betrayal, and prison. Himiko clung to her and peppered her with quick, affectionate kisses on the cheek. Kana remained unreadable, noting that Himiko was particularly energetic today. Himiko said she had missed her. Kana pointed out she had been seen 2 days ago, which Himiko brushed off as exactly her point. Izuku chuckled and observed that Himiko was like that with everyone she liked. Kana offered a smirk and mentioned that Himiko was always close to Izuku in the mornings, which sent him bright red. Himiko grinned wickedly. Kana sat beside him, slipping an arm around his shoulders as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Izuku reflected, half amused, that he really did have a harem now. It made no sense and perfect sense at the same time. After a few minutes of Himiko trying to braid Kana's hair and Kana calmly pretending indifference, the ex-assassin leaned forward and said she had news. Izuku straightened, all traces of relaxation gone. Kana reported that Jiren had been in touch and that small villain bands were starting to merge, picking up strays, recruiting rookies, and getting serious funding. Izuku asked who might be behind it. Kana named a group calling itself the League of Villains, adding that despite the bad name, their intentions were worse. She warned they were planning something big, an attack on UA's USJ facility, with their main target All Might. The name All Might tightened Izuku's face. That man had been his stepfather, the one who had effectively thrown him away and given his position to someone else, the man who had never looked back. Izuku felt a complicated twist of history, hurt, and betrayal. He did not want the man dead, but he also did not want to rush to save him for the sake of the past. He exhaled and asked about the students. Kana asked if he meant his sister and the explosive, hyperactive girl she hung out with. Izuku grimaced at the description but confirmed. Aizawa had told him both had made it into UA. He thought that Nana did not deserve to die because of the adults' mistakes. When Himiko asked what the plan was and whether they would crash the attack, Izuku said he needed more intelligence first and asked if Jiren had any details. Kana replied not yet, but that he would. Izuku nodded, mind already racing through strategies, quirk combinations, routes, escape plans, and contingencies. Himiko gave him a brief, affectionate peck on the cheek and said they would stand with him no matter what. Kana rested a hand on his shoulder and affirmed the same. Izuku swallowed and acknowledged that he might be a vigilante, a criminal, a thief of quirks, but he was not alone anymore. The League of Villains had no idea what kind of chaos they had just stepped into. Aizawa hit the ground hard as the Nomu's massive hand forced him down. He had faced severe fights before, stabbings, broken bones, and full-scale villain riots, but this opponent seemed built to take down someone like All Might, and Aizawa had the misfortune of standing in its path. He tried to twist free, but his capture gear had been mangled and his goggles were cracked. The Nomu did not relent. Every time Aizawa erased a quirk, the creature adapted, compensating with overwhelming strength. Kurogiri hovered nearby, mist curling around him, and taunted him, saying his efforts were wasted and that he should accept his fate. Aizawa replied that he would not surrender and forced his quirk back on. The Nomu faltered for a moment, then slammed him back into the ground. Aizawa was clearly exhausted and badly hurt, struggling to stay conscious as ringing filled his ears and his vision blurred. He had very little left to give. Just then Nana charged in, lightning in her eyes, her quirk still weak but her resolve unchanged, and she demanded that the Nomu get off him. She swung her fist with a scream, but the Nomu did not budge. Her punch met immovable flesh as if it had hit a wall. Bakugo blasted in from the right, explosions tearing up the floor as he launched himself toward the monster's head. He ordered it to move, calling it a stupid science project. The Nomu barely tilted. Kirishima charged next, fists hard as iron, trying to pry one of Nomu's arms off their teacher and urging it to move. The Nomu did not even notice him. Todoroki stayed back, face calm but jaw tight, unleashing a blinding glacier of ice that locked the Nomu's legs to the ground. He warned the others to hold it for 10 seconds while he froze it solid. The Nomu roared, cracking the ice instantly as steam rose from its skin, and Shigaraki laughed from the platform above. Shigaraki taunted that the heroes were useless. Aizawa, wounded and struggling to stay conscious, managed to force his eyes open and urged the students to run. Nana refused, tears in her eyes as she threw herself at him again and again, insisting she was not leaving. Shigaraki tilted his head and announced he would kill her first. He raised his hand as if to finish her. Kurogiri's mist surged and intervened, warning Tamura that the Nomu was fully responsive and that there was little need for escalation. Tamura barked no, and Nana lunged in front of Aizawa with arms spread wide to protect him. The students froze. Bakugo's eyes widened. Kirishima halted. Todoroki clenched his fists so hard frost gathered at his chin. Aizawa's heart lurched. Shigaraki reached forward and shouted a command for the Nomu to kill. At that moment, a ripple of warped energy tore through the air, sharp and sudden, like a glass pane shattering. A shockwave passed through everyone, villains, heroes, students, sending a sensation that reality itself had been kicked sideways. A cold, lethal voice spoke from between Nomu and Nana, threatening to turn the place to ash if anyone touched her. Aizawa recognized the voice instantly. From the space between Nomu and Nana, a figure appeared, blue hair wild, red eyes glowing behind a cracked visor, cape fluttering, boots touching the floor without a sound. Izuku Shimura, the foe all for one, stood with one hand raised toward the Nomu and the other forming a pulsing repulsion ring. Nana gasped, not recognizing him but feeling something familiar. Bakugo's mouth fell open. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Kirishima whispered a question. Aizawa exhaled, relief and dread mixing together. Shigaraki froze, then grinned slowly, noting that Izuku was not on the list but looked interesting. Izuku cracked his neck and declared that he intended to wreck the villain's entire plan. The air vibrated as he stepped forward. The USJ attack now had a new player and the whole battlefield shifted. Shigaraki, thrilled, ordered the Nomu to kill the intruder. The Nomu lunged with unnatural speed. Izuku did not flinch. He snapped his palm up and produced a solid, shimmering force shield that took the Nomu's fist with a deafening impact that cracked the floor beneath his boots. The shield rippled but held. Izuku slid back a step, digging in, admitting silently that the creature was strong. The Nomu pulled its fist back for another blow. Izuku lowered the shield long enough to whisper in order to himself for super strength, drawing on a power he had acquired recently. His muscles tightened and charged with surging energy. The next punch came and Izuku caught it, holding ground as the students watched in stunned silence. Even wounded, Aizawa's eyes widened. Shigaraki's grin faltered for a heartbeat. The Nomu pushed harder, gouging trenches in the concrete with its feet. Izuku pushed back and managed to shove it off balance just enough. Inside, curiosity burned. Izuku mentally catalogued possibilities: shock absorption, super strength, rapid regeneration, artificial augmentation. He wanted to analyze the quirks and test its limits, but he forced the hunger down. This was not the place, not in front of the kids. The Nomu lunged again. Izuku teleported in a distortive pop of green energy to the dome's rafters and fired a thin, controlled impure beam from his fingertip across the Nomu's shoulder, leaving a scorch and severely damaging its armor. The Nomu staggered and screamed. Izuku warped behind it and fired another beam into its back, then warped and fired again. Each strike burned and tore through its exterior, leaving smoked, charred wounds that the creature began to seal and smooth over like a rapid, otherworldly repair. Shigaraki clapped excitedly and recited the Nomu's specifications with manic joy, listing that the creature had been made to defeat all might with pure strength, shock absorption, hyperregeneration, muscle augmentation, high-end reflexes, and a touch of Tamura's influence. He fetishized its invincibility while Izuku teleported above the Nomu and hit its head with a point-blank beam. The head snapped back under the impact, but within moments it resealed and regrew its form as if nothing permanent had happened. Shigaraki reveled that the Nomu could not be killed. Izuku landed silently behind Nana and the students, visor glowing. He challenged the claim of invincibility with calm disdain, generating dozens of glowing repulsion rings around both arms that spun like luminous saw blades. Bakugo choked, Todoroki blinked, and Nana stared, breath held for reasons she did not understand. Shigaraki barked another command. For the Nomu to smash him. Izuku smiled behind the mask and accepted the challenge. The creature charged. His pupils narrowed to sharp pinpoints behind the visor as instinct and calculation snapped together. The air around his arm ignited as he combined techniques. Dragon Fist unleashed with spiraling golden energy shaped into a draconic form, and he layered it with impure beam at full output. The fusion of brute strength and concentrated energy transformed his arm into a living warhead. He struck, and the energy dragon erupted outward, roaring like a mythic beast as it tore across the USJ floor, scorching stone and ripping up terrain in an enormous, stylized blast that left molten streaks in its wake. The Nomu had barely time to react before the attack hit with a massive, thunderous explosion that rocked the facility. A massive shockwave ripped through the dome, shattering windows along the upper ring and blasting debris into the air. The students screamed, shielding their faces. Nana stumbled backward, mouth open in shock. Bakugo shouted in alarm. Todoroki raised an ice wall instinctively. The dragon slammed Nomu straight into the center plaza, but it did not land as planned. Kurogyri reacted instantly. A swirling void tore open in front of the blast, redirecting the dragon's attack upward into the empty space near the dome ceiling. The entire top of USJ flashed with white light, metal bars glowing red before cooling. If Kurogyri hadn't acted, everyone within 50 meters would have been vaporized. Izuku landed in a crouch, his fist steaming and arm trembling from the recoil. He looked up at the redirected blast with a mixture of annoyance and fascination. He noted that it was an impressive quirk and mentally catalogued the tactical possibilities. If he could replicate that, he could warp space itself and redirect attacks. He filed that away as a problem for later. Nomu smashed out of the rubble, partially damaged but already regenerating. Izuku got valuable data from the encounter. The bad news was that Nomu wasn't slowing down. Shigaraki barked a gleeful laugh, exulting in the monster's strength and proclaiming it superior to the students and even Eraserhead. Nomu stomped forward, regeneration pulsing like a heartbeat. Izuku shook off the numbing ache in his wrist and described the previous exchange as one of his weaker combos. Bakugo choked on air. Kirishima went pale. Even Todoroki blinked hard. Shigaraki's grin twitched as Izuku cracked his neck and stared down the regenerating monster, indicating he was ready for another round. Nomu roared back, and Izuku's visor glowed. This time he did not plan to test anything. He planned to break something. Izuku did not hesitate. Nomu lunged again, faster this time, its regeneration surging as if learning from the last hit. Izuku extended his hand, which glowed with two colors, one a deep white gold, the other a violent green. He summoned a condensed force around his fist like a gauntlet of impact energy and layered a destabilizing beam into it. When Nomu slammed down and Izuku slammed up, the impact cracked the world. The force sent Nomu flying backward, skidding across the concrete and crashing through a row of stone pillars in the mountain zone as if they were props. The ground cratered under Izuku's feet, dust blasting outward in a perfect circle. Even Aizawa blinked. Even Todoroki froze mid-ice formation. Even Bakugo muttered in disbelief. Izuku did not have time to bask in the result. New warp gates opened behind him, beside him, and above him. Kurogyri used three-dimensional angles to box him in. Izuku clicked his tongue in annoyance and teleported sideways just as a portal snapped shut where his head had been. Another opened by his shoulder with Nomu's fist already coming through. Izuku dodged using repulsion to kick off the edge of a gate midair, twisting out of the trajectory before a second blow could follow. Kurogyri observed Izuku's evasiveness and asserted that their teamwork would prevail. Izuku forced Kurogyri to retreat by firing a mini destabilizing beam at the mist, and he muttered that Kurogyri should stop talking. Shigaraki, however, grew increasingly irate, his voice sharpening into a demand as he pressed the issue with the familiar scratching sounds of his disintegrating hands. Shigaraki demanded why Izuku would not die, his tone consumed by fury and frustration. Izuku tilted his head, unbothered, and remarked that good genes might explain his survival. Shigaraki's eye twitched and his fingers flexed dangerously on the handmask as he accused Izuku of being an interloper who was ruining his scenario. Izuku shrugged in the middle of a dodge and blamed Shigaraki's failing plan. Nomu stomped back into the field, its torso partially regrown and steam venting from exposed patches of tissue. Izuku cracked his knuckles inside the glowing impact gauntlet, his visor reflecting the creature's unnerving brain case. He invited another round. Shigaraki ordered Nomu to rip Izuku apart. The monster roared and charged, but Izuku's smile narrowed behind his mask. He had learned what he needed from the encounter. He had tested himself against a creature designed to kill all might, matched it, outplayed it, and survived. Now he was ready to end it. Izuku vanished in a silent displacement that left a faint green shimmer where he had been, appearing directly behind Nomu's exposed cranial area with his hand already glowing with a suction-like force. He reached in and placed his palm against the Nomu's head. Green energy surged through the creature, moving like a reverse lightning strike and disrupting its abilities. The creature spasmed and staggered as its quirks were drained one by one. Shock absorption, super regeneration, strength enhancements, muscle augmentation, and impact resistance were all nullified. The Nomu convulsed and then collapsed as if its power had been severed. Its movements stuttered until it lay still. The dome fell silent. Shigaraki stopped laughing for the first time since the attack began, his jaw hanging open behind the hand mask and his fingers trembling. Kurogyri's mist recoiled involuntarily, as if shocked. Kurogyri whispered that Tamura had taken the Nomu's abilities. Shigaraki's breathing grew sharp and uneven as he reacted with disbelief and anger, clawing at his neck in frantic agitation. Izuku brushed residue from his palm and rolled his shoulder, casually portraying himself as simply superior to their bioengineered monster. Shigaraki's panic and rage collided as he accused Izuku of being a quirk thief and a foe all for one, denouncing him as a lawless brat. Izuku noted simply that despite the insults, Nomu had still died. Nana, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki stood frozen, staring at Izuku as if he were something beyond comprehension. Aizawa stared as well, but his expression was different, knowing and pained. Shigaraki roared, clamping his hands to his face and demanding that Kurogyri portal him to Izuku so he could kill him personally. Kurogyri hesitated for the first time, shaken by the revelation that Tamura had taken the Nomu's abilities and worried what would happen if Izuku stole theirs next. Shigaraki cut him off with a command, but his sentence broke because the entrance doors to USJ opened. The dome blew open as if a bomb had gone off behind them. A massive gust of wind rushed through, and All Might announced his presence with a booming, legendary voice that shook the air. The shockwave rippled outward. Izuku's stomach dropped. Shigaraki's rage flipped into manic joy. Kurogyari straightened. The student's eyes widened. Izuku clenched his fists. All Might had arrived. The man who had once been a symbol of peace, the figure who had replaced him, the stepfather who had abandoned him, but this arrival was not heroic. It was terrifying. All Might stood in a golden tuxedo, blazer off and shirt half unbuttoned as if he had run straight from elsewhere. None of that mattered. What mattered was his expression. No warmth, no hope, only cold, focused hatred. His gaze swept the battlefield like a trained hunter. His eyes passed over a hand-covered villain, a warping villain, Aizawa barely conscious, students scattered and frightened. Then his focus locked on Izuku. His face contorted. All Might fixed Izuku with one venomous word, addressing him as if he were the enemy he had been hunting for decades. In All Might's eyes, Izuku was all for one. Before Izuku could process the accusation, All Might blurred forward. The movement was not a warning. It was a strike of overwhelming force. The blow connected, and Izuku's head snapped aside as the impact sent his body flying across the USJ like a ragdoll. Concrete broke where he crashed through a support pillar, and he skidded to a stop 30 feet away. The shockwave knocked Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima off balance. Nana screamed. Aizawa's vision blurred as he cried out for All Might to stop. All Might did not listen. When Izuku hit the ground, everyone feared the worst. The strike had been delivered with the kind of force All Might reserved for the most dangerous foes. Shigaraki and Kurogyari, retreating, saw the hit mid-warp. Kurogyari froze. Shigaraki laughed wildly, convinced Izuku had been killed. They vanished. Dust settled around a crater where Izuku lay. For a breath no one moved. Then Izuku stirred a broken cough, a shaky inhale, a low groan. His visor lay shattered a few feet away in glittering fragments. The mask he had crafted was gone. 2 recently acquired quirks activated immediately. Shock absorption lessened the worst of the impact, and super regeneration began to stitch and restore him. Muscles reset, injury sealed. He pushed up on an elbow and spat out dust, his voice weak and shaky as he asked what that had been for. Bakugo's jaw dropped. Todoroki stared as if he had seen someone survive a meteor strike. Nana's hands trembled, tears gathering because she recognized the voice. Aizawa let out a breath of relief. Izuku staggered to his feet, wiping his mouth. All Might stepped forward, fists tensed and muscles coiled, pointing at Izuku and accusing him of being all for one because of the powers and the ruined mask. Gasps rippled through the room. Izuku blinked in stunned confusion before anger flared. He insisted that he was not all for one, but All Might refused to believe him. All Might accused him of lying. The accusation cut deeper than the physical pain. Izuku's mask was gone, his identity exposed, his life nearly taken by a man he had once admired and wanted to emulate. All Might did not recognize the boy he had raised or the child he had left. He only saw a villain. Izuku clenched his fists, green sparks crackling as more stolen quirks surged into action. He realized this was no misunderstanding. All Might had tried to kill him, and Izuku understood why. He met All Might's glare and accepted coldly that he would be seen as a monster. The battlefield trembled as everyone understood the real fight had begun. There was barely time to breathe before All Might was on him again. The golden tuxedo became a blur as All Might closed the distance with crushing momentum. Izuku yelped and used instant transmission to shift 10 meters to the left as a fist the size of a boulder smashed the floor where his ribs had been. Shards of concrete sprayed past his cape. Students screamed. Aizawa cursed. Nana covered her mouth. Izuku reappeared midair, twisting to regain control and admonished All Might to calm down, but All Might did not. He spun, eyes burning, and launched another assault. Izuku transmitted behind him, then again, as All Might pivoted and struck, stomping the ground and sending a shockwave that nearly slammed Izuku into the ceiling. This was not a measured battle. It was a relentless onslaught from a man who truly believed he was facing his greatest enemy. Izuku fought back because he had to use repulsion rings to deflect a punch, fired a Dragon Fist blast at All Might's side, and landed a blunt force hit into All Might's ribs that slid the symbol of peace back a few feet. The moment showed All Might's resilience and left Izuku astonished at how durable he was. All Might wiped dust from his jaw and declared that he would not allow his students to be harmed by the one he believed stood before him. Izuku transmitted behind All Might and struck at his spine, but All Might twisted and blocked as if the strike were a soft blow. Izuku flew backward and skidded across the ground, pain flaring despite rapid regeneration. He hissed in frustration at how much All Might could absorb and acknowledged, with bitter clarity, that without extreme augmentations he would already be dead. He fired an impure beam and transmitted above All Might to deliver a downward blunt force strike. All Might caught the attack with one hand, the collision heavy and controlled. Izuku swore under his breath in frustration. All Might advanced, fists trembling with the determination to end the threat, and he urged Izuku to give up. All Might declared that Izuku could not win. Izuku gritted his teeth and teleported away before All Might's hand closed on his wrist. Izuku snapped that he was not trying to win and that he was trying not to die. All Might lunged again. Izuku realized the worst part. He did not want to fight his stepfather, but All Might wanted him gone. Exhaustion and pain made it harder to keep fighting. All Might needed only a fraction of an opening, and the exhausted, thrown around Izuku gave him that. All Might's grip closed around Izuku's face. He lifted Izuku off the ground and drove him into the concrete with such force that Izuku was sent reeling, dazed and winded. He tried to react, but his senses were scrambled. All Might leaned down and held him there, pressing him into the crater left by the impact. Panic surged through Izuku. He had fought, survived, and run for so long, but in that moment he felt helpless again, like he hadn't been strong enough. He protested, trying to wrench away. All Might raised his fist. Izuku's eyes flared and he fired a concentrated beam at All Might's shoulder. The attack burned through fabric but barely fazed the older man, who only grew angrier. All Might slammed Izuku back down, then grabbed his right arm and wrenched it. The arm folded at an unnatural angle and Izuku's cry cut through the air. Aizawa, bleeding and barely upright, watched. Something inside him snapped. His eyes burned red as his quirk answered pure willpower. He screamed at All Might to stop. The strength left All Might as if switched off. His muscles loosened and his posture sagged. For a brief instant his true, older form flickered through. He stared at Aizawa, shocked and confused. Aizawa, voice rough and furious, accused All Might of hurting a student and of almost killing a boy. All Might looked down at the figure in the crater, the boy he had nearly killed. Izuku lay unconscious, chest rising and falling in strained breaths. His right arm hung uselessly, he was injured and bleeding. His face, usually hidden, was visible now. Some of the students reacted with gasps. Nana froze. Bakugo's eyes widened in recognition. The doors to the USJ burst open and the rest of the UA staff rushed in. Cementos, Midnight, Present Mike, Vlad King, even Nizu. They demanded answers and assessed the scene. Aizawa collapsed forward, barely keeping himself upright. He identified the boy as Izuku Yagi. Silence slammed into the dome like a tidal wave. All Might's face went pale. But the damage had already been done. Izuku, unconscious and exposed, had no idea his identity was now revealed to everyone. He had no idea the world was about to change. Some time later, Izuku lay in a hospital bed, pale and fragile. His right arm was in a brace and several ribs were taped for support. A neural monitor on his temple pulsed steadily. Heavy suppression cuffs locked his wrists to the bed rails. He was small beneath the blankets, exhausted and medicated, a boy being kept alive as machines and careful treatment did their work. Outside the glass, Nizu stood on a small stool, paws folded behind his back. Detective Naomesa stood beside him, hands in his pockets and a forgotten cup of hospital coffee cooling at his side. They watched the sleeping boy and the vigilante the world had believed dead. Naomesa admitted that Aizawa's account matched what they were seeing. It was indeed Izuku Yagi. Nizu confirmed that the boy also went by Izuku Shimura. They both studied the small figure, the steady mechanical beeps, the restrained, fragile body. Naomasa summarized Aizawa's report. Izuku had been operating alone for a year, taking down traffickers, hostage rings, and black markets. Entire criminal networks had learned to hide after sunset because of him. Nizu noted the belief that All Might thought he was facing a major enemy and that the reaction had been extreme, though understandable in context. Naomasa reminded him that predictability did not excuse what happened. The punch had been delivered with lethal intent. They watched Izuku's fingers twitch against the restraints. Naomasa said the boy was just a kid 13 when he vanished, 14 now, and that his parents had done little to push searches, having moved on quickly. Nizu observed that Izuku had not hidden his past out of deceit but out of survival. He had adapted. Aizawa's actions had already set a course. Naomasa relayed that Aizawa had filled out guardianship forms and did not intend to let Izuku return to his previous life. Nizu remarked that Aizawa had always had a soft spot for lost kids. Naomasa echoed that this particular child fought back. Nizu said that would make him a good fit for life under structure. They fell quiet, each weighing the implications. Naomasa asked what they should do with him now. Nizu studied the sleeping boy with a calm, calculating patience and said that Japan did not need another dangerous power without guidance, but it did need a second chance. He proposed giving Izuku options: structure, a future, not chains. They acknowledged the difficult facts. Izuku had acted as a vigilante, had taken quirks from criminals, and had spilled blood in the course of stopping worse atrocities. But he had also saved Aizawa and students and prevented a massacre. Every quirk he had taken had belonged to perpetrators, not innocents. Intent mattered to them. They watched the boy murmur in his sleep, as if chasing away nightmares. Nizu said Izuku deserved a chance to stop running and to stop fighting alone. Naomasa agreed. Nizu concluded that once Izuku woke, they would make him an offer. He would not be enrolled as a student immediately, but he would be placed under Aizawa's custody, under supervision and guidance. One of the men asked if the boy accepted. Another asked what would happen if he did not. Nizu turned, his eyes glowing with something sharp and bright, and said that if the boy did not accept, they would make sure he lived long enough to decide again. The two men stared at the sleeping vigilante, the runaway child who dismantled crime rings, who faced a Nomu alone, who survived All Might's powerful strike. Izuku Yagi. Izuku Shimura. Foe all for one. Whatever name he chose next, Japan would not be ready for him. Tamura hit the bar floor knees first the moment the warp spat him out, fingers clawing at his neck in furious, broken scratches. Kurojairi steadied himself beside him, his mist crackling unstable from stress. The hideout was dim, lit only by the neon bar sign flickering through the shutters. Empty bottles lay scattered on tables. The whole place smelled of smoke and damp wood. Before Tamura could scream, rant, or smash something, a monitor behind the counter switched on by itself. No video appeared, just a black screen with a pulsing line, and a calm, even, cultured voice asked if they had returned. Tamura's scratches faltered. Kurojairi straightened and bowed his head, addressing the voice as Sensei and confirming they had returned. Sensei's voice asked how their field test had gone, whether All Might was dead, and whether the Nomu remained intact. Kurojairi answered that All Might and the students had survived. Eraserhead had been severely injured, and 13 had been incapacitated, but the Nomu had been destroyed. He admitted this with shame. Sensei asked softly whether the Nomu had been destroyed by All Might. Tamura's teeth clenched, and he snapped that it had not been All Might. He broke into a raw, furious confession that it had been the vigilante, the blue-haired kid who had taken the Nomu's quirks. He could not finish cleanly. His hands shook. Sensei, disturbingly calm, repeated the name the vigilante had been given and said that he had known of him, only surprised the boy had appeared that day. He remarked with measured amusement that the child had been busy and that a single setback did not end a war. Sensei assured them there would be other opportunities, more Nomu, more plans, and more chances to kill All Might. He added that he was curious about the young vigilante and that they should keep an eye on him. The monitor clicked off. Silence swallowed the bar. Kurojairi stood stiff and quiet, processing the orders. Tamura exhaled, rage twisting into an ugly, shaking grin, and muttered that they would see how long the brat lasted. Even as he said it, there was fear in him, because the Nomu had not simply lost its threat, had been neutralized, and it was now in Yue's custody, its quirks stripped away. Tamura and Kurogiri both understood that Foe All for One was not just a vigilante but someone far more dangerous, someone All Might himself had tried and failed to kill, and someone Sensei had just taken an interest in. The room was dim and quiet, lit only by the soft glow of a heart monitor and the faint hum of fluorescent lights. Izuku lay strapped to the bed, arms trembling, breath shaking violently as panic crashed over him like a wave he could not ride out. His vision blurred, his chest burned, and worst of all, he could not feel any of his quirks. No eye laser, no shield, no regeneration. It felt like losing all his limbs at once. A strangled wheeze escaped him. The panic attack hit hard and fast. Hyperventilation, shaking, the horrible sensation of drowning without water. He pulled weakly at the cuffs, mind racing in terrified spirals. The door opened and Aizawa entered, wrapped head to toe in bandages with his arm in a sling, looking battered but alive. He shuffled over, sat on the edge of the bed, and placed a cool, folded cloth against Izuku's sweat-damp blue hair, a grounding trick he used with panicking students. Izuku's breath began to slow, enough to ease the spiral. Aizawa told him to breathe and assured him that he was safe and that nobody was hurting him. Izuku, still shaking and pale, tried to respond and stumbled over an embarrassed greeting, calling Aizawa uncle. Aizawa let out a short snort and remarked that Izuku was trying to act tough while tied to a bed and half-conscious, the same Izuku he remembered. The gentle exchange brought a small, fragile smile to Izuku's face. Aizawa squeezed his shoulder carefully, mindful of wounds. The door swung open again and Detective Naomasa stepped in, older and tired, pausing with relief when he saw Izuku awake. Naomasa said he was glad Izuku had returned to consciousness and noted that it had been a whole year and that Izuku had given them all one hell of a scare. Izuku looked down at his restrained hands, throat tightening at the unexpected warmth and concern from people he had feared would abandon him. Aizawa said that they had a lot to talk about, and Naomasa agreed, but both urged him first to keep breathing and to remember that he was not alone anymore. They told him they had him. Izuku's eyes stung. His chest hurt in a different way now. He whispered that he was okay. Aizawa rested a hand on his shoulder. Naomasa smiled softly. For the first time in a year, Izuku did not feel like he was drowning. The door creaked open again, and both Aizawa and Naomasa turned instinctively, expecting another doctor or nurse. Instead, a small cane tapped the floor, followed by cheerful humming. Recovery Girl shuffled in first, lips pursed and cheeks puffed in that permanent, exasperated expression that suggested kids were always getting themselves hurt. Right behind her came a creature most people would never expect to meet in a hospital room. Small, round, white-furred, dressed in a neatly pressed vest and tie, with bright button eyes and an unervingly intelligent smile. It was Principal Nizu. Nizu announced cheerfully that he was pleased to find Izuku awake and well. Izuku blinked, completely thrown off by the tiny, hopping figure. Nizu stopped beside the bed, hands politely folded behind his back, and introduced himself to Izuku Yagi while noting the alias Izuku had been using. Izuku tensed and his breath hitched. Aizawa's hand pressed gently against his shoulder to calm him. Recovery Girl harumphed and pointed out that any attempt to harm the staff would not have succeeded, given how many regenerative quirks Izuku apparently possessed, if the rumors were true. Nizu nodded enthusiastically and called the situation both fascinating and terrifying. Izuku tried not to sink into the mattress as the principal took a chair with surprising grace and explained, apologizing for the restraints and describing Izuku's power set as uniquely problematic. Now that Izuku was awake, lucid, and not attempting to turn the nursing staff into quirk donors, Nizu said they could discuss his future. Izuku asked quietly about his future. Nizu smiled and said that Izuku's situation presented an unprecedented opportunity. Aizawa warned Nizu to keep it simple. Nizu obliged and outlined 3 potential paths: joining UA High School as a student, becoming a licensed vigilante under the underground network the adults called a stealth pro, or a hybrid track combining part-time attendance at UA with sanctioned field work for the underground hero network. When Nizu described option 1, he explained that Izuku would be supervised, supported, legally covered, and allowed to train his quirk in a structured environment, with adjustments and secrecy required. For option 2, Aizawa added that Izuku would work with them within rules, not hunted or arrested. Nizu described it as a lighter form of hero work with less paperwork and more dramatic rooftop moments. The hybrid option was explained as a combination of both, with part-time academic and social life at UA and field missions under the underground network. Naomasa muttered that the hybrid track would be legally messy but workable. Nizu beamed and called it messy but not impossible. Izuku stared at the adults around him, Aizawa sitting injured beside him, Naomasa offering a small, encouraging nod, recovery girl checking his chart, and the principal smiling like a proud parent. His mind spun between the memory of running away into the rain a year ago and now being offered choices he had never imagined. Nizu stepped closer and assured Izuku that he was not a monster, only a boy with a rare quirk and a painful past, and that UA did not judge him for surviving. Aizawa added that Izuku would not have to survive alone anymore. Izuku did not know what to say, but for the first time he did not feel like he had to run. He stared at the ceiling for a long moment, jaw tight, wrists still trembling in the cuffs. Aizawa and Naomasa gave him time, and Nizu remained patient. Finally, Izuku said he would think about the offer but that he had conditions. All three adults tensed slightly. Nizu welcomed the conditions and asked what they were. Izuku asked first to keep using his quirk in full. He insisted he would not abuse it or take from innocent people, but he would not stop targeting villains, corrupt professionals, and underground criminals because it was the only reason he had survived. Aizawa found that demand negotiable, and Nizu, clearly intrigued, explained that they preferred to monitor his quirk use rather than restrict it. As long as Izuku did not target civilians or licensed heroes, they could work something out. Naomasa confirmed they would defend him if he stayed on the right side of the law, even if it was at the edge. Izuku's second condition was no involvement with the Yagi family. He said he wanted no visits, no reunions, and no family meetings unless it was an emergency, because they had made clear he was not part of their family. His hands clenched in the cuffs as he said it. Silence followed, heavy and respectful. Aizawa broke the silence and reached into his bandaged coat. He produced a stack of official-looking documents and placed them on the table beside the bed with solemn care. Aizawa explained that he and Naomasa had talked after Izuku went missing and again after Aizawa found him, and that Aizawa had not intended to let him go back to the Yagis. The documents were the paperwork for a full, legal adoption. Aizawa offered to provide Izuku with a new, permanent family if he wanted it. Nizu offered Izuku the chance to stop being Izuku Yagi permanently and become Izuku Aizawa. Izuku's breath caught. His throat tightened and his eyes stung. Nizu smiled, calm and warm, and explained that the option had already been approved and the courts would not object given the Yagi's neglect. All that remained was Izuku's signature. Aizawa leaned forward and told him there was no pressure and no rush, but that the offer was real and it was his. Izuku could not speak. For the second time that day, he did not feel like an orphan. He felt like someone choosing a home. The Yagi household, usually loud, warm, and proud of its hero legacy, sat in a choking silence. Nozomi Nana Estrella Yagi sat at the dining table with her head down, fingers twitching against the wood. Inko stood near the sink, frozen mid-wash, her knuckles white around a dish towel. Tashinori sat across from his daughter with sunken eyes and a clenched jaw, still showing the wear of his weakened form. None of them touched their food. None of them spoke for several minutes. They had learned that Izukiyagi, the boy they had dismissed and neglected, was alive and, in Tashinori's view, wielded all for one, the very quirk he had spent decades fighting and the same power that had taken Nana Shimura. Eventually Tashinori broke the silence. He told his daughter to listen carefully and informed her that she now carried one for all as the 9th user, that with that power came a responsibility every previous user had accepted, and that she might have to face Izuku. Inko gasped softly. Tashinori explained that Izuku had defeated the Nomu and faced pro-heroes, and that his quirk appeared to be all for one or a variant of it. Either way, He was dangerous and likely to grow stronger. Nana looked haunted, confused, terrified, and guilty. She protested that Izuku was her brother. Toshinori said he knew and that he was sorry, but if Izuku became a threat too large for the hero world to contain, the duty of one for all could require her to stop him. Nana's hands trembled and then curled into fists as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. She remembered Izuku carrying her when she had scraped her knee, teaching her how to hold chopsticks, walking her to school, and calling her Starshine. The image of him at USJ, blue hair, glowing eyes, destroying the Nomu, burned just as bright. Standing abruptly, she declared that she would not let him hurt anyone. Her voice wavered, but her resolve did not. She did not want to fight him, but if he was truly dangerous and had gone too far, she would do what she had to and swore to try to protect the world. Toshinori nodded solemnly, pride and pain mixed in his eyes. Inko cried silently as Nana pressed her hand to her chest and felt one for all sparking beneath her skin. She promised herself that the 9th user of One for All would not let the world fall, even if that meant facing her own brother. The promise hung in the air, neither heroic nor cruel, simply inevitable. Izuku sat upright in the hospital bed, flexing his fingers slowly and watching with mild awe as the dull ache in his bones faded. Shock absorption and super regeneration had done much of the work, and speedy recovery had finished the rest. The cuffs were off, his arms were free, his quirks were back online, and for the first time since USJ he could breathe without feeling like he was suffocating. The door opened and a tall, elegant woman with tied-back blonde hair and sharp eyes entered. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission moved with the authority of someone used to making hard decisions. She introduced him as Izuku Shimura, or Fo All for One depending on the hour, and laid a small black case onto the tray. Beside his bed, Izuku hesitated, then opened it. Inside was a provisional hero license bearing his new name, Izuku Aizawa Shimura, temporarily registered as a multi-type defensive vigilance Quirk Hoarder. He blinked in disbelief. The president explained that Nizu had called in a considerable debt, and she had authorized special licensing for him under supervision. She warned that his quirk made him dangerous and his history made him unpredictable, but his results, DSPLN, and restraint made him useful. She added that many in the underworld feared him and urged him to use the license wisely, warning that if he embarrassed the commission or Nizu the arrangement would be very temporary. With that she left. Aizawa pushed off the wall and walked over to the bed. He looked healthier, his sling gone and most of his bandages removed, his posture steadier. Izuku remarked that he looked good. Aizawa reminded him that Izuku had given him speedy recovery, so it would be rude to waste it. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and tried to apologize for knocking Aizawa out. Aizawa noted that Izuku's stepfather had been the one to do that. Izuku asked if they could not talk about him today and Aizawa shrugged in agreement. Aizawa tossed Izuku a folded set of familiar clothes, cleaned and repaired. He told him that once he dressed, Nizu wanted to finalize a few things, and since Recovery Girl had cleared him, he was free to go. When Izuku asked where he was going, Aizawa said he was going home and clarified that it would be Aizawa's home. Aizawa told Izuku that classes started again Monday and reminded him that, as a part-time hero and part-time student who sometimes caused trouble, he needed an adult around to keep him from causing citywide damage. Izuku slumped back onto the bed and protested that it had only happened once. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and pointed out that Izuku had leveled a warehouse. Izuku insisted it had been abandoned. Aizawa only raised his eyebrow further. Izuku sighed, but a small warmth bloomed in his chest at the thought of a new home, a new name, a license, and a future. He slid the license into his pocket and murmured to himself that he really was doing this. Aizawa tousled his hair, welcomed him to UA, and warned him not to stress him out too much. Izuku grinned and replied that he could make no promises. The front door slammed open hard enough to rattle the shoe rack, and two voices, one bubbly, one calm, called his name at once. Himiko Toga barreled into Izuku, hugging him fiercely. She pressed close with obvious relief and exclaimed how scared she had been while trying to reach him, admitting she had almost caused a scene at the medical ward to see him. Izuku laughed nervously and told her to calm down and not to cause trouble for the staff. Kana Tsutsumi stepped in quietly behind Himiko and pulled Izuku into a slow, tight, relieved embrace of her own. She scolded him for disappearing for 2 days and said how worried she had been for someone she cared about. Izuku blushed between them and explained that All Might had hit him so hard he felt knocked out of himself. Himiko squealed that he was being unhelpful by talking about it, and Kana bumped his forehead gently in a light, familiar gesture. Kana looked around the small hallway at the coat stand, shoe rack, and the faint smell of tea and cats that lingered in Aizawa's apartment. She noted casually that this was where he was living now, with Eraserhead. Izuku explained that Aizawa had adopted him. Himiko gasped loudly and, in an overexcited burst, declared how cool it was that he had a proper home now. Kana smiled softly and said it was about time someone gave him a proper place. Aizawa stepped around the corner holding a pack of bandages and stopped when he saw all 3 of them together. He blinked and asked why there was a pile of people in his hallway. Himiko answered exuberantly that it was because they loved him, and Kana added that he was theirs in the sense that they cared for him. Izuku felt his face heat at the display. Aizawa sighed, noting that they were going to need rules, and the others immediately began joking about sleeping arrangements. Aizawa clarified that he had meant rules about behavior rather than sleeping positions. Sandwiched between them, Izuku let out a small, genuine laugh. For the first time in years, he felt like he had a home. Izuku slept soundly, tangled with his 2 companions in an affectionate, sleepy heap that would have made Aizawa question every life choice. Instead of warm dreams, he fell straight into the mindscape he had visited before, a vast black void with no floor or sky, only an endless spread of floating lights. Each light represented a stolen quirk, each flicker an echo of a personality. The constellations shifted with the weight of his choices. He stood barefoot, breathing slowly as his eyes adjusted to the scattered stars. From behind him, the familiar presence that housed a variant of All for One addressed him as a returning thief. Izuku turned without flinching. The vestige that represented that power hovered like a taller, sharper shadow of Izuku himself, its eyes a faint green glow. Izuku admitted he had a lot going on and mentioned that All Might had struck him so hard it felt like his soul had been knocked out, a comment that earned a dry response from the vestige about his stubbornness and the power's refusal to let him die easily. The vestige noted that Izuku had expanded his collection of abilities since they last met, and Izuku joked that he might be hoarding them. The vestige then grew serious and gestured toward a part of the mindscape Izuku rarely examined. A cluster of lights hovered there, the familiar stolen stars like repulsion rings, dragon fist, grapple, and strength boosts. At the center of the cluster was a bright white star with 6 smaller stars orbiting it. One of the orbiting stars was pink, warm, and soft, like a heartbeat. Izuku frowned and observed that it had grown closer since his last visit. The vestige agreed that it was drawing nearer and that the gravity of the place felt real. Izuku recognized the white core and identified it as One for All. The vestige explained that it was the legacy of several users, each having embedded something within that central star, and that Izuku was tied to it by lineage and proximity. Izuku thought of his grandmother and the faint connection that lingered in his DNA. The vestige confirmed that One for All recognized lineage and that this was why its presence was approaching Izuku's mindscape. Izuku wondered aloud whether it was trying to merge with him. The vestige said not yet, but that the power saw him. When Izuku asked what it wanted, the vestige noted, in the measured voice he always used, that power seeks a successor. Izuku felt his stomach drop as he considered what that implied. The vestige reassured him that nothing had been decided yet, but that the connection was real and noticeable, and it asked if Izuku could feel it. Izuku hesitated, then remembered that he had felt something during the USJ incident. Izuku felt watched. The vestige in his mind nodded toward the stars and identified them as the echoes of previous users, the other half of his inheritance. Izuku exhaled shakily, thinking that One for All was watching him, that his sister might have to fight him, and that All Might wanted him dead. The vestige observed that he thrived under pressure. When Izuku asked what would happen if One for All got too close, the vestige answered that it would be a collision not of quirks, but of destinies. Izuku sat suspended on air, legs dangling, and watched the white star, the power his father had wanted to give to Nana, draw slowly closer. The vestige said sooner or later the two would meet. Izuku resolved to deal with it when it happened. The stars pulsed in response. Somewhere in the real world, between two warm bodies curled around him, Izuku stirred in his sleep as the universe inside him shifted. Aizawa stood at the podium while the class buzzed with nerves and gossip about the USJ incident. He announced that a new student would be transferring into the hero course, instructed everyone to treat him with respect or face consequences, and called Shimurazawa to enter. The door opened and Izuku walked in, blue hair neat but fluffed, red eyes calm but bright, a small bandage on his cheek, UA uniform pristine, posture relaxed but respectful. He bowed politely and introduced himself as Izuku Shimurazawa, happy to join Class 1A and looking forward to learning with everyone. The class murmured with curiosity. Bakugo froze, Nana stared as if seeing a ghost and let her pencil roll off her desk. Izuku offered a small, warm smile in their direction. Bakugo's jaw clenched and Nana felt her heart stop. Aizawa, stone-faced, hid the smallest proud smile and told everyone to stop staring, inviting Shimurazawa to sit wherever he wanted as. Class began. The beginning had arrived. Lunch at UA felt different. Izuku sat at a far table, scarf off, visor tucked away, sleeves rolled up, facing a mountain of food: katsudon, miso soup, rice, carriage. He had just taken his first bite when several classmates approached and asked to join him. Kirishima pulled out a chair and asked to sit. Shiro leaned forward to ask about the transfer. Mina gushed about his hair, peppering him with questions. Tokoyami bowed and commented on the interesting aura of his presence. Ochako asked tentatively about his background, and Denki pointed out his striking eyes. Izuku had expected the attention. Aizawa had warned him that kids were nosy. He set down his chopsticks and offered rapid-fire answers so everyone would get something. He explained that his appetite was always like this, that the transfer had been last-minute and complicated, that his hair was natural for the most part, that Aizawa had recently adopted him, and that he could not fully control his eyes. The table reacted with impressed noises. Mina compared him to a cool stray cat Aizawa had taken home. Kirishima invited him to train sometime, and Tokoyami acknowledged the shadows. Izuku laughed it off and said he was just trying to fit in. Ochako welcomed him, and for the first time in years Izuku felt accepted and normal. He hid a tiny blush behind another bite of katsudon. Across the cafeteria, Bakugo watched silently with his jaw clenched. At another table, Nana stared with an expression no one could quite read, a tangle of hurt, longing, and confusion. Izuku did not notice, but he knew the question was coming the moment Mina leaned in with the obvious look. He set his chopsticks down with the slow dread of someone about to answer a loaded question. Kirishima tried to reassure him that it was fine if he did not want to say, but Izuku interrupted and insisted he needed to tell them. He revealed that his quirk was called All for One. Silence fell. Denki reacted with admiration, and others noted the name's contrast with One for All. Izuku nodded and lifted his hand to show a small, dark hole in the center of his palm. Some students leaned back, others leaned closer. A gentle swirl of green energy flickered around his fingers as he demonstrated the basics without using anyone's powers. He explained that All for One allowed him to take quirks from people he touched and use them or give them to someone else. The room sat in stunned quiet, and Ochako's eyes widened at the implication. A classmate asked if he could take them permanently, and Izuku avoided her eyes. Tokoyami murmured that it sounded like a power of kings or tyrants. Mina whispered, surprised at how strong he seemed. Izuku forced a tiny smile and explained that he managed, but only took quirks from willing donors. He had tossed that detail out casually. Kirishima nodded approvingly and declared that was super manly. Denki snorted and joked that if he had Izuku's quirk he would assume. Willing donor meant someone had been knocked out first. Izuku coughed loudly into his katsudon. Mina smirked and teased him, and he tried to redirect before the teasing overwhelmed him. He said that he only kept a few at a time, naming things like super regeneration, strength boosts, force shield, and then mentioning grapple as particularly fun. The last one got everyone excited. Shiro said it was like Spider-Man. Kirishima leaned forward and asked to see it sometime. Jiraiya tapped her earjack and observed that this explained why Izuku's hair and eyes looked different. Izuku felt himself relax as the tension melted into curiosity instead of fear. For once, people didn't look at him like he was dangerous, they looked impressed and a little jealous. From across the room, Bakugo stood up too fast, his chair clattering behind him, staring at Izuku with murder and shock tangled in his eyes. Nana looked like she had seen a ghost. Izuku pretended not to notice. Right now his classmates were asking about his quirk with awe instead of hate, and for a kid who had once been told to take a swan dive off a roof, that felt like a small miracle. Aizawa stood at the front of the room with the same slouched posture and deadpan stare as always, which Izuku found oddly comforting. Aizawa told them to settle down and announced that the UA Sports Festival was around the corner. The class erupted in cheers, groans, and excited chatter. Kirishima pumped his fist, Mina kicked her legs under her desk, and Kaminari immediately started bragging. Izuku did not cheer. He was internally salivating. Aizawa noticed and Izuku saw the teacher's eyes crinkle slightly behind the scarf, a hidden chuckle. When Aizawa raised an eyebrow, Izuku tried to wipe the hungry gleam off his face, but it was too late. Aizawa knew exactly what that look meant. Izuku wasn't thinking about glory or fame, he was thinking about quirks, hundreds of them, all in one place. He swallowed, thinking about the possibilities and about willing donors. From the corner, Jiraiya asked Momo why Izuku looked like he wanted to devour the competition. Bakugo scowled and muttered that of course Izuku was drooling. Nana sat stiffly and did not look at him. Aizawa clapped once, told them to settle down, and told Izuku to wipe his mouth because he looked like a villain in a buffet line. The class snickered and Izuku buried his face in his scarf. The sports festival was not just an event to Izuku, it was an opportunity. He knew it was a god-tier buffet of quirks and he wanted to dig in, but he was determined to keep his code. He had earned every quirk he had from scum criminals, abusers, murderers, never from someone innocent. He was not that kind of monster. What he needed was a copying quirk. No theft, no harm, just data collection. He tapped his foot under the desk, impatient. One student at UA came close, class 1, BS Nito Monoma, whose copy quirk lasted only 10 minutes and was useless for long-term planning. Izuku needed something better. Weeks earlier he had contacted Jiren, a sleazy but connected man who could find any ability on the black market. Jiren had warned that copying quirks were rare and often taken by companies or locked in research labs, but he had agreed to keep an eye out. Izuku had nodded. He was patient, and patience paid off when seeking power. Now the sports festival was the perfect scouting ground. Even without stealing, he could observe, analyze, and predict, and perhaps identify which quirks he might want someday. He reminded himself to copy first and steal second, to preserve his ethics. Kaminari leaned over and asked what he had muttered, but Izuku said it was nothing. Aizawa reminded them that the festival would be broadcast worldwide and not to embarrass him. Izuku smiled inwardly. He was not thinking about embarrassment, he planned to put on a show that would also serve his research goals. Aizawa dismissed the class with his usual warning to go home and stay safe, and the students began filing out. Before Izuku left, Aizawa called him to stay. A few students glanced back, Bakugo suspicious, Nana confused, but Izuku nodded and waited until the room emptied and the door clicked shut. Aizawa shed the tired teacher act and leaned against the desk like someone about to give a serious talk. He asked Izuku to tell him his plan for the festival. Izuku admitted that he had not planned much and that his nightly fights kept him warmed up. Aizawa gave him a look that said do not play dumb. He pointed out Izuku's extensive experience, combat, mobility, situational awareness, reminding him that Izuku had fought villains, professionals, crime rings, and quirked mercenaries, and that he had even killed a Nomu, a fact Aizawa did not like. Izuku raised his hands defensively and said the Nomu had tried to kill Aizawa. Aizawa sighed and asked how Izuku planned to act at the festival, warning that he could not fight like a villain, no lethal force, no lethal combos, and absolutely no stealing of quirks. Izuku nodded and affirmed that he had already promised Nizu he would not break that rule. Aizawa then asked about his training, and Izuku replied that it would be the same as usual. Sparring. Izuku planned to see if Kana or Himiko wanted to test new combos. He intended to practice quirk management too, switching between abilities faster and testing non-lethal moves. Aizawa squinted and told him he did not sound remotely stressed. Izuku smiled honestly and said he was not stressed, explaining that this felt easier compared to fighting Endeavor in the rain or dodging Mirko when she was furious. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and asked him to stop speaking that way so casually. Izuku chuckled, and Aizawa's expression softened as he told him he would do well and to be careful, because many eyes would be on him, some friendly and some not. Izuku swallowed, understanding the warning: the commission, the underworld, certain villains, and even his former family. Aizawa placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that he had nothing to prove to anyone but himself. Izuku nodded, eyes sharp, and meeting Aizawa's gaze, said he heard him and called him Dad. Aizawa froze, blinked, then coughed into his scarf to hide his pinking ears. He waved him away and muttered for him to go home before he made him sentimental. Izuku chuckled as he left. Later, Izuku and Himiko stalked the rooftop edge like two shadows under the midnight sky. The streets below were empty after a long week of waiting and hoping Jiren delivered. Tonight was payday. Izuku felt practically vibrating inside his suit as his visor tracked the target's heat signature with crystal clarity. The man emerged from an underground gambling den, greasy, middle-aged, wearing a cheap jacket, a quirk trafficker and black market broker who hurt people because he could. A perfect donor. Izuku indicated through his visor that that was him. Himiko grinned, fangs showing under her mask, and suggested he looked like an easy target to take down. Izuku reminded her there would be no stabbing until after he secured the quirk. Himiko pouted and insisted she would be the one to deal with him afterward. Izuku laughed. This was their twisted version of date night, and somehow it felt comforting. Izuku crouched lower on the rooftop, cape fluttering in the breeze. His new visor, freshly rebuilt after All Might had damaged the old one, scanned the man and highlighted a faint, pulsing node of quirk activity. Everything Jiren had said matched up: half-cut, a copying quirk at 50% power, stable and clean, and easily enhanced. Izuku's heart thumped faster. With this, he could copy innocuous quirks safely, study them, strategize, and reach the next level. He liked his lips behind the mask, feeling like a starving wolf staring at a lamb. Himiko leaned against his back and noted that his breathing was getting odd, asking if he was okay. Izuku assured her he was great and said this was the one he had been waiting for. She giggled and wondered how the trafficker would react. Izuku predicted he would scream first. They dropped from the rooftop as quietly as falling snow. Izuku landed behind the man without a sound while Himiko poised on a dumpster like a feral cat ready to pounce. The man froze. Izuku's mask spoke in a low, distorted tone, greeting the man, and the trafficker spun around pale and stunned, trying to name him as foe all for one. Izuku placed a hand on the man's shoulder and a green flare erupted between their palms. The man cried out, and Himiko clapped excitedly. Izuku watched the swirl of energy slide into his hand and felt a new star form somewhere in his inner mindscape: half-cut, stable, clean, copying exactly what he had sought. Izuku stepped back and cracked his knuckles. Himiko tilted her head and asked if it was good. Izuku smiled behind the mask and said this changed everything. The trafficker collapsed to his knees, sobbing and clutching hands that were now without a quirk. Himiko, eager, asked if they should take him down now. Izuku agreed but instructed her not to kill him. He needed the man alive so Jiren could be pressured later. Himiko spun a small blade between her fingers with a flourish but did not use it to harm him. She then chased the man down the alley to subdue him while Izuku watched something else: the faint shimmer swirling in his palm, a new tool and a new way to grow without breaking his oath—an edge for the sports festival that no one expected. Suddenly, a cold, razor-sharp spike of instinct screamed at him to move. A force shield flared to life around Izuku with a loud thump, just in time for something fast, heavy, and furious to slam into it like a meteor. The impact shook the alley, cracked concrete, and sent dust flying. Izuku skidded back half a meter even while his super strength braced him. Standing in the crater she had created was Mirko, the rabbit hero he had narrowly avoided months ago, muscles flexed, ears up, eyes burning. She looked like she had found her favorite prey again. Mirko grinned with a fierce, predatory joy and teased him that it had been a long time, calling him Blue Boy. Izuku swallowed hard. He had not sensed her coming. Mirko cracked her knuckles and accused him of thinking he could hide forever as foe all for one. She reminded him that he had given Hawks, Endeavor, and herself a workout that night and that she had been itching for a rematch. Izuku's mind raced. Himiko was still subduing the trafficker down the alley. He was alone with no prep, and Mirko was fast enough to end the fight in an instant if he made a mistake. He lowered his stance and told himself he was ready too. Mirko did not give him a chance to breathe. She launched forward with the wild, reckless speed she was famous for, more like a cannonball with legs than a person. The pavement cracked under each of her kicks as she closed the distance in a blink. Izuku stepped into her attack rather than retreating. Her eyes widened for the briefest moment because he was not the same kid she had chased months ago. Their blows collided. Izuku moved like a storm of borrowed power. He twisted his wrist, letting aim dodge guide his body at the perfect angle and slip just under her swinging heel. Her kick carved a trench through the asphalt where his head had been moments before. Izuku countered instantly. Blunt force surged through his fist, doubled by super strength that tightened every muscle. Repulsion rings flared around his knuckles, adding explosive recoil with each strike. A ring of white energy snapped outward from his punch. The hit connected with Mirko's forearm as she blocked, and the shockwave blasted her back 3 meters. She landed in a crouch, boots skidding, eyes blazing with a fierce grin and a clear hunger for the fight. She voiced her exhilaration at the clash and prepared for the next exchange. Izuku did not waste time. He vanished, instant transmission, snapping him behind Mirko in a single thought. He fired a short-range burst of impure beam, a palm-sized flash of destructive light aimed at her legs enough to slow her, not to maim. Mirko felt the heat and kicked off the nearest wall, rebounding upward like a pinball. The beam scorched the ground below. She twisted midair, laughing as she told him he was not running tonight. Izuku spun, force shield flaring an instant before she dropped again with a double heel drop meant to his chest. The shield cracked but held. Izuku's eyes glowed green behind his mask as he told her he was not running, only testing. Mirko's grin turned feral and she declared she would test until something broke. Her muscles coiled like steel cables pulled to the breaking point, and she crouched low, legs trembling with explosive power, growling that she wanted to see if he could handle it. She kicked off the ground and launched into Lunar Arc. In one blink she carved a crescent-shaped path through the air, moving so fast she tore up the ground behind her in a glowing half-moon of dust and cracked pavement. Izuku barely had time to bring up a force shield before she struck spinning, drop-kicking, a whirlwind of pure muscle and momentum. Her heel slammed into the shield with a sonic crack and the shield shattered. Izuku was thrown backward like a ragdoll. He flipped midair, aim dodge adjusting his rotation at the last second so he landed sliding instead of face-first into concrete. His boots scraped a long trench across the asphalt before he caught himself. Mirko landed like a meteor, legs flexing and grinning, declaring that now they were talking. Izuku's heart hammered, half adrenaline, half genuine excitement. He had wanted to see one of her signature moves up close for as long as he could remember. His visor flickered red warnings and his forearm ached from absorbing the blow. He knew that if that kick had hit him clean, he would be in pieces. Mirko cracked her neck left, then right, calling him a copycat and challenging him to round 2. Izuku inhaled slowly, raising his palm as green energy swirled. He agreed to dance. Mirko charged again and Izuku moved to meet her. He steadied himself, breath sharp, heart pounding in a way that was not fear but thrill. Mirko was not just some pro hero, she had been someone he admired long before his life changed. Her ferocity, confidence, and refusal to back down were things he did not want to disappoint. She lunged, already twisting for another lunar arc, dust exploding behind her like a rocket trail. In Izuku's mind something clicked into place, a connection of quirks he had not tried combining before. A reckless, brilliant idea. He smirked behind his mask and decided to try it. He snapped forward, Instant transmission put him in front of her in a blink. Shock absorption took the brunt of her momentum as she slammed into him, and then he channeled everything at once. His palm glowed violently green. Blunt force flooded his arm and super strength stacked on top, muscles tensing like steel. Repulsion rings spun into existence around his fist. Dragon fist ignited, a roaring spectral beast forming around his arm. Impure beam coiled inside the dragon's jaws like a laser primed to detonate. He announced it as a new move to himself and called it Dragon Breaker. Mirko's eyes widened as she felt the pressure shift, the air rumble, and the street groan beneath them. Izuku slammed his fist forward. The spectral dragon opened its mouth, the impure beam fired, and the blunt force repulsion wave detonated. A shock wave erupted so violently that windows down the block rattled. Mirko crossed her arms in front of her face just in time. The blast collided with her like a freight train wrapped in fireworks, launching her backward in a spinning arc through a parked truck and into a building wall that cracked under the force. For 2 seconds there was silence. Then smoke billowed from the hole she had made. Izuku panted hard, his arms steaming and visor glitching from the output. Himiko, standing down the alley, whispered that it had been incredible, entirely forgetting the captive tied up and gagged behind her. A chunk of wall crumbled and Mirko stepped through it, bruised, with a split lip and hair wild, grinning as if she had just found religion. Mirko laughed and called the moment awesome, already asking for round 3 and warning that he'd better hit her harder next time. Before anything else could happen, Aizawa's scarf wrapped around her waist, yanking her off the ground like a misbehaving animal. He told her to stop fighting his son. Mirko blinked, then looked from Aizawa to Izuku and back again, asking whose son he was referring to. Izuku, still panting and steaming from Dragon Breaker with his bones quietly snapping back into place thanks to super regeneration, watched the insanity unfold 10 feet away. Aizawa stood there with the scarf wrapped tight around Mirko's torso, his eye glowing faintly as he erased her quirk completely. Mirko kicked her legs and demanded to be released, insisting she had been winning. Aizawa told her she had not been winning. Izuku felt his stomach drop. No one spoke to Mirko like that except the very top heroes and Aizawa on a bold day. Mirko tried to twist free and asked what the fuss about him being Aizawa's son was. Aizawa tightened the scarf slightly to stop her wriggling and said that if she had read the updated case file she would know the former criminal was no longer wanted. Mirko admitted she had not read it because it was boring. Aizawa muttered in agreement. Mirko stared at him, then at Izuku who was standing there with a half-melted sleeve, glowing eyes, and steam rising from his hair and repeated incredulously that he had adopted the quirk-stealing gremlin. Izuku pointed at himself in mild offense and said that he had a name. Aizawa explained that he had adopted a traumatized teenager who had survived a year alone, become a vigilante, and saved his life. He was not a gremlin. Izuku offered a sheepish admission that sometimes he could be a little gremlin. Aizawa hissed under his breath that the comment was not helping. Mirko barked out a laugh and teased Aizawa about being a single dad. Mirko admitted she had not thought she would see the day, and she stared at Izuku again, eyebrows raised. She asked incredulously whether he really let the boy call him dad. Izuku immediately looked away, cheeks flushing behind his visor. Aizawa froze and told her that it was none of her business. Mirko smirked and said it was very much her business now, pointing out that she had just fought Izuku and that he packed a surprising kick. She popped her shoulder back into place and winced. Aizawa finally released her, his scarf unwrapping reluctantly, and he flatly explained to Rumi that Izuku was legally cleared, training under Yue's supervision, and that she was not to attack him in alleys like a feral animal hunting snacks. Mirko crossed her arms and reminded him that Izuku had hit her with a laser dragon. Aizawa replied that Izuku had done that because she tried to put a hole in his chest. Aizawa conceded the point and asked her to please go home. Mirko pointed at Izuku and declared that they would finish their fight someday. Izuku pleaded for her not to. Mirko laughed and leapt away, disappearing down the street with a pair of powerful kicks, gone as fast as she had arrived. Aizawa turned to Izuku and asked if he was hurt. Izuku shook his head and explained that his regeneration had already kicked in. Aizawa examined him anyway and acknowledged that it was good before warning him to stop improvising ridiculous moves in back alleys. Izuku mumbled that the move had not been ridiculous and that it had been awesome. Aizawa sighed and told him he was grounded. Izuku objected that you could not ground a vigilante. Aizawa insisted he absolutely could, since Izuku lived in his house. Izuku deflated, and Aizawa placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Aizawa then urged everyone to go home and included Himiko. From the shadows, Himiko raised her hand and called out that she was still there and that she loved their chaotic family dynamic. Aizawa groaned. It was going to be a long night. Izuku practically vibrated in place in his UA gym uniform, tapping his foot, rocking on his heels, and staring at the waiting room door like it was the gate to a place full of possibilities. Every few seconds he muttered about signatures and possibilities under his breath. Class 1A shifted between excitement, nerves, and pretending not to notice the strange gleam in his eye. Todoroki stepped forward, walked up to Izuku, stopped inches away, and fixed him with his icy, deadpan stare. He calmly declared war on Izuku, explaining that Izuku was too strong to ignore and that he intended to defeat him at the festival using only his ice side, to prove his point. It took a moment for Izuku to process this, and then he let out a baffled laugh and suggested that Todoroki could have simply proposed a good match. Todoroki refused. Bakugo erupted from his seat with a furious outburst, demanding why Todoroki declared war on Deku 2.0 and not on him, the future number one. Todoroki did not even turn to respond and said he was not interested in Bakugo at that moment. Bakugo made an inhuman sound before being gently restrained by a classmate. Izuku stood there, mouth half open, and pointed out that they could have called it a friendly match instead. Present Mick's voice then boomed over the speakers, announcing that Class 1A needed to get ready because they would be on in 30 seconds. Students scrambled as adrenaline surged and the crowd outside roared. Izuku moved toward the exit with the others, rolling his shoulders and breathing in the charged atmosphere, feeling every quirk in the stadium like static on his skin. He grinned, thinking how many quirks, puzzles, and chances lay ahead. This would be fun. The stadium vibrated with noise. Present Mike stood at the center podium, energetic and hyping the crowd, introducing himself with his usual exuberance. Aizawa sat slumped in the commentator's seat, scarf wrapped loosely around his shoulders, and muttered that he hated being there. Present Mike laughed and celebrated his enthusiasm. Aizawa flicked on his mic and told Present Mike to shut up, which only made the audience cheer louder. From the tunnel, Izuku could not help a small smile. Aizawa's reluctance did not change the fact that he had the best possible view of Izuku competing today. Present Mike theatrically announced the future heroes, starting with Class 1A, and the tunnel lit up. The doors slid open and Class 1A stepped out into the arena as the crowd roared like a tidal wave. Izuku walked among his classmates, hands in his pockets, trying not to stare at every quirk signature pulsing around him. It was overwhelming and thrilling. Present Mike continued the introductions as other classes filed in. The judge for the matches, the veteran hero Midnight, strode forward with her whip twirling and offered the crowd a playful wink. She reminded the students that she would serve as judge and referee and warned them not to make her regret showing up. Before the first event began, Midnight called for a representative to give the opening pledge and asked the student who had placed first in the entrance exam to step forward. Bakugo strutted out of one as ranks and took the mic. He bluntly declared that he was going to win. The stadium fell briefly silent and then erupted into a mix of cheers, gasps, laughter, and disbelief. Izuku dragged a hand down his face, not surprised. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose as Present Mike laughed and carried on with the show. The announcer hyped the crowd, calling the event short, sweet, and explosive, just like their new hotshot. Class 1B immediately started trash-talking. The general course glared daggers. Support course students began sketching explosions out of spite. Basically, Class 1A had become target number one for the entire sports festival. Izuku exhaled slowly, fighting the urge to slap Bakugo across the stadium. He whispered to himself that it was great and that now everyone was coming for Class 1A. He could hardly wait. The giant jumbotron above the stadium flickered to life as Midnight tapped the screen with her whip and told the future heroes to look up. It was time to choose the first event. A huge spinning wheel appeared, its sections labeled Obstacle Race, Cavalry Battle, Human Dodgeball, Capture the Flag, Giant Robots Round 2, Lava Run, and other options that would never pass a normal school's safety review. It spun fast, clicking loudly. Himiko would have been bouncing off the walls if she had been allowed in the stands. Bakugo crossed his arms as if everything on that wheel had personally offended him. Todoroki watched quietly, already calculating how he might cool whatever challenge appeared. The wheel slowed and clacked to a stop on Obstacle Race. The crowd erupted in cheers. Midnight snapped her whip again, grinning as she explained that the Obstacle Race was a classic test of speed, improvisation, quirk mastery, and survival instincts. Present Mike added that with over 2 kilometers of mayhem, the course would get messy. Midnight outlined the rules. Competitors would start at the gate behind her, run the entire course, and make it to the finish line. She emphasized that direct fighting between students was forbidden, but that tactics such as tripping, blocking, throwing, confusing, baiting, distracting, scaring, irritating, or accidentally nudging someone into a pit were permitted. A few students swallowed hard. Bakugo grinned like someone who had just been given permission to cause trouble. Izuku asked if some fighting was allowed, and Midnight winked, clarifying that it could be permitted as long as they did not call it fighting. She pointed toward the massive metal starting gates and announced that the first 60 students to cross would qualify for the next round, while everyone else would have to try again next year. Izuku felt his heart jump. The obstacle race promised unpredictability, and unpredictability meant quirk variety. He could already sense dozens of signatures out on the field flaring, pulsing, and begging to be studied. Midnight told the competitors to head to the gate, and Class 1A moved into position. Izuku smiled under his breath. This was going to be interesting. In the VIP box, Toshinori and Inko watched from beside the other faculty and board members as drone cameras swept the field. Inko leaned forward and asked Toshinori if their daughter Nana looked nervous but would do well. Toshinori nodded and said that she was more prepared than he had been at her age and that she would shine. His gaze flicked toward Izuku and he tightened his jaw for a moment before forcing himself to look away. Principal Nizu sat 2 seats down, dangling his legs and sipping tea with the keen interest of someone watching a compelling drama. Toshinori cleared his throat and reminded Nizu of an earlier comment about nerfing Izuku. Nizu replied cheerfully that it would have been terribly unfair otherwise. Inko asked him to explain, and Nizu noted that Izuku's performances against the Nomu, his high-speed skirmishes, and recorded battles suggested he was far outside the standard student power curve. Nizu explained that if Izuku were allowed full access to his arsenal of quirks, he could teleport at the start, dash through obstacles, copy any quirk he wanted, and finish the race before anyone else left the starting line. For fairness, Nizu had asked Izuku and Izuku had agreed not to use certain abilities during the festival. Toshinori asked which abilities had been restricted. Nizu listed them: instant transmission, the impure beam at full power, dragon constructs above allowed output, anything involving stolen one for all, adjacent enhancements, and several other tricks. Inko reacted with concern that Izuku would be handicapped in the race. Nizu agreed that the restrictions were severe, preferring to call them balanced but acknowledging the dramatic limitation. Toshinori, unsettled, accused Nizu of handicapping Izuku, and Nizu maintained his cheerful stance that the competition would still be entertaining. Down on the field, Izuku cracked his knuckles and felt the borrowed engine quirk pulse faintly in his calves, ready to ignite. Even nerfed, he remained Izuku Shimurizawa, and the race was about to get very interesting. Tenya had been painfully earnest and had offered his quirk to help however he could. Izuku had smiled, thanked him, and internally engaged a cautious turbo mode. He stood at the very front of the pack, bouncing slightly on the ball of his feet while other students tensed and buzzed with anxiety. Izuku practically hummed with focus. Then Nana approached. She was older now, stronger, and carried the weight of one for all with a stiff-backed resolve. She wished him good luck quietly. Izuku blinked. The gesture was not what he had expected. He returned a soft, hesitant smile and told her the same. He extended his hand. For a single, tiny moment she reached forward, but then she froze. Her eyes flicked to his palm, to the dark presence at the center, to the quirk that had taken so much. She drew her hand back as if she had been burned. Izuku's smile remained, but something behind his eyes shifted. He murmured softly that he understood, his voice barely audible. It made sense. Before he could say anything else, the starting cannon fired and the gates dropped, and Izuku let instinct take over. His calves flared like engines, blue sparks tearing through the ground as chrome-like pipes pushed through his gym pants. He did not simply run, he launched. The strength enhancement quirks he had acquired months earlier roared alive in his muscles, sinking with jet thrusters behind him. The front row blurred in his wake. Bakugo shouted in surprise, but the sound was swallowed by the wind. Izuku shot down the track like a missile wrapped in denim, the world surged past him in a riot of color and cheering. This was what freedom felt like, a rush of air, a storm of power, and a stadium full of quirks waiting to be analyzed, copied, taken, or broken. Nizu giggled into his teacup and remarked that even limited, Izuku was still terrifying. Toshinori tensed. Inko covered her mouth. Nana watched her brother move like a bullet and felt her stomach twist, not from fear but from the sinking realization that Izuku Shimurizawa was no longer someone she could save, he was someone she would have to catch if she could. Izuku skidded to a stop on the ball of his feet, engines on his calves sputtering like miniature turbines. Dust kicked up as he stared at a wall of metal giants, the zero-pointers, towering like city blocks in neat formation. Present Mike announced loudly that the zero-pointers were back. Izuku's eyebrows rose. They had to fight these during the entrance exam? And without powers like his, which explained why only the most extreme passed. He bounced on his heels, letting the new engine quirk purr. He recalled Nizu's warning to hold back and chose a light attack. A robot swung a massive arm toward him. Izuku stepped forward and flicked his wrist, creating a translucent teal force shield that absorbed the blow like a soft cushion. He sighed. It had been too light. He layered a thread of blunt force, a tiny pinch of strength enhancement, and a microspark of repulsion just enough to tickle the metal. He jabbed the shield, and the zero-pointer was sent skidding backward, its bulk tumbling across the ground in a screech of displaced metal. Its head came away and bounced harmlessly before it toppled. Izuku flinched and decided to go easier. The crowd erupted. Present Mike shouted that an unidentified child seemed to have anti-tank strength. Aizawa buried his face in his scarf, thinking he had warned Nizu, while Nizu clapped politely as if at a school play. Izuku zipped past the toppled robot, trying to ignore cameras and gasps. He landed in the soft dirt on the far side of the pit, skidding 3 meters before coming to a stop. His calves steamed, engines whining happily after their first real workout. His gym pants were shredded at the calves. He thought he had overdone the boost. He had combined engine, strength enhancement, and a precisely angled burst of repulsion to clear the entire pit in one arc, and the air pressure had shredded the fabric. Present Mike energetically announced that Izuku had cleared the pit in a single bound. Aizawa slumped in his announcer chair. Nizu, sipping tea, commented that the form was marvelous but the fabric integrity was lacking. The next hazard stretched before him like a war zone, the minefield, scattered with dozens of non-lethal explosive plates. The crowd tensed. Izuku blinked and blurred forward too. Fast to touch the mines, a streak of blue wind blasting through the obstacle course. All anyone saw was dust, a shock wave of displaced air, and a trench carved into the dirt. Before Class 1B reached the first mine, before Todoroki could finish calculating how to freeze the field, before Bakugo could curse properly, Izuku crossed the finish line. Present Mike announced that he had set a new record, beating the old time by almost a full minute. Bakugo froze mid-stride, eyes twitching. Todoroki's breath fogged in the air. Toshinori gripped the railing in disbelief, thinking that Izuku was not supposed to be this strong. Inko fainted into her husband's arms. Aizawa sighed and dryly noted that Izuku had been holding back. Izuku stood calmly in the center of the arena, hands on his hips and the faintest smile tugging at his lips. The stadium settled as the last students limped, dragged, or battered their way across the finish line. Some were bruised, some half buried in dirt, a few fuming, and a handful questioning their life choices. Izuku stood among the qualifiers, bouncing on his heels as his engines hummed quietly and his shredded pants flapped. Midnight returned to center stage, heels clicking as she twirled her whip and announced congratulations to the qualifiers. The crowd cheered. Izuku clapped politely. Bakugo shouted something unintelligible that was probably profanity. Midnight directed attention to the giant Jumbotron and announced the next event selection. The massive screen displayed a chaotic spinning wheel with categories such as Cavalry Battle, Capture the Flag, Hero vs. Villain Chase, Free-for-All Freeze Tag, Quirkless Combat Round, Tug of War with Robots, Minecart Mania, and Gauntlet Roulette. Izuku leaned forward. More events meant more quirk exposure, and it felt like a rush of opportunity for power accumulation. Present Mike urged them to spin the wheel. The wheel began to turn, clicking with each rotation, and the students tensed, murmuring or praying as it spun. Some students groaned at the more ridiculous options. Izuku hummed with his hands in his pockets, unconcerned about the event. He knew he could adapt within seconds. The wheel slowed and finally stopped with a clack. The selected tile announced Cavalry Battle, and the arena erupted in a mix of cheers and groans. Midnight grinned wickedly and pointed out that 50 points would be awarded to everyone except the first-place winner, who would receive 10 million points. Izuku froze. Todoroki inhaled slowly. Bakugo muttered something lethal under his breath. Nizu continued sipping his tea without breaking eye contact, and Aizawa massaged his temples, already regretting his entire profession. Midnight clapped and ordered everyone to form teams and avoid trampling one another. Dozens of eyes fixed on Izuku as teams began to scatter and plan. Izuku murmured that he was sure Nizu had arranged it on purpose. When Present Mike shouted for the match to begin, it was like kicking a hornet's nest. Every team charged Izuku outright. There was no hesitation, only a chaotic stampede. Bakugo's team hurtled forward like a rocket. Todoroki's team moved with military precision, ice already frosting the ground. Nana's team surged from the left while Hatsum shouted about field data and Ochako floated obstacles into the air. Smaller teams followed, forming a tidal wave of students after the 10 million headband. Izuku slipped his hands in his pockets and smirked, deciding to have some fun. He watched the chaos close in from three sides until they were seconds away from tackling him to the ground. Just before the first hands could reach him, Izuku ignited his engine quirk and vanished. A shockwave tore across the arena as he reappeared 10 meters above everyone, standing on a thin force shield platform he'd created beneath his boots. The crowd went wild. Present Mike announced that Izuku was airwalking on energy as if it were a casual morning. Teams skidded to a stop and stared up. Bakugo snarled, glaring fiercely and demanding that Izuku come down. Todoroki stated that they needed to freeze him in place. Nana clenched her teeth and declared that she needed that headband. Izuku shrugged with a cocky, casual grin and reminded them that they had come at him all at once, and he was merely being polite. He stomped and fired a concentrated repulsion ring straight down. The blast of wind pressure slammed into half the approaching teams, sending them stumbling backward like bowling pins. He flipped backward off the platform, landing on a second force shield and then another, stepping across air on a series of shields. He called down that he wouldn't take anyone's quirks, but their dignity was fair game. Bakugo launched upward with an explosion. Todoroki iced parts of the field to gain elevation. Nana jumped with enhanced power. Izuku's grin widened. Now they were playing his game. What had started as survival had turned into sport. Izuku kept one mental eye on the clock: 9 minutes, 8, 7, an easy habit from patrols and balancing quirk cooldowns. The arena had become a three-dimensional game of catch. He skimmed across the air on thin force shields, ricocheted off repulsion rings to change direction, and used short engine bursts for sudden speed spikes. He added a few light taps of blunt force to keep things entertaining, knocking away overzealous students without hurting anyone. The crowd lost their composure as Present Mike exclaimed that Izuku was playing tag in three-dimensional space. Izuku dodged a combined attack from two teams, spun in midair, and landed on a raised shield platform long enough to look down. Right below him, his sister, Nana Estrella Yagi, charged with her team, but Izuku noticed something off. She wasn't using one for all, not even a flicker of enhanced power. He considered that she was either holding back or still refusing to use the quirk, shrugged, and boosted away before she could reach him. Nana stopped. Mid-run, breath shaky, eyes fixed on the spot he had vanished from. She clenched her fist to steady herself when Tokoyami asked if she was all right. She forced a shaky smile and insisted she was fine. Hatsum zoomed around shouting about her Super Jump Boots version 5, which looked dangerously powerful. Ochako followed, helpless, unable to keep up with Izuku. Izuku glided above them, counting down the last minutes. He dodged Bakugo's explosions, sidestepped Todoroki's ice pillars, leapt over Monoma's copying attempts, and outran entire cavalry formations with nothing but a grin. With 3 minutes left, then 2, then 1, the buzzer finally blared. Izuku hovered with his hands in his pockets. The 10 million headband remained untouched. He had played the game, kept his promise to not go all out, and he had held back. The stunned silence in the stadium suggested nobody else realized that. Everyone was given 2 hours for lunch before the final event. Izuku opened the door Aizawa had told him to use, expecting a quiet room with a bento and perhaps his dad grading papers. Instead, he found chaos, warm, affectionate, and a little overwhelming. Himiko greeted him enthusiastically. Kana leaned against the couch with a tired but smug expression, one eyebrow raised as if she'd predicted the reaction. A third person stood there as well, Rumi Usajiyama, Mirko, in casual clothes but radiating intensity. Izuku froze along with Himiko, while Kana smirked. Rumi crossed her arms, cracked her neck, and teased that he should say hello to his girlfriend's companion. Himiko cheerfully explained that they had picked Rumi up on the way and that Rumi had wanted to hang out. Kana deadpanned that Rumi had essentially bullied her way into the room because she was nosy and refused to admit she liked the kid. Rumi objected to the characterization, insisting she was not like that. One of the girls insisted she wanted to see him fight up close, saying he was interesting and that she owed him a rematch. Himiko hugged Izuku again and noted that another of them seemed to have feelings for him. Rumi actually blushed and punched the wall hard enough to dent it, telling them to be quiet. Izuku stood blinking, his mind trying to reboot. He pointed between the 3 girls and wondered whether they were a team now. Rumi shrugged, it looked like they were. Himiko beamed in agreement. Kana slid onto the couch and made it clear she did not want to be responsible for any property damage. Izuku felt his face heat up. His mouth worked but nothing came out. Rumi smirked, poked his chest, and warned him not to faint because they had come to cheer him on. Himiko nodded eagerly and added that they would feed him. Kana held up bento boxes and joked that they would keep him from dying. The 3 girls crowded around him like a pack claiming their territory. In that moment Izuku realized he might actually be in over his head, not with the sports festival, but with them. Later, Nana sat with her tray of food untouched, poking half-heartedly at her katsudon while Kirishima and Mina argued about who could bench more if they trained with Sato. Uraraka laughed and Bakugo barked at someone. Life moved around her, but she barely registered it. Her eyes kept drifting back to her right hand, the hand that held one for all. It pulsed at times, like a heartbeat that was not hers, as if something on the other side of her skin was knocking. She clenched and unclenched her fingers. Mina leaned over, concern replacing her usual bubbly grin as she asked if Nana was okay. Nana forced a small smile and said she was just thinking. Bakugo snorted and remarked that extras were distracting her again. Nana did not rise to the bait. She simply kept staring at her palm. It was not pain. One for all did not hurt in the usual way, but she kept feeling flashes, little sparks that seemed to be trying to say something. Images, voices, a silhouette she did not recognize. Her father had told her it was normal, that the quirk had a will and that she would feel previous users eventually. But there was something else he did not know. One for all did not feel only restless. It felt uneasy and angry. Each training session brought a sharp panic, as if the quirk were warning her about something. She bit her lip. She wanted to tell someone, Uraraka, Tsu, even Bakugo, but she knew she could not. Her father had warned her that one for all was a national secret, If villains found out or word spread, her friends could be targeted. Kirishima nudged her shoulder gently and asked if she was sure she was all right, noting she looked pale. She laughed it off and said she was nervous about the next event. Everyone accepted that answer except Todoroki, who glanced at her from across the table with narrowed eyes that expressed curiosity more than judgment. Nana swallowed hard and looked at her hand again. One for all pulsed warm, insistent, worried. She whispered to herself, asking what the power was trying to tell her. Back at the stadium, the roar of the crowd washed over everyone while Present Mic hyped the audience and Midnight took center stage, heels clicking as she raised her whip mic. Midnight announced the final event of the day, the battle tournament. The crowd erupted, students braced themselves, and Midnight let the reveal unfold. When the bracket appeared on the Jumbotron, there was an odd number of names. Midnight explained that an unexpected addition to the roster had left an extra slot unpaired, and with a dramatic gesture she revealed the twist. The final round would not be a one-on-one but a three-way battle royal. The three winners of the semi-final matches would meet in an explosive finale. Gasps and cheers rippled through the stands. Bakugo grinned fiercely while Todoroki maintained his composed expression. Nana swallowed hard. Izuku smiled a little too widely. Midnight announced that matchups had been randomized with no complaints and no do-overs, letting fate or chaos decide their paths. The screen shuffled names rapidly before slowing and stopping. Murmurs spread through the class as Izuku saw his first opponent and blinked, then smirked. This would be fun. Midnight called the first two fighters to the stage and told the rest to wait in the stands or prep rooms. The stadium trembled with anticipation. This was not just combat but the world watching. Heroes, civilians, villains, the commission, and Izuku's own past. Izuku cracked his knuckles and bounced lightly on his heels as he headed toward the tunnel, telling himself that tournament mode was on. Izuku stepped onto the tiled arena floor, his boots clicking softly against the polished stone. The roar of the crowd dimmed into a low hum behind him as the stadium doors slid shut. Across from him stood Hitoshi Shinso, a tall, tired-eyed boy with messy purple hair and an expression that said he would rather be anywhere else. Present Mic announced the entrance, introducing Shinso Hitoshi as the underrated underdog from General Studies and Izuku Shimurazawa as the blue demon of record-breaking speed from the hero course. Izuku winced at the theatrical title and thought it was way too dramatic. Shinso did not react physically. He observed flatly that Izuku was the famous transfer everyone had been talking about and that he had expected someone taller. Izuku blinked, confused, and offered a hesitant thanks. Shinso's mouth twitched, then returned to a neutral line, and he clarified that his remark had not been a compliment. Izuku sighed, acknowledging the tone. They circled one another slowly, each cautious for different reasons. Shinso's eyes were calculating, reading posture, stance, breathing like a puzzle he had already partly solved. Izuku recognized that look, the same appraisal Aizawa had given him the first time he was sized up as a vigilante. Shinso pointed out that Izuku was ridiculously strong and that everyone could see it, but warned that strength alone did not win everything. He suggested Izuku belonged in General Studies with him, insisting that Izuku did not have the mindset of a hero. Izuku raised an eyebrow and noted that Shinso did not really know him. Shinso replied that he knew enough, and the way he said it put a small alert light in Izuku's head. Izuku realized he did not know Shinso's quirk, which meant he had to be very careful. He relaxed his shoulders and adopted a comfortable stance, asking whether Shinso was there to prove something. Shinso cracked his knuckles and declared that he was there to take what should have been his. Midnight raised her arm to signal the start, and the match began. Shinso's lips curved into a knowing smirk. He opened his mouth and taunted Izuku by suggesting that his father must be proud. Izuku did not immediately recognize the trap. As Shinso repeated the taunt, Izuku answered without thinking, and his voice cut off as his pupils contracted and then widened into hollow red rings. Shinso's smirk deepened as he ordered Izuku to walk out of the arena. Izuku turned and obeyed instantly, stepping toward the boundary as if sleepwalking. The crowd erupted in confused shouting, even Present Mic faltered, and Aizawa shot halfway out of his seat. Class 1A stared in panic. Bakugo's chair toppled as he leapt up yelling, and Nana's face went pale. Inside his own head, Izuku was not afraid. He was intrigued. He recognized the pattern as a form of brainwashing and found it interesting rather than terrifying. A familiar presence manifested at his side. The AFO vestige, a dark green flame that took on a vestigial form with folded arms and a mildly amused air. The vestige observed that someone had been hijacked and called the situation embarrassing. Izuku mentally noted that he was busy being controlled. The vestige chided him that he was strolling out of the ring as if shopping and explained that to be truly brainwashed the condition had to elicit a verbal response, something Izuku had already provided. It congratulated him for that detail while pointing out that the control was only gripping his surface actions. The vestige listed Izuku's defense's mental fortification quirks, resistance traits, and the Nomu's pain nullification and concluded that Shinso's control could not reach Izuku's core. Izuku asked silently if he could break out of the control. The vestige assured him that he could, but advised letting Shinso enjoy his moment for a few more steps to respect the opponent's resolve. It suggested that understanding the enemy's determination mattered, and that Shinso had nothing but his quirk and a dream he believed had been denied him. Izuku's blank marching body neared the arena edge. Gasps filled the stadium. Present Mick's voice trembled as he warned that Izuku was about to step out. The vestige decided that was enough, warning that any longer and Aizawa might suffer a slide. Izuku let a low crackle of green energy flicker under his skin and stopped his foot just 1 inch before the boundary. Shinso's eyes widened in horror as Izuku's voice returned steady and calm, and he acknowledged that Shinso had a really cool quirk. The brainwashing shattered like glass. Full control returned to Izuku, and the crackle of energy under his skin dimmed. He looked up at Shinso with a mixture of admiration and mischief. Shinso's face twisted in disbelief and stammered that no one had ever broken out of his brainwashing before. He demanded an explanation, but Izuku brushed his sleeves as if nothing serious had happened and remarked that Shinso should take pride in how close he had come. Izuku said that Shinso had forced him into a corner and that, respectfully, Shinso should consider that a win. Shinso clenched his fists, and for a moment the hurt behind his ambition flickered through. Then Izuku activated the engines on his calves to full throttle. Blue flames sparked like miniature jet exhausts and the ground beneath him cracked slightly from the force. The crowd and announcers reacted in shock. Izuku lowered his stance and declared that he could not let Shinso win like that. He launched forward with calculated speed. An open palm formed a force shield and a blunt, non-lethal impact was primed. Using engine propulsion and controlled force, Izuku delivered a precise takedown. The shockwave blasted Shinso off his feet and sent him skidding across the tiles in a clean, controlled arc. He was entirely out of the ring without any graphic injury. Midnight cracked her whip to signal the end, and the announcer declared Shinso out and Izuku the winner. The crowd went wild. Shinso lay on his back a moment, breathing hard, then groaned and sat up, glaring at Izuku. Izuku walked over and offered a hand to help him up, telling Shinso that he had really impressed him. Shinso told him his quirk was incredible. He hesitated, then took Izuku's hand. Izuku and Shinso walked side by side toward the tunnel, the noise of the stadium fading behind them. Midnight practically melted at the display of sportsmanship, purring into her mic that the moment showed emotional maturity and was adorable. Izuku smiled politely, but internally he considered the mission accomplished. Just before Shinso took his hand, Izuku had brushed his wrist barely a graze, hidden under all the theatrics. Half-cut activated and brainwash copied. A soft pulse of green light only Izuku could feel slipped into his palm like a secret handshake. He did not react outwardly, keeping his expression calm while the vestige hummed amused approval in the back of his mind. 2 new quirks were officially added to his collection: Engine, Tenya's version, and Brainwash, Shinso's version. Not a bad haul for a single morning. As they reached the hallway, Izuku stretched his arms, joints popping lightly. He wondered what to do next. Yaoyorozu's quirk had insane potential. Creation was basically legalized crafting steroids, being able to make weapons, tools, and gear she understood down to their molecular structure. Buchako's zero gravity was the opposite: simple, flexible, perfect for mobility tricks, combo setups, and battlefield control. Plus, Izuku imagined it would be awkward and amusing watching Ochako realize he could copy her. He smirked to himself. Izawa, up in the stands, saw that smirk from across the stadium and immediately pinched the bridge of his nose. He recognized that look, Izuku planning something morally gray again. Back on the field, Present Mike announced the next match with vibrating excitement, and the crowd roared. Izuku waved politely as he exited the arena, Shinso shaking off the last of the blow. Shinso muttered his thanks for what Izuku had said back there, and Izuku clapped him on the shoulder, telling him he had earned it. As the doors closed behind them and Izuku walked deeper into the shadowed tunnel, he whispered to himself that it was time to keep stacking the deck. Later, Izuku slouched back in the bleachers, arms crossed. Casually while the tournament fights blasted on below flashes of explosions, sweeping ice, rising beams, and crackling lightning in an anime-like display. The crowd went wild for every flashy hit, but Izuku barely registered any of it. His mind was somewhere else entirely, quirks. All his quirks. He let his eyes half close and mentally opened that strange constellation map inside his head, each ability glowing like a star or drifting like an ember in the void. He murmured to himself that he would see what he was working with. There they were: shock absorption, super regeneration, blunt force, force shield, repulsion rings, impure beam, super strength, engine, brainwash, instant transmission, dragon fist, shape-shifting, grapple, and multiple strength enhancements. The list kept going, each quirk orbiting him like his own private galaxy. He had never really slowed down enough to appreciate it all. He had been fighting, running, dodging the commission, surviving, never cataloging, never savoring. Now he could, and it felt good. He thought about the ones he had transferred, two little motes drifting away like distant sparks. Speedy recovery had been given to Aizawa, so the man did not have to walk around looking like half a mummy every week. That one had surprised Izuku when it simply slid out of him and into Aizawa's palm like passing a torch. It had been replaced in his own collection by the Nomu's super regeneration, something far more durable, immediate, and fundamentally broken. He smirked. This one was far better. The mental map glowed faintly, the energy humming in the back of his brain like purring engines. It was not just power and not even only about winning. It was the hoarding instinct, the thrill of acquiring something rare, dangerous, and beautiful in the way only raw power could be. He understood dragons now, the way they curled around gold and treasured artifacts, collecting not because they needed it, but because some ancient instinct pleased them. His quirks were his hoard, his treasure, each one earned, stolen, taken from those who abused them, or willingly given by allies who trusted him. He felt the weight of them all and smiled. He was not done yet. Aizawa glanced up at him from the faculty area, already knowing exactly what that smile meant. Somewhere in the stands, Nana watched him too, confused and uneasy at how familiar he felt. When the bracket reset, Izuku's eyes drifted up to the Jumbotron as glowing names slid into place like puzzle pieces. Round 2, Match 1 displayed Izuku Shimura, Aizawa vs. Nana Yagi. A low whistle escaped him. He noted quietly that that would be a thing. Classmates murmured around him, confused, excited, and afraid, while the entire stadium rippled into a roar. But Nana froze. All color drained from her face as if someone had pulled a plug. Her chopsticks clattered from her hand. Bakugo stopped mid-shout. Ochako gasped and grabbed Nana's arm. Uraraka softly asked if Nana was okay, but Nana did not. Her breath hitched, pupils pinched, and her fingers twitched as if she had touched live electricity. She stared at the screen, unblinking, hands shaking so hard she had to clasp them together just to keep them still. To everyone else it was just a match between classmates. To Nana it was different. It was the brother who had run away, the boy she had hurt without meaning to, the vigilante who had nearly died in front of her, the one she still cared about, and the one who now stood on the opposite side of the ring. She whispered, asking why it had to be him. Izuku sighed softly, neither annoyed nor angry, just accepting, as if he had predicted this weeks ago. He stood and stretched like it was any other fight and told himself quietly that it was only a matter of time. He did not look scared, guilty, or eager. He simply smiled in a quiet, unreadable way and hopped down the bleacher steps with his hands in his pockets. As he walked past Nana's aisle, he did not stop or make a scene, but he did tilt his head just enough to let her hear him tell her not to hold back. Nana's breath cracked. He meant it not as a taunt or a threat, but as a promise. He would not hold back either. Midnight's voice boomed through the arena, calling the fighters of the first match to the arena floor. Nana's friends nudged her gently. Kirishima whispered that she could do this. Todoroki watched silently, studying both siblings. Bakugo muttered under his breath that this was going to be a mess. Nana forced herself to stand on unsteady legs. Her heart hammered as if it wanted to escape her chest. She told herself she could not run, not again, and followed Izuku into the sunlight of the arena. Up in the VIP box, the air tightened, thick enough to be suffocating. On the giant screen below, Izuku and Nana's names flashed again, bold and unmistakable. The crowd roared with excitement. Inside the reserved viewing room, it was dead silent. Toshinori Yagi slammed both hands on the railings so hard the metal bent. His golden suit wrinkled and his face flushed red, one for all nearly sparking behind his eyes. He demanded to know what it meant, sounding on the verge of breaking the glass with his anger. Inko jumped to her feet as well, trembling with fear and fury. She insisted it had to be a mistake and that Nizu could not make Nana fight him, but she could not finish the sentence aloud. Nizu set his cup down delicately and, with a cheerful calm, insisted that it was no mistake. He explained that the bracket had been randomized and fair. Toshinori accused him of expecting them to believe that, but Nizu only smiled wider and reminded them that the rules of the festival had to be followed. Toshinori warned that Izuku was dangerous, recalling what he had seen him do and how he had fought, but Nizu steepled his paws and pointed out that he had also seen Nana's training. Inko protested, but Nizu continued, noting that he had witnessed Izuku's self-control despite complicated circumstances, and that this was a test for both children. Toshinori shook with fury, insisting they were putting his daughter in the ring with a boy who wielded a powerful quirk and had been involved in violent incidents. Nizu revealed that Izuku himself had requested the arrangement as a condition of attending UA, insisting on being treated equally without special safety nets or selective matchups. If he and Nana met in competition, then so be it. Both parents fell silent. Inko covered her mouth, tears brimming, and Nizu offered a small, almost sad smile as he said that Izuku was no longer their little boy, he had become something else on his own. The stadium erupted as Izuku and Nana stepped into the arena. Nizu glanced at the lights and asked them to sit, noting that the children had worked hard. Toshinori and Inko stared at the arena, horror and helplessness mixed on their faces as their daughter finally faced the sun they had pushed away. The arena lights blazed down on the two of them, heat rising from the stone tiles as the crowd settled into a restless hush. All the noise and energy around them felt distant. Between the siblings there was only quiet. Izuku stood relaxed, hands in his pockets, posture loose and steady. Nana stood rigid, fists trembling at her sides, breaths audible with strain. They were two people who had chosen very different paths for different reasons. Izuku watched her with the cool patience of someone who thought he already knew how this would go. He did not feel hate or fury anymore. He felt tired and almost disappointed. He judged Nana not as cruel or malicious but as soft and easily swayed, someone who folded rather than questioned. He thought that she was not evil, just weak, and that weakness had led them both to this moment. Nana noticed his sigh and it shattered her. She tried to speak his name, voice trembling, but he did not flinch. He asked her, quietly and without malice, to not do this here and then offered only a steady, level question about whether she was ready to fight. Hurt flashed across her face, and she struggled to respond, forcing herself to nod because she felt she had to prove something to him, to herself, to the quirk that burned inside her. The referee initiated the match, and the arena tensed like a wire. Midnight signaled for the fighters to their marks, then gave the order to begin, and the siblings finally moved. Izuku did not waste a second. The moment the match began, he lunged, engine activating in his legs as a gust of displaced air trailed behind him, closing the distance in an instant. He struck with a controlled, measured blow aimed at her shoulder enough to force engagement but not to break anything. Nana jerked aside at the last second and stumbled. Izuku clicked his tongue and dashed again. She dodged again, barely. He feinted and she flinched and retreated. She was not fighting back. She was running. She was not using her quirk, not committing to an offensive or defensive
stance, only avoiding. Izuku's annoyance flared. He blurred forward again and stopped right in front of her. Nana squeaked and rolled away, scraping her knees on the floor. He pivoted and planted his palm on the ground, telling her in no uncertain terms to pick a side. She evaded him once more and kept retreating. In the stands, Aizawa's expression tightened behind his scarf. He recognized the body language and the frustration. He observed that Izuku was still holding onto an old wound, and he told him to move past it, adding that Nana was trying in her own way. The crowd's commentators faltered at the unusual tension. The announcer's voice grew uncertain, and the audience murmured in confusion as the bout continued with more skirmishes and evasions than decisive strikes. A voice told him he was stronger than this, but Izuku did not hear it. He could not hear it. All he could see was the same pattern he had lived with for years. Nana trying to be loved, trying to be the good kid, trying to avoid hurting anyone, even him. She was not fighting. She was apologizing with her feet. Izuku exhaled sharply and quietly told her to stop dodging. She froze for half a second. That pause was all he needed. In that tiny betray of fear, Izuku surged forward, ready to end the dance. He was done watching her run from him and from the truth. He saw everything before it happened. Her trembling hands, watery eyes, fingers curling into fists as if squeezing courage from her bones. She was not afraid of losing. She was afraid of disappointing. The look was painfully familiar, and his irritation eased a little. He straightened and, calling her name, warned that she would break herself if she kept acting like this. He did not sound mocking or angry. He sounded like the big brother she had barely remembered but had missed. He told her to pick something: a stance, a goal, a reason, and to stop running. If she wanted to prove something, she should fight him instead of crying. Nana wiped her face and, for the first time since the match began, she nodded. She stepped back, planted her boots, and tightened her fingers. A tiny spark flickered around her arm and swelled into golden lightning that arced along her shoulder, whipping her hair behind her. Students gasped. Present Mick's voice faltered. Tashinori stood in the VIP box, panic on his face. Nana clenched her teeth and told herself she was not running this time. Then she launched forward, calling out her power and driving her fists straight into Izuku's chest. He did not block or dodge. He let it hit him head-on. The arena detonated in an anime-style shockwave that flattened the grass, sent dust and noise scattering, and rattled the stands. The crowd reacted in alarm. Aizawa's scarf whipped back from the force. When the dust cleared, Izuku was still standing. Smoke drifted from his shirt. His boots were planted so firmly the concrete had cracked. He was not hurt. His quirk had absorbed the impact. Nana, however, stumbled back with a scream and clutched her arm, which was badly injured and rendered useless at her side. She collapsed to her knees and cried out in pain. Izuku looked down at her, chest rising slowly, expression steady and unreadable. He did not gloat or smirk. He simply stared, something complicated flickering in his eyes. He knew exactly what breaking yourself for someone else felt like, and he hated watching her learn it the hard way. He did not wait for midnight, the crowd, or the scoreboard. The moment Nana's knees hit the floor, he stepped forward. Her breathing came in sharp, painful bursts and tears streamed down her face. Izuku crouched beside her and quietly told her she had landed a nice hit. Nana blinked up at him through blurred vision and, between tears and dust, noted that he had not even moved. Izuku replied that he had not needed to. She had swung like she meant it, and that was what mattered. Her eyes widened slightly, then she passed out with a faint smile. Izuku released a slow sigh, half tired, half something gentler, then adjusted her weight and hoisted her into a fireman's carry. The crowd erupted into mixed reactions. In the VIP section, Tashinori's jaw clenched, Inko covered her mouth, and Nizu nodded approvingly. Aizawa watched his student carry his sister out of the arena and felt something in his chest soften. The kid had grown into someone terrifying when needed, but tender where it counted. Izuku carried Nana into the tunnel and into the recovery area, where Recovery Girl was already preparing. He laid her down gently and brushed debris from her hair. Before stepping back, he leaned in and whispered to her that she had done well, better than she thought. Her sleeping face relaxed, and she smiled faintly. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, but began treatment without comment. When Izuku returned to the hallway, Aizawa was waiting, arms crossed though his eyes were softer than usual. Aizawa told him he had handled the situation well, showing good restraint and judgment. Izuku shrugged and said he had simply done what made sense. Aizawa allowed a small smile and told Izuku he was still proud of him. Caught off guard, Izuku gave a small genuine grin and thanked him. Aizawa cleared his throat and told him to return to the stands to see who his next opponent would be. Izuku walked off with his hands in his pockets and his heartbeat steady. Later, Izuku stood loose and dust-stained, visor off, facing Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo vibrated with explosive tension, palms already sparking. Todoroki remained calm, frost creeping around his feet. The three of them formed a triangle of tension and history, three students who should never have ended up on the same battlefield so early. Present Mike hyped the crowd, but Izuku barely heard it. He analyzed his opponents inwardly. Bakugo's quirk was worth copying. Todoroki's half-cold, half-hot offered valuable versatility. Having both abilities would be an ideal addition to his arsenal. He planned to touch them both if he could play things right. Bakugo glared at him like a ghost from the past and snarled that he intended to take Izuku down first. Izuku gave a bored half-smile and accepted the challenge. Bakugo reacted as if deeply offended. Todoroki cleared his throat, met Izuku's eyes, and stated that Izuku was strong, but that he would not hold back simply because Izuku was Aizawa's student. Or because you were whoever you used to be, Izuku said, blinking. He added that he was the last person he expected to hold back, then admitted that the other person tended to hold back by default. Todoroki stiffened, offended in a polite, rich kid way. Bakugo snarled and demanded to stop being ignored, calling Izuku an extra. Izuku's thoughts drifted to Endeavor, to quirk marriage, abuse, and a family broken in the name of a masterpiece. He thought of how far that pressure had pushed Rei Todoroki, and he resolved to visit her one day. Hellflame was on his long-term list. For now, Izuku flexed his fingers, and veins glowed faint green beneath his skin. Heat rippled from the boys across from him. This was his chance. Explosion and half-cold, half-hot were two quirks he could take without harming bystanders. Midnight raised her whip, and the crowd leaned forward in anticipation. The announcer began the match, and the three fighters exploded into motion. Bakugo lunged, Todoroki unleashed a sweep of ice, and Izuku blurred between them. Engines roaring as repulsion rings sparked, and his boots skidded across ice and shattered earth. The arena erupted into beautiful, controlled chaos. The announcer's commentary swelled with excitement while Aizawa remained focused on the fight, dryly noting that the noise would come out of UA's budget. Bakugo blasted forward like a living rocket. Todoroki froze half the stage in a single sweep. Izuku slid under Bakugo's attack with effortless movement, using a repulsion ring burst to spin out of the way of Todoroki's ice spike. He casually noted that it had been nice aim and wondered if Todoroki would try the left side next time. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, heat rippling from his left side, and Izuku filed that gesture away. The crowd lost their minds. Students screamed and banged on the railings. Pro heroes in the VIP balcony leaned forward. The announcer's voice rose to a fever pitch as the three continued to push themselves, breaking arena records and the floor alike. Bakugo kept detonating everything, Todoroki kept switching between ice and fire, and Izuku wove between them like a dancer, enjoying the movement, strategy, and the openings. Izuku had one goal for the match: get close enough to touch both opponents. The pressure built until Bakugo reached a breaking point. His explosions grew sharper and angrier, and he rocketed high into the sky, spinning and warping the air around him into a tornado of smoke and flame. The stadium braced as Bakugo came down like a meteor, delivering a crushing impact dead center. A shockwave rippled through the stands and people ducked. Izuku teleported clear in a green flash, but Todoroki was caught in the blast. Ice shattered and fire sputtered out as Todoroki was thrown backward and toppled over the edge of the arena, appearing unconscious. Midnight declared that Todoroki was out of bounds and unable to continue. The stadium roared. Todoroki lay still, steam rising from his uniform and hair singed at the ends. Endeavor leapt to his feet in the VIP section, shouting his son's name, but Izuku had already appeared beside Todoroki. He checked his pulse and breathing, then signaled the medbots to hurry. Bakugo landed in the crater, panting and grinning, and proclaimed that one opponent was down, leaving only Izuku and him. Izuku stood, dusted off his palms, commented on the bold move and terrible aim, and turned his full attention to Bakugo. His plan shifted. Now he only needed to touch one person. Explosion first, then hellflame. The arena floor was a wreck-cracked concrete, smoking craters, and melting ice turning into muddy puddles. Medbots hauled Todoroki away, and the match resumed without pause. Bakugo blasted straight at Izuku with a feral scream, sparks crackling along his arms. Izuku smiled sharp, excited, a little unhinged. Finally, someone who could truly push him. Bakugo swung a right hook trailing explosions. Izuku ducked under it, flicked a repulsion ring burst into Bakugo's ribs, and sent him skidding across the tiles. Bakugo recovered instantly, boots digging in as smoke billowed around him, and he demanded whether Izuku thought this was funny. Izuku admitted, wryly, that it was kind of fun. Bakugo went feral and launched a barrage of AP shots, tiny concentrated detonations whistling across the field. Izuku weaved between them like it was nothing, engines flaring behind his calves, movements razor-sharp and efficient. Every dodge and sidestep was clinical rather than frantic. Izuku read Bakugo like a children's book. The crowd chanted their names. The commentator's voice screamed over the speakers. Aizawa did not move an inch, only watched with tired, proud eyes. Bakugo blasted forward again, sweat pouring down his face, sparks flying brighter as his nitroglycerin output ramped up. Izuku made a mental note. Bakugo grew stronger as he sweated. Keep distance until he peaked, then close in for the touch. Bakugo roared and exploded upward into a vaulting arc, swinging down with a blast meant to crater the stage. Izuku lifted one hand and formed a force shield. The explosion hit invisible energy and rippled like a heat wave. Bakugo recoiled midair, shocked, then hit the ground rolling while gritting his teeth. Bakugo shouted at Izuku to stop dodging and fight him. Izuku smirked, eyes half-lidded, and replied that he was fighting him and that Bakugo was simply slow. Bakugo saw red, his explosions turning orange-white and popping like grenades. Izuku felt his pulse quicken, a grin widening. This was the Bakugo he had always imagined. Unrestrained, furious, and growing stronger by the second. Izuku countered, using engine to dash circles around Bakugo, flicking his wrist, tapping his shoulder, and knocking his palm just out of position so the next blast fired wide. Bakugo screamed in frustration and demanded that Izuku stand still. Izuku leaned in close as he slipped past another explosion and dared him to make him. That challenge broke something in Bakugo. He blasted backward and then launched himself straight at Izuku head-on, palms crashing together for an all-or-nothing attack. Izuku's hair flickered green and his hand lit up, his smile sharpened. He wanted this to see how far Bakugo could go and then surpass it. It was not about fear or revenge, but the thrill of finally beating the boy who had pushed him for so long. Izuku slid one foot back, feeling the ground vibrate almost close enough. Just one touch. Bakugo was too furious to notice he was running straight into Izuku's trap. He was no longer thinking. He was running on pure rage, sweat, and instinct. His explosions were massive but sloppy, powerful yet uncontrolled. Izuku had been waiting for this moment. When Bakugo lunged with a raw, animal scream, palms roaring, Izuku stepped in instead of back. He ducked under Bakugo's outstretched arm, snapped forward with a burst of engine-assisted footwork, and pivoted behind him in a single smooth motion. Bakugo spun, but it was too late. Izuku's fist glowed as he struck with a controlled, precise combination of repulsion rings, strength enhancer, and blunt force. A bright shockwave cracked across the arena as Izuku slammed the punch into Bakugo's midsection, knocking the explosive spark from his hands. The impact launched Bakugo clean across the arena. He sailed backwards, arms flailing, trailing a line of dust before his body slammed into the boundary wall and toppled over it. The stadium fell silent for a heartbeat. Midnight's eyes widened, and the commentator froze mid-yell. Aizawa's scarf fluttered from the shockwave. Bakugo did not get up. He twitched once, and then went still. Midnight signaled that Katsuki Bakugo was out of bounds and unable to continue. The announcer declared Izuku Shimura the winner of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd exploded with cheering, some students crying, others speechless. Cameras zoomed in on Izuku standing there, chest rising calmly, hands sliding back into his pockets, as if he had only casually overpowered two of the most hyped students in the country. Aizawa let out the quietest breath of relief and pride anyone had ever seen. Up in the VIP box, Tashinori slumped into his chair with a stunned, conflicted stare. Nana, arm wrapped and healed, watched in disbelief and murmured that the winner was her brother. Izuku rolled his shoulders, dusted off his shirt, and muttered that it was done. He cracked a small, satisfied smirk. Explosion was now his. The crowd continued to scream his name as the camera feed cut to one of the VIP rooms, where the atmosphere was wild with excitement. Himiko practically climbed onto the railing, kicking her legs like an overexcited fan. She cheered enthusiastically, praising his performance. Kana stood with her arms crossed but wore a sharp, proud grin and smug satisfaction at how Izuku had read Bakugo's openings. She allowed herself a private pride in having helped train him. Himiko teased her about taking credit, and Kana half-joked that she would if the shoe fit. Rumi leaned forward to her seat, ears twitching, thrilled and grinning at the spectacle like she was watching her favorite combat anime in real time. She admitted she loved how fierce he had been. The three women shared a conspiratorial look and began plotting how to celebrate their champion. Himiko suggested spoiling him. Kana proposed dinner first, confident he would feign indifference, but actually be hungry. Rumi added that they would shower him with affection and playful teasing afterward. They laughed and agreed to make the night one he would not forget. Down on the arena floor, Izuku had no idea what kind of congratulations were being planned for him later. If a sudden shiver ran down his spine, that was simply the universe's way of warning him. Izuku had not felt this loose in days. Hopping rooftops, shifting through shadows, and letting the city breathe around him felt like returning to his true self after wearing something too tight for too long. School was fine and his friends were fine. His dad was better than fine. But this patrolling as foe all for one, this was home. He had not come out tonight just to crack skulls or scare the underworld straight. He had something quieter and overdue in mind. Thanks to Shapeshift, it was not even hard. He listened carefully in the alley, adjusted his voice box, shifted the shape of his throat and jaw, then dialed in a deep, stern, gravelly tone. He practiced under his breath the line that his wife was expecting a visitor, feeling disgust at imitating that man, but he held it for her. He entered the hospital through the staff entrance, height adjusted just enough to pass for Endeavor from behind. Nurses did not question him. No one who worked in that building wanted to confront that man unless they legally had to. A nurse bowed politely and informed him that Mrs. Todoroki was awake and that he could see her if he wished. Izuku nodded, keeping his posture rigid and authoritative to match the false figure he presented, and said that he would not be long. Inside, the hospital lights softened and the scent of antiseptic dulled into something almost warm. The hallway to the private psychiatric wing was quiet in the strange, peaceful way places built for broken people often are. He slowed his footsteps. He knew about Rei Todoroki and what she had gone through, what she had survived, and he knew what Shoto never said out loud. He stopped at her door and let the shapeshift meld away enough to be non-threatening while still masking his face and voice. He knocked lightly. From inside, a gentle, confused voice invited him to come in. Izuku stepped inside quietly. Rei Todoroki sat upright on her bed with a soft shawl over her shoulders and white hair framing tired but gentle eyes. She blinked at him, puzzled but not frightened, and immediately observed that he was not the man she expected. He froze, then relaxed a fraction when she smiled faintly and noted that the man he had been imitating never knocked. He bowed properly and explained that he had entered oddly because he did not want anyone to stop him from visiting. Rei tilted her head and asked why they would stop him. Her eyes then softened with realization as she said he was a friend of Shoto's. Izuku nodded and kept silent, not needing to speak. Rei let out a slow breath and acknowledged that was kind, since Shoto did not have many people he could confide in. He stepped closer to her bedside and explained quietly that he wanted to make sure she was okay and to let her know someone out there saw her, not in the way Shoto had painted her. Rei blinked and her lip trembled once. No one had visited her like this, honestly, and without an agenda. She told him he was very gentle. He apologized for what Endeavor had done to her and to Shoto, saying none of them deserved it. Rei exhaled shakily, but steadied herself, then asked his name. He hesitated and then shook his head slightly, telling her he was just someone who cared. Rei offered a sad, grateful smile and thanked him for caring. He bowed again and promised that he would come back if she wanted him to. She said she would like that very much. He turned, hand on the door, and added quietly that one day Endeavor would not be able to hurt anyone ever again. Rei stared at him calmly and approved. He stepped out into the hallway with the door clicking shut behind him, his expression hardening just a little. Tonight was not about revenge. Not yet. But Endeavor's name had been written onto Izuku Shimura Aizawa's list, and Izuku never erased a name once it was on there. Aizawa stood in front of the class with that classic expression that looked dead inside but quietly proud, his scarf drooping lazily as he scanned the room and captured each student with that sharp, quiet presence only he could pull off. He told them they had done well during the sports festival, his tone flat but threaded with warmth for anyone paying attention. He noted that some had done better than most, and some had made questionable choices. Half the class shifted in embarrassment. Mineta whimpered. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Todoroki pretended not to exist. Izuku sat calm and perfectly upright, glowing with a smugness he swore he did not have. Putting that aside, Aizawa announced that it was time for the next step of their hero training. He clicked a remote and the projector lit up with bold letters announcing internships. A chorus of whispers rose. Jiro sat forward and Kaminari nearly fell out of his chair. Aizawa explained that the sports festival doubled as a scouting opportunity, that pros from across the nation had watched their performance and submitted offers, and that not everyone had been scouted. He told those who had not received offers not to worry, since the school had partnerships with dozens of hero agencies and would place them somewhere suitable. Izuku felt Bakugo's side-eye burning into his skull and Shoto's quiet, confused bafflement wondering whether Izuku was a rival, an anomaly, or a walking headache. Aizawa clicked to the next slide and warned them that internships were not vacations. They would be working, tired, and likely to question their life choices, and that was normal. His gaze softened almost imperceptibly, and he remarked that some of them had a bit more attention than others. He finally looked directly at Izuku and cautioned the class not to overreact when he reached that part. Izuku already felt a storm brewing behind him. When the class perked up for the next topic, Aizawa deadpanned that the next part was apparently very important to the students, though not to him personally. The new title on the projector read Hero Names, and half the class reacted with excitement. Aizawa sighed and announced that Midnight would be handling this. Aizawa said that he did not have the energy and gestured lazily toward the door. Right on cue, the door slammed open with a dramatic bang and Midnight entered, striding in like a wrestler down a ramp, heels clicking, hair shimmering, grin wide and predatory. Midnight purred a drawn-out greeting to the first years, tossing a wink that caused Kaminari to short-circuit. Aizawa moved to the side of the room to exist in peace. Midnight announced that hero names were a person's identity, pride, and personal brand, and that they had to be memorable, meaningful, and marketable. Class A buzzed with excitement and nerves, everyone except Izuku. Izuku sat calm, spinning a pen between his fingers. He had already experienced public identity, branding, and fear campaigns. Hero names were old news. Aizawa asked quietly if Izuku was good to go, hands in his pockets. Izuku nodded and explained that he already had a hero name and did not plan on changing it. Aizawa hummed, neither disapproving nor surprised, but showing resigned acceptance. Midnight clapped and announced that Izuku Shimura Aizawa was up first. Izuku stood, bowed politely, and calmly informed the class that he already had his hero name and, with permission, would sit this part out. The class stared. Midnight blinked, remarked on his confidence, smirked, and allowed it, noting that Principal Nizu had already approved his file. Aizawa waved toward the door and told him he could go, and to stay out of trouble. He did not have to say that he expected Izuku to do patrol work. It was implied. Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder and slipped out, leaving behind curious eyes and a room full of whispers, students asking whether he had a hero name, whether he had registered early, what it could be, and why he refused to say. Izuku Shimura Aizawa had two names, one for the light and one for the dark, and he was not ready to reveal how deeply those sides intertwined. Not yet. He had taken fewer than 10 steps down the hallway before he heard his name called. It was Nana, her voice small, shaky, but determined. He stopped. Nana stood with her hands balled into fists and shoulders tense, holding her courage in place. She asked if they could talk. Izuku nodded once and motioned for her to follow him. They slipped into an empty side room and closed the door behind them. Nana wrung her hands, her eyes darting everywhere but his. Izuku leaned back against a desk, arms crossed, quiet but attentive. Nana confessed that she wanted him to have one for all. Izuku blinked slowly and raised a brow, but she continued before he could respond, explaining that their father would be furious and might disown her. She did not care. Her eyes met his, wet and raw, and she admitted that she did not deserve it, that their father had chosen her because she was his daughter, and she had gone along with it, pretending to be special when she felt she was not compared to him. A tug of guilt crept into Izuku's chest. Nana insisted that he was stronger, braver, and smarter, that he had become a hero on his own while she had been handed power because she was convenient. Izuku told her firmly but kindly that he would not take it. He explained that he did not need it and did not want it. He had earned his path and was done living by what their father thought he should be. Her lip trembled. Nana whispered that she did not know how to control the power and kept hurting herself, that she could barely use it. Izuku rubbed his forehead, sighed, and advised her to stop forcing all the power into one limb. He suggested spreading it out across her body, thinking diffusion rather than detonation. Nana stiffened and asked what he meant. He explained the idea again and suggested that maybe she would stop shattering her bones every time she sneezed. The joke earned a tiny, genuine laugh from her. Without warning, Nana threw her arms around him in a sudden, desperate hug, the first like that since they were children. Izuku froze for a moment, then slowly placed a hand on her back, cautious but not rejecting. Nana whispered thanks into his shoulder. When she pulled away, she wiped at her eyes and looked lighter, more centered. She said she would see him back in class and slipped out, closing the door behind her. Izuku stood alone for a moment, exhaled, and wished his sister luck under his breath before turning and heading back down the hall, already planning his next move. Lunch at UA always smelled like cafeteria mystery and warm katsudon, but Izuku did not mind. He had his tray, his usual spot, and a rare moment of peace. He ate with the lingering adrenaline from the sports festival still buzzing under his skin. His phone kept buzzing with internship offers. Agencies, pro-heroes, and even a few questionable vigilante-style groups had reached out. Izuku stared at the list piling up and let a faint wry expression cross his face. He could pick someone flashy like Ryukyu, someone powerful like Mirko, or someone terrifying like Endeavor, though that last option was laughable. He did not really need a traditional internship. He had already done more real-world hero work than many pros. His fingers drummed against the table. He could spend the week doing what mattered to him, patrolling as foe all for one, cleaning up criminal elements, testing new combinations, and on his more moral days stealing quirks with care. Himiko would likely want to come. She got restless if she did not get to fight something every so often. Kano would probably show up with intel and a sniper rifle and treat it like a mission. Rumi might join or drag him out for training. He finished his katsudon, wiped his mouth, and smiled at the idea of an internship week that was really just work as usual, being foe all for one, and possibly getting support from his more unusual allies. Shadows fell over the table as his usual group gathered around with trays. Kirishima flopped into the seat across from him and immediately demanded to know how many offers Izuku had. Mina slid in next to Kirishima, excited and eager about who he might pick. Jiro sat quietly at his left and commented on the apparent paperwork, while Ochako added that she had a few offers and was still deciding. Tokoyami hovered nearby with dark shadow peeking out. Izuku smiled and presented his calm, normal student persona. He admitted to the offers and assured them it was not anything crazy. Kirishima banged his hands on the table and pointed out the thick stack of forms Aizawa had given him. Mina listed possible mentors with enthusiastic suggestions. Ochako offered to help him decide or accompany him, and Tokoyami advised choosing wisely. Dark Shadow hinted that he should choose someone cool like itself. Despite his outward responses and polite chuckles, Izuku's plan remained unchanged. He was not going to pick a conventional internship. He planned to spend the week hunting quirks and handling criminals behind the scenes. Kirishima encouraged him, calling any choice super manly, and Jiro advised him not to overthink it. The group laughed and continued exchanging offers and teasing each other as food moved around the table. Before the conversation could carry on longer, a student from General Studies approached and asked to speak privately. Izuku agreed and followed the student into an empty side room, closing the door behind them. The student then revealed herself to be Himiko, who stepped forward with her usual excited energy and admitted she had been eager to see him. A brief, neutral moment passed as they exchanged a few casual words, and then they parted. Izuku thought about how risky it would be if Aizawa discovered his extracurricular plans. He hoped his allies would be discreet. The distant sound of students passing by could be heard outside the room. Himiko and Izuku parted and slipped back into their routines before anyone noticed. Izuku glanced at the clock, then led the way back toward the cafeteria with his expression set in its usual calm while privately thinking he needed better locks at home. The platform was crowded, noisy, and smelled faintly of metal and too many teenagers. A Class 1A lined up with their bags and internship papers, each student jittery with either excitement or dread. Aizawa stood before them with his sleeping bag slung over one arm and his eyes half open in the familiar, exhausted way he saved for homeroom announcements. Aizawa instructed them not to embarrass the school, not to get kidnapped, not to die, and to try not to become a public relations disaster. A few students nodded very seriously. Mineta whimpered. Kirishima was already taking selfies. Izuku waited near the middle of the line, backpack over his shoulder, humming casually as if he had a legitimate hero agency to go to. In reality, whenever no one was looking, he planned to teleport to his friends and begin an internship filled with street patrols, villain busts, and maybe a date or two. He thought it would be a productive week. His gaze drifted around the class and settled on Ida. The class representative was stiffer than usual and looked haunted, the kind of haunted that meant he wasn't thinking about internships at all. Izuku suspected why. He respected Ida. Righteous, awkward, solid, but righteous people could break when grief opened them up. Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on the situation. Ida did not deserve to be consumed by revenge. A few feet away, Todoroki stood with his suitcase and one hand in his pocket, staring quietly at nothing in his usual calculating way. This time, however, there was a faint spark of determination in his eyes. He was not frozen inside his trauma. Izuku gave him a small nod, and Todoroki returned it. Heading to Endeavor's agency was difficult, but it was progress, a step toward owning his power instead of rejecting half of himself. Izuku felt quietly proud. Bakugo glared at everyone breathing near him. Himiko had already left earlier, and Kana was somewhere out of sight. Izuku sensed her nearby, probably perched on a roof with a sniper scope because she liked dramatic entrances. Aizawa finished his admonitions and told the students that when their train arrived they should be professional and not cause trouble. He then side-eyed Izuku and added that Izuku should take particular care to behave. Izuku protested that he was always well-behaved. Aizawa snorted and dismissed him. When the first train pulled in with a hiss and students began boarding in groups, Izuku waited until those around him were distracted and then used instant transmission to disappear in a flash of green light, unseen and unfelt. He left to meet his friends and patrol the city as foe all for one. The bar was dim and dusty, smelling faintly of old smoke and cleaner. Tamura Shigaraki sat hunched at the counter, scratching at his neck. Kurojairi hovered nearby like a quiet mist. Between them, still and composed with a blade across his lap, sat the hero killer, Stain. He did not drink, fidget, or blink. He stared at Shigaraki with the fanatic focus of a man who had already judged someone and found them lacking. Shigaraki, oblivious or pretending not to care, offered Stain an invitation to join them and asked if he wanted to bring down society's idols, to strike at all might. Stain corrected him, explaining that he did not kill heroes indiscriminately, but targeted frauds and idol worship. He declared that he would not support those who sought chaos without purpose and told Shigaraki that he was not a righteous leader. Shigaraki bristled and insisted that his league was his cause and his plan. Stain rose slowly, and the room chilled with tension. He explained that Shigaraki lacked conviction, DSBLN, and integrity qualities necessary to reshape the world, and that he would not join children playing at villainy. Tamura stepped forward in anger, and Stain moved with lightning speed. His weapons flashed into positions that made it unmistakably clear he could end the confrontation in an instant. Kurojairi raised his mist defensively and warned that pressing the matter was unwise. Stain ignored him and remained unmoved, stating that if he were to purge society's filth, someone like Tamura would be among the first to fall. After a long moment of silence, Stain relaxed, sheathed his blades, and said he had unfinished business elsewhere. Kurojairi bowed and offered to return Stain to the city. Stain nodded curtly and passed through a warp gate without hesitation. The bar fell quiet as Tamura trembled with fury and humiliation. A man punched a hole in the counter, splintering wood and sending glass flying. He screamed that he hated him, shaking and ranting that the world and everyone in it were awful, and that when he was done they would all pay. The evening had been peaceful in that strange, vigilante date way they all liked. Rumi moved from rooftop to rooftop with a grin sharp enough to cut steel. Kana adjusted her rifle like it were an accessory, and Himiko stuck close to Izuku's arm as if she were attached. Foe all for one's visor glowed faintly as he scanned the streets below. Hosu at night always felt a little magnetized, pulling trouble toward itself, and Izuku liked that. Trouble meant quirks. He'd already scored a few promising ones today: an underdeveloped materialization quirk, a psychic-style callback ability, and a volatile but effective explosive. He felt like he'd restocked the shelves of his own personal armory. Then the city screamed. One explosion became another, then a string of them, like firecrackers in a festival of panic. Hosu's lights flickered, sirens wailed, and the smell of smoke rolled down the streets. Izuku's instincts hit like a punch to the throat. He muttered that these were Nomis, not one or two, but a dozen. Their silhouettes shuffled at the far end of the district, lurching, twitching figures that moved like diseased animals. They were not as strong as the USJ monster, but they were numerous and fast. Rumi cracked her knuckles, eager for the fight, saying that she had chosen Izuku for nights like this. Himiko produced her knives, eyes bright with anticipation, and asking playfully if they could take one as a souvenir. Kana raised her rifle and observed that these Nomis weren't normal. Their movements were sloppy and rushed. Something about them was off. Izuku tore off his hoodie and shifted fully into his vigilante persona, visor lighting bright blue. He assessed the Nomis as prototypes unfinished stock, likely thrown into the fray by Tamura. Izuku noted a different presence in the air, faint, sharp and purposeful, and told the group that Stain was here. Kana lowered her rifle briefly and identified him as the hero killer. Himiko hummed at the thought, intrigued. Izuku ignored the commentary. The bloodlust in the city didn't belong to the Nomus. It had a shape and a philosophy. This was Stain's territory tonight, though the Nomus weren't his doing. Izuku warned everyone not to split up, noting that the Nomus might be weak individually, but were coordinated. A Nomu lunged from an alley beside him. Himiko drove a knife into it, stopping it before it could reach him. She winked and reminded them to stick together. Rumi launched forward and delivered a blow that sent the Nomu crashing apart in a burst of debris and smoke. She roared that they should clear them out and moved on to the next. Kana fired 3 rounds in rapid succession, each hitting its target and incapacitating 2 immediately, while leaving a third twitching. Izuku blurred forward with repulsion rings, grabbed the twitching Nomu by the jaw, and slammed it into the pavement with enough force to crack the surface and scatter rubble. He exhaled and took in the chaos, the city burning, screams echoing, the night broken. Somewhere deeper in Hosu, Izuku sensed that Ida was about to do something disastrously impulsive. He felt it and turned to the others, telling Rumi, Himiko, and Kana to split the Nomus and pull them away from civilians, and to avoid killing all of them because he wanted to see if any had unique quirks. When Kana asked what he would do, Izuku said he was going after Stain because Ida was in danger. Himiko's smile widened, Rumi cracked her knuckles again, and Kana smirked. Rumi teased him not to steal all of Stain's kills, and Izuku responded with a wry, non-committal promise. With repulsion rings firing in rapid succession, Izuku's boots barely touched the rooftops as he moved in a jagged, controlled glide. Every burst of force lit new data across his visor and pushed him faster. Hosu was a maze of flame and chaos, but he didn't slow. He cut corners by ricocheting off air vents and leapt entire streets by blasting downward. Please don't do anything stupid, he thought, while knowing that stupidity was already in motion. The visor pinged 3 life signatures in a cluster, 2 paralyzed, 1 moving into an attacking posture. He found Ida down on the ground, frozen and helpless, eyes wild and chest heaving. Native lay nearby, injured and motionless. Stain stood over them. Everything Izuku expected. Lean, predatory, eyes burning with a conviction that felt almost religious. Stain moved with purpose, blade angled and ready to strike Ida. Izuku landed on the wall above them, perched and ready. He recognized that Stain had tracked this alone, and he could not blame him. If any of his friends had been targeted, he would have done the same. Izuku's visor locked onto Stain and highlighted whatever useful tactical information it could. Stain leaned close to Ida and pronounced that Ida was unworthy of the word hero and should be gone. Izuku didn't wait. He launched himself. Stain's blade began to fall, and Ida's eyes squeezed shut. Native groaned. Izuku crashed into Stain like a meteor, the impact sending a shockwave through the alley and forcing Stain back. Izuku landed between Ida and the hero killer, visor flaring bright blue. He identified Stain and warned that Ida was his responsibility now, and that if Stain tried to kill him again, he would make sure Stain could never hurt him again. Stain straightened, brushing at his mouth where he had been struck and narrowing his eyes, accusing Izuku of being a false successor and a vigilante plague. Izuku told Stain he talked too much. Stain grinned and challenged him, and Izuku smiled behind the visor, convinced that his resolve matched his reputation. A fierce, non-graphic clash followed as they collided, each movement fast and fierce like an anime duel, blades and bursts of force cutting through the smoke and light as both combatants fought with conviction. The fight was intense and purposeful, framed by the burning city and the ongoing efforts of the others to protect civilians and contain the Nomus. He had brought extra. He flexed his fingers, thinking it was time to steal a tongue. Izuku darted forward first, not recklessly, but with the kind of confidence that came from having seen death up close and laughed back at it. Stain met him halfway. Steel rang against a barrier of condensed force as Izuku shaped a blunt force strike in his palm, redirecting the blade instead of matching it. He did not use engine, his signature beams, or his repulsion rings unless necessary. He fought like a stripped-down version of himself, deliberately unfamiliar. No point in giving Ida a chance to recognize him. Stain moved with surgical precision. Every slash targeted weak spots only seasoned killers considered. Izuku respected that the way one respects a venomous snake while preparing to take its fangs. Stain cut low, grazing Izuku's leg, almost drawing blood, but Izuku vaulted upward with a twist, letting the blade pass inches away. Stain's eyes narrowed as he noted how quickly Izuku adapted. Izuku smirked behind his visor and thought that he was a fast learner. He moved a hand out and used a microburst of repulsion, not enough to be obvious, but enough to blast Stain backward. The hero killer skidded against a wall and rebounded into a crouch, ready to pounce. Ida grunted from the ground, still frozen. Izuku glanced at him only briefly and mentally urged Ida to remain unconscious and not start connecting dots. Stain lunged again. High this time, blade angled for Izuku's visor. Izuku ducked and let the slash pass over him, then countered with a sharp elbow coated in a thin sheen of force shield. It struck Stain in the ribs and made him stumble, but he recovered instantly. Stain's tongue flicked out like a whip. Izuku jumped backward, twisting midair, reminding himself that this was about stealing a quirk, not getting careless. Stain landed lightly and laughed, commenting that Izuku was skilled and cautious, fighting like a veteran who hid his tricks and his nature. Izuku cracked his knuckles and reminded him that he hid his identity and that Ida did not need more trauma. The remark sharpened Stain's expression. He found the irony amusing and called out the vigilante acting as a hero. Izuku shrugged and called it efficient. Then he attacked with the intent to end it. He feinted left, forced Stain to commit to a counter, then snapped around and slammed a blunt-enhanced palm into the hero killer's jaw. The impact echoed through the alley, sending Stain's blade clattering across the concrete. Stain dropped to a knee. Izuku's visor pulsed, signaling a perfect opening to take a quirk. A shadow moved. Stain lunged with a hidden dagger and cut Izuku's cheek just enough for a single drop of blood. Izuku hissed at the sting Stain had managed to land a hit. Stain grinned and spoke of claiming Izuku's blood, but Izuku raised 2 fingers and activated a brainwash command. Stain froze mid-sentence, eyes wide. The partial activation of Halfcut's power was enough. Izuku stepped forward and told Stain to stop moving. Stain went rigid. Ida stared, shocked. The man masquerading as All for One inhaled deeply and declared that round 2 was over. Izuku dropped beside the pile of incapacitated Nomu just as the others finished cleanup. By cleanup, they meant Himiko perched on a junked robot crate, legs swinging happily and splattered with remnants from the battle she seemed to think were aesthetic. Kana casually reloading her rifle as if it had been a slow patrol. Rumi standing with hands on hips over a Nomu that was clearly neutralized by a powerful kick that left a dent in the pavement. Rumi smirked when Izuku landed and remarked that it had moved hard. Izuku laughed and countered that Rumi sounded like she had enjoyed it. She admitted as much with a wink. He activated his visor and scanned each Nomu. Checking quirk signatures, his hopeful hum turned into a disappointed groan. These quirks were low-grade knockoffs. Shock absorption mimics, muscle enhancements, and an odd elastic skull variation that felt like a waist. Himiko raised a hand and said it sounded funny. Izuku deadpanned that it was not funny, and she stuck out her tongue in a childish gesture and giggled. Izuku stepped toward the last living Nomu and siphoned off a quirk or 2 just in case. Nothing special came away. Whoever manufactured these things clearly worked on minimum effort, he noted aloud. Rumi suggested they also had terrible taste. Kana agreed with a lazy smirk. Izuku brightened and turned to Himiko, thinking of taste in a different sense. Himiko bounded to his side, eyes glowing gold as he beckoned her closer. He placed 2 fingers gently on her cheek and activated All for One in a measured way. A dark shimmer traveled from his palm into her skin as blood-curdle once Stain's prized possession transferred to her. Himiko gasped and then laughed with manic joy as a long, flexible tongue-like appendage emerged, a clear sign that the quirk had taken effect. The others reacted with a mix of jealousy and curiosity about what she might do with it. They celebrated briefly with excited, non-romantic cheers before refocusing on the mission. Izuku returned to UA with the same casual confidence he always carried: steady footsteps, relaxed shoulders, a quiet grin that suggested he had enjoyed his week more than he should have. Rumi had come by that morning to see him off, and the others had exchanged playful, non-SXL goodbyes. By the time Izuku stepped through UA's gates, he looked like someone who had spent a week doing exactly what he wanted. Class 1A returned in force, most of them wearing little souvenirs of their experiences. Uraraka had a determined glint after training with Gunhead. Ida looked healthier outwardly, but Izuku noticed the coil of guilt twisting through him. The events with Hosu still haunted him. Todoroki moved with quieter steps, showing the beginnings of thaw in his posture. Momo carried herself with new confidence. Even Kaminari had his chest puffed out like he was a brand new man. Bakugo drew Izuku's attention next. Izuku nearly tripped when he saw him. Bakugo now sported an aggressively styled haircut, locks combed back with so much gel they looked immovable. Izuku guessed Best Jeanist had worked on him for days. Bakugo stomped past, snarling at anyone within breathing distance and ordering that no one speak. Izuku said nothing and smiled at the sight, amused by how few rebellious toughs still stuck up from Bakugo's otherwise disciplined style. As the class trickled in, chatter filled the air with stories of villains, rescues, drills, and close calls. Some students proudly displayed new gear, others bore fresh bruises. Izuku took his seat as Aizawa lounged in his sleeping bag at the front, the homeroom teacher emerging like a tired cat ready to judge them all. Aizawa observed dryly that most of them had survived and noted that would be useful. He pushed himself fully out of the sleeping bag, rubbing the bridge of his nose as if the weight of teaching were a constant burden. Aizawa announced that midterm exams were approaching. He explained that there would be written and practical exams, both important and difficult, and that performance would determine who attended the summer training camp. The class reacted with groans and sudden alertness. Aizawa allowed himself a faint smirk at the shift in attention. Izuku watched his classmates worry over tests and training with a quiet smile. He had spent time studying advanced hero theory long before his current life, and the practical portions did not trouble him. Behind his scarf, Aizawa's eyes flicked toward Izuku for a moment as a simple check-in. Izuku returned the tiniest nod. Aizawa urged everyone to take the exam seriously and warned that slacking would have consequences, then pointed toward the door and informed them that hero training would start in 10 minutes and they should get ready. The class scrambled to their feet. Izuku rose at a normal pace, hands in his pockets, thinking that midterms, villain threats, and training camp meant life was about to get far more interesting. Tamura tapped his fingers against a metal counter, restless and irritated, a habit since Hosu. Jiren entered carrying a suitcase, announcing that he had brought some unusual candidates. Tamura glared but allowed the introductions. He could not deny Jiren's knack for finding people others overlooked. The suitcase opened. First forward stepped a tall man with messy black hair and pale skin marked by dark purples that hinted at past burns and scars, giving him a cold, haunted look. Jiren warned that his flames were dangerous. Tamura stared. The new recruit returned the stare with a patient, grudging appraisal. Next came a man dressed like a circus performer, complete with a tuxedo coat and face paint. He bowed theatrically and prefaced that he preferred to call his acts performances. Tamura's lip twitched. The performer's manner unnerved him. Behind him stood a tall, red-haired woman with a confident frame and a trans pride pin on her vest. She cracked her knuckles and made it clear she would not tolerate trouble, speaking in blunt, direct terms. Jiren noted that she was straightforward. Lastly, a scaled, reptilian-looking man stepped forward in attire reminiscent of Stain's style, declaring himself Spinner and stating that he followed Stain's ideals and wished to support a leader who shared that vision. Tamura clicked his tongue. For unusual recruits, each a potential problem and a potential asset. He needed fighters and people who resented the system. On that requirement, they might suffice. He told Jiren he would consider which ones to use for the league. Jiren whistled and called it a big step, but Tamura was focused on the news footage replaying Hosu. His anger flared at the sight of the youth Izuku Shimura, whom he blamed for stealing the Noma's quirks and for embarrassing his attack. Jiraiya noticed the twitch in Tamura's fingers and asked if he was still thinking about him. Tamura's rage spilled out as he accused Izuku of ruining everything, of taking the Nomu, of interfering with All Might, and of making a mockery of his assault. He slammed a chair hard enough to splinter it. Kurojirai placed a calming hand on Tamura's shoulder and advised patience, reminding him that there were plans unfolding. Tamura, shaking with fury, vowed that Izuku would pay. Jiren, lighting another cigarette, suggested that more forces might be needed for that goal. Tamura continued to brood. The League was coming together, villains gathering and plans shifting, and Shigaraki's resentment and hatred were focused on Izuku Shimura Aizawa. Aizawa stood at the front of the room with a clipboard in hand, looking like a man about to hand down orders rather than grades. Class 1A collectively tensed. Even Bakugo paused mid-grumble. Aizawa flipped a page and announced that, since the midterm exams were close, he had taken the liberty of running their academic progress through UA's ranking system. That wiped out whatever tiny bit of hope some students had been clinging to. Aizawa glanced up, deadpan as ever, and said they would start from the top. Kaminari whispered that he hoped it would not be Bakugo. Aizawa lifted the clipboard and named first place as Izuku Shimura Aizawa. A few jaws dropped, and some groans rippled through the room. Bakugo reacted with the loudest outburst. Izuku blinked, surprised he had not been trying that hard, but his late-night study of criminal patterns, physics, math, and urban planning from his vigilante work had translated into strong written results. Aizawa did not look surprised. Aizawa continued by placing Momo Yaoyorozu in second, which most of the class accepted with relief, and Shoto Todoroki in third, which Todoroki acknowledged with a small nod. Reactions in the room ranged from pride to panic. Jiro thumped her forehead on her desk. Kirishima congratulated Todoroki. Mina fretted theatrically, and Bakugo glared at Izuku, as if the ranking system had been rigged. Izuku shrugged and explained that Nizu had told him to put effort into the written exam this time, prompting another round of groans. Aizawa rolled the page and ordered those at the bottom to start studying immediately, warning that grabbing the smartest student and shaking answers out of him was not acceptable. Shiro lowered his hand reluctantly. Aizawa sighed through his scarf and informed them they would be paired off for the practical portion soon. He reminded them that midterms would determine who went to the training camp and who stayed behind, adding with a faint smirk that he did not need to explain why staying behind would be pathetic. Class 1A broke into anxious whispers. Izuku leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. Being at the top of the rankings felt easy, but his thoughts had moved beyond tests to the training camp and the villains gathering in the shadows. He worried about Shigaraki planning somewhere out there. Midterms suddenly felt like the least of their problems. Izuku sat on a park bench beside Rei Todoroki and let her enjoy the sunlight. Rei cradled a paper cup of warm tea with both hands and smiled with a softness that made Izuku feel warm beneath his scarf. Rei brushed a strand of white hair behind her ear and murmured that it had been a very long time since she had felt the wind or heard children laughing. Izuku noted that she looked healthier, still pale and delicate, but present and awake in a way she had not been for years, and told her simply that he was glad because she deserved more than a room and silence. Rei offered a faint, playful smile and remarked that Izuku pretended he was not doing anything extraordinary. Izuku, flushed and a little shy, said he was just helping. Rei observed that not many people helped the broken. Most avoided them. Izuku listened without knowing how to reply, and Rei did not seem to mind the silence. Some classmates watched from a distance, giving the pair space and quietly approving of the kindness being shown. Rei reached out and gently brushed Izuku's sleeve, then asked if he would accompany her on more walks. Izuku agreed, smiling a little. The visit felt like the beginning of something calmer and warmer. A few of Izuku's friends approached and introduced themselves warmly, making Rei feel welcomed. They complimented her and expressed gratitude for the care she was receiving. Rei hesitated, mentioning her age and that she felt damaged, and one friend replied honestly that Izuku had his own struggles as well. A brief, Supportive conversation followed, and the small group settled into a comfortable, friendly atmosphere. Kana said that was why Ray fit with them. Kana added that none of them were normal either, and that was precisely why this worked. Rumi stretched lazily and noted that if Ray ever decided to join, Ray's kindness and the fact that he clearly trusted her would be more than enough recommendation. Ray lifted a trembling hand to her chest, visibly overwhelmed but not recoiling. She looked shocked by an acceptance she had not expected in this lifetime. Ray admitted she did not know what to say. Himiko giggled and urged Ray to say she would keep walking with them, which was enough for now. Ray breathed in deeply and then smiled, warm and hopeful, and said she could do that. Izuku returned, drying his hands and looking confused at the four of them sitting together and smiling like a pack of cats that had just adopted a fourth. Izuku asked what he had missed. The three of them insisted that nothing had been missed. Izuku sat wedged between Kirishima and Jiro at their usual table, a fortress made of cafeteria trays and questionable UA curry surrounding them. The atmosphere felt charged, as if everyone knew. Something big was coming, but could not yet pin its shape. Even Izuku, who usually radiated quiet confidence, wore a contemplative look as he shoved rice into his mouth. His mind drifted through dozens of possible configurations for the exam and through strategies to hide most of his quirks while still passing. Kirishima leaned forward, elbows on the table, and asked what everyone thought they would be faced with robots again, training obstacles, or a simulated villain attack, grinning that anything would do. Jiro gave a dry stare and observed that it was UA. The teachers seemed to enjoy making things difficult and emotionally challenging for students. Mina gasped dramatically and predicted something insane, like traps and extremes that would test them to the limit. Izuku snorted at the idea of a laser bear pit. Mina pointed her spoon and stood by her theory, reminding them all this was UA. Zero shrugged and said he agreed with Mina, especially after what had happened at USJ. Ida, sitting rigid as always, lifted his juice box with formal seriousness and noted that while the written portion had been straightforward, they should expect rigorous standards in the practical. Collaboration, strategy, and critical thinking would likely be tested. Izuku watched him carefully, noticing a shadow behind Ida's eyes that spoke of lingering worry and guilt. Izuku hoped Ida would not do anything reckless during the exam. Todoroki slid into the seat next to Izuku and quietly observed that whatever the exam was, they would not make it easy. It would probably be even harder because of the sports festival exposure. Izuku nodded and agreed that those who had stood out would likely be singled out. Kirishima nudged him and teased that Izuku, as the champion of the festival, was probably a prime target. Jiro added that the teachers were going to try to break him. Izuku smiled politely, but a warm thrill ran through him. He resolved that he would not break, he would learn. He took another bite of katsudon and leaned back, listening to his friends bicker and speculate, enjoying the calm before the inevitable storm. Whatever UA had planned next, he would be ready. Robots, he thought, felt unlikely when considering Aizawa's style. It would probably be something much worse. Something light tapped the back of Izuku's head. A dramatic gasp behind him made it obvious who it was before he turned. Nito Monoma approached with theatrical smugness and posed as if he had just dealt a blow, offering an exaggerated apology to the sports festival champion while mocking Izuku's quirk. Izuku stared at Monoma blankly, his mind briefly failing to place him. Monoma expected a comeback or a dramatic reaction and announced himself as Class 1, BS Rising Star, rival, and equal. Izuku finally recalled that Monoma was the copy quirk guy and admitted he had forgotten the name, which left Monoma momentarily speechless. Monoma protested that Izuku had stolen the spotlight and humiliated Class 1B by merely existing, accusing Izuku of collecting quirks like trading cards. Izuku tilted his head and, puzzled, acknowledged the accusation. Kendo appeared behind Monoma, grabbed him by the collar and apologized for his behavior, explaining that he tended to get worked up before exams. Izuku waved away any hard feelings and said he had honestly forgotten Monoma existed. Monoma screamed as he was dragged away, insisting that Izuku had attacked him on purpose. The cafeteria watched Monoma vanish around the corner while Izuku calmly sipped his drink and moved on mentally, He had bigger concerns than a copy user without manners. Kendo had intervened like a firm but composed presence. She delivered a clean, efficient neck chop that folded Monoma in an exaggerated, non-serious way, and then she quickly helped him along toward the door while apologizing about his behavior and noting that he got worse before exams. Izuku gave a thumbs up in response. Kendo mentioned that she had heard the physical portion of the midterm would involve robots, similar to the entrance exam. Mina perked up at the possibility of smashing things. Denki raised both arms enthusiastically, glad for something he could do without disaster. Izuku froze for a moment at the new information and then dismissed the robot idea. With Nizu running the show and Aizawa watching like a stoic guardian, he suspected the teachers had something more elaborate in mind. He swallowed, exhaled through his nose, and accepted that whatever the teachers planned, it would be challenging in ways that robots alone would not capture. The staff would not pass up the chance to test them properly, especially after USJ and the recent rise in villain activity. Kendo vanished around the corner, Monoma still unconscious and bobbing behind her like a balloon on a string. Izuku tapped his fingers together with growing amusement. If Class 1A thought they were about to fight tin cans, they were in for a rude awakening. The fake city spread out in front of them, all broken streets and half-crumbled buildings. Class 1A stood in a line at the edge, costumes on, the air buzzing with nerves. Izuku rolled his shoulders under his cape, mask and visor in place. To everyone else it was his hero costume. To him, it was just the usual vigilante gear with the school logo slapped on. Aizawa stood off to the side, hands in his pockets, trying to look bored. Beside him were the other teachers in full costume, and in front of all of them Nizu hopped up on a little metal box with a microphone in his paw. Nizu greeted everyone and noted the rumor that their opponents would be robots. Mina and Denki fist-pumped. Nizu's smile widened in a way Izuku did not trust, and Nizu told them the rumors were wrong. Almost on cue, Snipe adjusted his hat. Midnight cracked her whip, 13 waved politely, and Cementos rumbled his stone arms. The class broke into whispers. Izuku sighed inside his mask and thought he had called it. Nizu explained the practical exam rules. Students would work in pairs against their teachers, and their objective would be to either escape the combat zone or handcuff their assigned teacher, while the teachers tried to stop them. The class buzzed louder, some looking pumped, some looking like they wanted to throw up. Nizu added that there was one exception they had to address before announcing the teams. Izuku felt a small red of dread appear in the middle of his forehead. Nizu turned slightly to address Class 1A and said they had probably heard something about the vigilante causing a stir in the underground scene, the one the media insisted on calling faux all for one. The class erupted into surprised questions, with students bringing up USJ and the Nomu. Nizu lifted his paw for silence and fixed his black eyes on Izuku before announcing that the vigilante was their classmate, Izuku Shimura Aizawa. For a second the world went quiet. Izuku slowly reached up, unsealed his mask, and pulled it down, letting the visor retract. Blue hair, red eyes, freckles, the same face they had lunch with, only now rearranged in a new context. Kaminari could hardly believe they'd been sitting with an urban legend at lunch. Mina pointed and said that explained a lot. Suyu blinked and said she guessed that was why he always looked so relaxed when villains came up. Nana stared, mouth slightly open, knuckles white at her sides. Bakugo hissed that he had been out there stealing quirks and punching Nomus while Bakugo had been dealing with Best Jeanist hair gel. Izuku scratched his cheek, a little sheepish, and called it an occupational hazard. Aizawa exhaled into his scarf like he had been holding that breath since Nizu opened his mouth. The bandage on his face hid a small, proud smile. Nizu assured everyone that Izuku was operating legally, held a special license, was under Aizawa's direct supervision, and was subject to stricter rules than any of them. He warned them not to attempt to copy his methods, or they would be arrested. A few students who had been considering it slumped. Because of Izuku's unusual experience and power level, Nizu said, pairing him with a partner would not provide a fair or useful test, so they had made a small adjustment. Izuku felt it coming and still wanted to protest. Nizu announced that Shimura Aizawa would not be pairing with another student. He would instead face a single teacher alone. Present Mike leaned toward Aizawa and reminded him he owed 500 yen, claiming he had predicted this. Aizawa groaned quietly. Nizu then stepped aside and announced that Izuku's opponent would be All Might. Heavy footsteps echoed as All Might strode out from behind Cementoss's bulk, full hero costume on, the grin on his face not quite reaching his eyes. All Might boomed that they apparently had unfinished business. Izuku swallowed and met his gaze across the training ground, remembering the last time they'd stood like this, when his ribs had been paste and his mask had been in pieces. He let his mouth curl into a small, sharp smile and prepared for round 2. The exams rolled on, one pair after another disappearing into the fake city. From the monitoring room, Izuku watched Kirishima and Sato get walled in again and again by Cementoss until they finally punched a tunnel straight through and escaped. He grinned at the screen, thinking that was about right for those two. Zero and Mineta versus Midnight dissolved into chaos, and Izuku tried very hard not to think about it or look at Mineta. Uraraka and Aoyama struggled against 13 until Uraraka's brain clicked mid-panic and she used Aoyama as a makeshift booster, sending him floating over the exit gate while she skated debris messy, but smart. Momo and Todoroki versus Aizawa made Izuku pay attention. He watched Aizawa erase their quirks, slip around, and test their teamwork. When Momo started barking orders and improvising gear, Izuku felt a swell of pride. She was getting there. Todoroki even used more fire now, and then progress. Koda and Gyre nearly got wiped by present mix noise until Koda remembered he could control birds, hundreds of them. When the sky blackened with wings, Mike lost his composure on the speakers and Izuku had to bite back a laugh. Mina and Denki against Nizu felt like bullying, with Nizu weaponizing the whole city against them. Izuku mentally rated each trap, recognizing many from vigilante jobs. Tsuyu and Tokoyami handled ectoplasm by going full stealth shadow clones against actual shadow. Ida and Ojiro outworked Power Loader with pure DSBLN and timing. One after another, teams finished, stumbling back beaten and exhausted, but mostly passing. Then came Nana and Bakugo. Izuku leaned forward without meaning to, arms folded, eyes locked on the monitor. On the street set, All Might stood like a wall of muscle and smile. Nana and Bakugo crouched behind a busted-up car, both of them breathing hard even though the fight had not started yet. Izuku muttered that this seemed to be their warm-up and that it figures. The buzzer sounded. Bakugo charged first, explosion snapping, and he swore as he attacked. Nana hesitated for half a heartbeat, then kicked in with her improved control, yellow lightning flickering over her limbs as she darted around the other side, going for a pincer. All Might did not move at first. He let Bakugo get close, then redirected him with one hand, sending him tumbling down the street without even throwing a punch. Nana's OFA punch slammed into his side a second later and actually made him slide back a step. Izuku murmured his approval, noting that she had learned. On the screen, All Might grinned wider and praised her form before turning the intensity up. He began forcing them into each other's paths, using debris, wind pressure, and pure speed. Nana's timing frayed. Bakugo grew more frustrated and wild, which only made it worse. They were strong, but All Might treated them like training. Weights. Izuku's jaw tightened. He remembered the feeling of hitting someone with everything he had and watching them barely react, feeling like none of his effort mattered, like an annoying bug under a thumb that just hadn't pressed down yet. Out on the field, Bakugo finally hit his limit. All Might caught his arm mid-explosion, spun, and tossed him toward the capture building. Nana tried to rush in with another full-strength punch, but All Might sidestepped, tapped her shoulder, and she stumbled into the capture gate. All Might then called time with a booming voice and declared that they both passed, but still had much to learn. Teachers cheered. The class made mixed noises. Aizawa's voice murmured from behind Izuku that he should stop glaring at the monitor. Izuku turned and saw his father standing in the doorway of the side hall, scarf loose and hair a little more frizzed than usual. The look in his eyes was tired but steady. Aizawa told him he was up next and that Nizu was finishing the field reset, then asked if he was ready. Izuku snorted and reminded him that he had been ready since All Might had tried to put his head through the floor at USJ. Aizawa's mouth twitched as he warned Izuku to remember their conversation, not to underestimate All Might, not to let emotions drive the fight, and absolutely not to blow up half the facility since Nizu would make him fix it. Izuku replied with a lightened edge that there were no promises on that last one. Izuku rolled his shoulders, feeling the quiet hum of his quirks under his skin: strength boosts, shields, teleportation, dragon fist, blunt force, shock absorption, and super regeneration as a safety net, plus brainwash and engine. This time he was not a crying, quirkless kid or a first-time vigilante. This time, when All Might punched a wall, something would actually punch back. President Mick's voice boomed over the speakers to announce the final exam as a one-on-one special, pitting student Izuku Shimura Aizawa against the symbol of peace, All Might. Aizawa jerked his head toward the gate and urged Izuku to go show what his kid could do. Izuku grinned, sharp and bright, and started walking toward the light of the fake city, his heart beating fast in a good way. Izuku rolled his shoulders and let out a slow breath as his boots clicked on the mock asphalt. Wind machines hummed above, making his cape flutter. His visor glowed faint blue with live readings on the environment and a heat signature that could only be one man. All Might stood at the far end of the main street, backlit by the fake afternoon sun in a classic pose, arms folded as if this were a photo shoot instead of an exam. All Might welcomed Izuku in a booming voice and began to introduce the match. Izuku dismissed the fanfare with a snappy retort about the symbol of peace and merch. Nizu's voice crackled from nearby speakers and outlined the conditions. Izuku could either escape through the designated gate or incapacitate All Might, so he could not pursue. All Might could capture Izuku with special cuffs or otherwise prevent him from fighting. The buildings were reinforced, but not indestructible. President Mike shouted something hyped that Izuku tuned out, his focus narrowing on the giant in red, white, and blue. All Might's smile faded slightly as he warned Izuku that choosing the path of that quirk was dangerous and that he would not hold back. The world could not afford another All for One. Izuku's jaw clenched behind his mask as he told All Might to stop speaking as if he knew him, accusing him of the arrogance of yelling, "You," and nearly killing him one day then playing teacher the next. A flicker of guilt crossed All Might's face before it was replaced by stubborn resolve. All Might then slammed a fist into his palm, the air seeming to shake, and challenged Izuku to show he could survive the road he had chosen. Nizu announced the start of the match and the countdown reached 0. All Might blurred into motion. Izuku did not see his first step, just the street erupting under the hero's foot as he launched forward. The last time Izuku had seen this, he had been sent flying and almost died. This time he was already moving. He engaged engine in his calves, layered a strength enhancer, and kicked off the ground with repulsion rings flashing at his feet to add a sharp, explosive shove. The world streaked sideways as he shot onto a parallel alley. The spot he had occupied cratered, and the pavement spiderwebbed under All Might's punch. All Might muttered that Izuku was fast as he landed, spun, and searched. Izuku did not give him time. He popped out of an alley ahead, palm already up as a translucent arc of force shield unfolded in front of him like an invisible riot shield. Behind it, his other hand glowed as he channeled an impure beam at moderated power to make a point. He shouted for the symbol to catch the attack as the beam slammed into All Might's raised forearm. The hero planted his feet and tanked it, muscles bulging as he absorbed the impact, and his cape whipped wildly. All Might called the output impressive, but warned that Izuku would need more than that. Izuku affirmed his readiness, and then vanished. He snapped into instant transmission, locking onto the afterimage of All Might's energy trail and folding space to reappear above and behind the hero with a fist ped and wrapped in a combination of blunt force, strength enhancers, and the phantom outline of a roaring dragon fist. All Might's instinct screamed. He twisted, eyes widening as he caught the glowing dragon shape in his peripheral vision. Izuku growled and brought his fist down. The fight settled into a rhythm of punches, blocks, and shockwaves. Izuku's dragon-wrapped fist struck All Might's crossed arms, ripping a trench along the street behind the symbol of peace. Concrete chunks fell. All Might slid back a few meters, boots carving grooves in the asphalt, then pushed forward with a grin that did not reach his eyes. He urged the young man on, and then vanished. Izuku barely raised his force shield in time. A broad fist smashed into the barrier from the side, cracking it and sending him tumbling into a storefront. The fake windows shattered, and shelves collapsed around him. He rolled, letting shock absorption take most of the damage as his ribs vibrated. Super regeneration kicked in, and the ache began to fade. He noted that the hit still landed like a truck. He blurred with instant transmission and reappeared on a rooftop as All Might leapt after him, cape flaring. From above, Izuku finally saw the rhythm clearly. The timing was off. The recovery between punches was a hair slower. When All Might landed, there was a tiny hitch in his posture, as if his body wanted to fold but his pride would not allow it. Izuku's visor tracked microtremors, and he recognized that the older hero was running low. Even diminished, All Might remained terrifying. He rushed again, launching a flurry of blows. Izuku met him head-on, engines roaring and blunt force turning his counters into concussive detonations. Fist met fist, and shockwave after shockwave slammed outward, rattling the simulated city. Dust shook from the stands. The commentator cried out over the noise, but none of it mattered against the booms. In the observation area, Nana stood pressed to the glass, trembling, while Inko watched in stunned silence, clutching her bag. Tashinori's friends and staff sat behind Nizu and Aizawa, all wide-eyed. Aizawa kept his scarf tight, expression flat but his eyes soft. He muttered that Izuku should make All Might actually work for it. Back in the arena, Izuku ducked under a straight punch, used repulsion rings to kick off All Might's chest, then drove a dragon fist uppercut into the older hero's chin. The glowing dragons had detonated on impact, sending the giant hero skidding through 3 buildings before he came to a stop in a cloud of dust. Izuku landed on a streetlight, panting lightly. Not from exhaustion, his stamina was ridiculous now, but from the mental effort of juggling so many quirks without overdoing them. The dust thinned. All Might stood in the crater, shoulders heaving. The visor's zoom made the strain on his face clear. All Might's voice dropped to something closer to Tashinori's when he acknowledged that Izuku had grown. Izuku's chest tightened for a moment as he responded that All Might had not been there for his growth, but he had managed. The air went colder between them. All Might's eyes narrowed as he warned that Izuku was walking a dangerous edge, stealing quirks and taking a name that could mark him as a villain. Izuku's fists clenched. He answered that he did not care how others labeled him so long as the people he saved knew who he was. All Might countered sharply, accusing Izuku of having taken lives and telling him that was not the path of a hero. Rage bubbled in Izuku. He reminded All Might of the USJ incident, accusing the hero of nearly ending his life in a reflexive response to a dangerous name. All Might flinched briefly, then pushed forward, insisting he had to be sure, because hesitation meant people died. He came in with a meteor-like fist. Izuku did not dodge. He allowed shock absorption and super regeneration to take the blow, the punch hammering him through the street and into a subway entrance. The world resolved into impact and ringing and dust. He lay there for a breath as his body healed faster than his senses could register. Enough trading blows, he decided, and teleported back to street level. All Might turned toward him, breathing hard, fists still raised, and remarked on Izuku's ability to stand after that. Izuku used his real voice, calling him Tashinori. The hero froze. Izuku stepped forward, dimming his visor so the red in his eyes was visible. He dropped the flashy quirks, no beams, no dragons, no engines, and stood with his hands at his sides, looking smaller than he had at any point in the fight. Then he asked whether All Might had ever truly seen him as his son, or merely tolerated him until someone better appeared. The question landed like a physical blow. In the stands, Inko's breath caught and Nana covered her mouth. Aizawa's eyes flicked toward Nizu, who remained silent. All Might stared at Izuku, as if struck. His shoulders shook. Tashinori began to show through the symbol's persona. He started to answer that of course he loved him. Then Izuku's eyes flashed a strange, unnatural color, and a neural compulsion snapped into place. The older hero's expression went blank as his pupils dilated and his stance locked mid-step. Teachers on the control platform lurched forward, recognizing the signs. Vlad King noted that it looked like a brainwashing quirk, and Aizawa observed that Izuku had copied someone with that ability. Izuku walked up to All Might slowly, feeling the man's power still thrumming under the surface, even in that frozen state. He spoke quietly so only the exam microphones would pick it up, and ordered All Might to nod if he understood. All Might's head dipped once, jerky and obedient. Izuku then commanded that for the rest of the exam All Might remain on his knees, allow himself to be restrained, make no attempt to break free or injure himself, and remember everything that had happened. All Might complied. All Might reminded him that he would remember the question he had asked. The hero's body moved, dropping heavily to one knee and then the other, the ground cracking under the weight. Izuku pulled the special cuffs from his belt with hands that trembled only slightly and snapped them around All Might's wrists. Mizu announced that All Might had been restrained and that Izuku Shimura Aizawa had passed the practical exam. The fake city speakers exploded with present Mick's booming voice. In the stands some students cheered while others only stared. Bakugo shook with rage. Todoroki looked at Izuku as if he were seeing a completely different person. Nana had tears in her eyes and did not know why. Izuku stepped back from the kneeling hero as the brainwash faded. All Might blinked, flexed his fingers, and realized his position. All Might murmured that he understood, and that this was Izuku's answer. Izuku, not looking back, said that it had been All Might's. He walked toward the exam gate, cape dragging through the dust, leaving the symbol of peace kneeling alone in the wrecked street. Izuku pushed open the door to the observation room, adrenaline still buzzing in his limbs. His visor folded back into the respirator with a soft click, exposing his face. The moment the class heard that sound, every head snapped toward him. For a heartbeat, 1A simply stared, and then the room erupted in exclamations of astonishment and praise. Kirishima nearly tackled him in a celebratory handshake. Kaminari practically vibrated with excitement. Ashido bounced in place. Even Todoroki looked impressed, confused, or perhaps mildly betrayed on behalf of All Might, hard to tell. Izuku blinked, taken aback. He had expected fear, suspicion, or distant admiration, but the wave of praise warmed his chest. Bakugo stood scowling in the corner with his arms crossed, but he muttered that it had not been half bad, calling him nerd. Nana stood behind the crowd, fiddling with her sleeves, and offered him a small, shy but genuine smile. Izuku nodded and she brightened. Aizawa, leaning against the wall with a thermos of coffee, raised an eyebrow and commented that Izuku had not demolished half the training site, adding that he was proud. Izuku admitted that he had thought about it. Aizawa's expression softened, and he told him good work, kid. That praise landed with weight, warm, grounding. The classmates babbled over combos, speed, raw power. The fact Izuku had tanked All Might's hits, the clever brainwash gambit, and the unexpected displays of strength and technique. The noise bounced around him like popcorn in a kettle. Surrounded by peers who felt more like a found family than classmates, Izuku experienced something unusual. Not rage, not bitterness, not the tight coil of trauma he usually carried, but a quiet contentment. He had faced and overcome his demon. He had proven himself on his own terms, not as Nana's replacement, not as Toshinori's mistake, not as a quirkless disappointment, but as Izuku Shimura Aizawa. He exhaled, crossed his arms, and allowed himself a small, satisfied grin. He let the praise wash over him and remarked that it was about time he sent him flying. The classmates laughed, half in disbelief, half in awe. The payoff he had waited years for tasted sweeter than he had imagined. Izuku dropped into his usual seat as Aizawa shuffled in, sleeping bag half zipped around his waist and looking marginally awake. Aizawa addressed the class as problem children and said that overall they had not embarrassed him. He would take it. He lifted his clipboard and announced that those who had passed both practical and written exams would be joining them at summer training camp. He immediately added that those who did not pass would still be going, which set the room roaring with cheers. Aizawa then clarified that everyone would be taking remedial lessons during camp with him. Half the class deflated instantly. He warned them not to glare at him and sipped his thermos, insisting that the extra work built character. Izuku watched the reactions. Kaminari looked like his GPA had just died. Siro patted someone's back consolingly. Todoroki processed the idea of extra work with his usual blankness, and Bakugo grumbled something about beating nature itself. Aizawa waved them off, dismissed the class, and fixed a direct stare on Izuku. Izuku raised his hands innocently and claimed he had not done anything. The class giggled as chairs scraped and conversations erupted into plans. Students suggested group trips to buy supplies, debated whether Mina could bring fireworks, and joked about bug spray. Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder. He did not really need supplies. He had lived in far worse conditions during vigilante nights, but he politely nodded at Kirishima and C's invitations and declined. He had other things to do. Patrol, visit Ray, training, and later meet friends who wanted to celebrate his exam win. He had a full evening. As he stepped into the hallway, the cheerful noise of Class 1A behind him, he felt a small tug of belonging creep up on him when he least expected it. Summer camp would be interesting and dangerous, and he could practically feel the coming storm. He could not wait. He should have known better the moment Himiko batted her lashes and urged him playfully to join them. Now he stood before the massive multi-floor shopping center, watching three chaotic women guide Rei Todoroki inside like they were inducting her into a cult. Rei did not resist. She smiled, and that soft expression short-circuited Izuku's thoughts for a moment. It looked natural on her, gentle compared to the hollow, medicated blankness she had worn when he first met her. She held her purse close, and her silver hair fluttered as she moved. Kana called back that Izuku was slow while waving two shopping bags she must have acquired in an instant. Himiko clung to Rei's arm like a greedy little creature and excitedly said they would dress her up so cute, maybe in matching outfits with her or Rumi or both. Rumi suggested dyeing Rei's hair pink and yellow. She stomped her foot once, cracking a floor tile, and then insisted that nobody was dyeing her hair because Rei was perfect. With a smirk, Rumi hooked her arm around Rei's other side and added that they were getting Rei new clothes instead. Rei laughed softly, a genuine, warm little sound that made Izuku's heart flip. He power-walked to catch up. He knew better than to run full speed in public unless he wanted to be on the evening news, and managed to slot himself beside his ever-growing circle like a very tired, very in-love blueberry. Izuku muttered that it was supposed to be a date and wondered why he was being left behind. Kana nudged him with her shoulder and explained that they were busy spoiling his new girlfriend, reassuring him that he would get his turn later. Himiko grinned, saying they felt owed for bringing Rei home. Rei blinked at the suggestion that they had brought her home. Izuku rubbed his face and told Rei to ignore them, explaining that they said things. Rumi wrapped an arm around Rei's waist and tugged her a little closer, declaring that they were only stating the truth. Rei was adorable, sweet, and joining the nest. Rei flushed but did not pull away. She looked shy and hopeful, like this was the first time in a long while someone had treated her like a person instead of a patient. Izuku exhaled softly, pleased by what he saw. They moved through the mall, the girls window shopping, squealing over outfits for Rei, and debating which colors and styles would suit her best. Rei warmed to them slowly. Her laughter became more frequent and her posture relaxed. Izuku trailed behind, carrying most of the bags and watching them bounce from store to store. He couldn't help but smile. This felt normal, sweet, and like a family. For someone who had spent years being treated like a tool, a monster, or worse, it felt strangely healing. The girls linked arms again with Rei in the middle like a new treasure. Himiko turned and walked backwards while beaming, listing a plan of ice cream, the arcade, and then relaxing at home together. Rei blinked in surprise at having all of that in one day. Rumi told her to get used to it, and Kana added that they moved fast. Izuku sighed fond, tired, hopelessly smitten, and agreed that they did. Rei looked up at him with soft eyes and quietly admitted that she liked it. Izuku felt his heart nearly stop. Summer camp could wait. Today was theirs. Izuku usually enjoyed having some breathing room when the girls left him alone, a chance to let his shoulders drop and not worry about being dragged into a fitting room. He leaned against a railing, exhaled, and let the mall noise blur into background static.
Peace, he thought.
Which, of course, meant it would not last. Footsteps approached from behind, too soft for a casual shopper, too deliberate to be accidental. Izuku's instincts flared. Before he could turn, an arm draped around his neck in a manner that was familiar, mocking, and deliberate. A lazy, scratchy voice greeted him and claimed to have recognized his fluffy blue hair from the sports festival. Izuku froze. A chill slid down his spine. The scent that accompanied the presence was acrid and dusty, and a single pale hand hovered with a pinky poised in a manner that felt like a threat. Pale blue hair spilled from under a low black hoodie. The figure leaned in and addressed him as if they were old acquaintances. Izuku realized who it was, Tamura Shigaraki, appearing in the mall in broad daylight. He did not move, not out of fear but calculation. He knew one wrong twitch could escalate into a catastrophe among the civilians. Shigaraki's grip tightened just enough to remind Izuku of the fragile balance between restraint and violence. Izuku acted with the silent precision of someone who had decided he had had enough. In a swift, practiced motion reminiscent of an anime fight scene, he caught Shigaraki's wrist, twisted and controlled the arm, and used momentum to pin Shigaraki against a nearby table. The maneuver was firm and efficient, designed to disarm and restrain rather than to seriously injure. Shigaraki hissed in surprise. Izuku leaned in close, and his voice turned cold and quiet. He told Shigaraki that he did not consider himself a protector of hero society. He protected his people. He warned that he did not care what Shigaraki did to the world at large, but that if Shigaraki laid a hand on Himiko, Kana, Rei, Rumi, Aizawa, or anyone connected to him, Izuku would stop him and dismantle his organization to ensure they could not hurt those he loved. Shigaraki's breath hitched, and his pupils shrank as he felt the certainty behind the words. Izuku released him, stepped back, and resumed a relaxed posture as if nothing unusual had happened. He advised Shigaraki that if he wanted something next time, he should come at Izuku directly and not touch the people close to him or follow them. Shigaraki rubbed his wrist, grateful that it remained whole, and muttered that Izuku was insane. Izuku smirked and noted the hypocrisy, with a casual retort. The worst part for Shigaraki was that Izuku was not bluffing. He wasn't posturing. In that tiny interaction, Shigaraki realized the truth. If Foe All for One ever decided the League were prey, they would not survive a week. Izuku slipped back into the flow of the mall crowd, letting the last trace of Shigaraki's presence fade like cigarette smoke in an open window. By the time Himiko, Kana, Rumi, and Rei returned, giggling about something he would probably hear about later, Shigaraki was long gone, swallowed by the noise and bodies of the building. Himiko looped her arm through his and teased that he smelled tense, asking if someone had bothered him. Izuku smiled, soft but edged, and assured them it was nothing he couldn't handle. Rumi's ear twitched as she said that if someone had started anything, she would have handled it without hesitation. Kana leaned on his shoulder and told him to relax, confident that whoever had bothered him would not try again. Rei walked slightly behind, calm and gentle, and asked if everything was okay now. Izuku reached back, took her hand for reassurance, and told her everything was perfect. They walked out of the mall together, him in the middle, for girls orbiting him like planets around a star. Anyone watching could see it clearly. These were his, and he was theirs. Yet even as he laughed at something Himiko had whispered, a thought simmered underneath it all. That mall encounter had reminded him of a flaw.
He was
powerful absurdly, but even he couldn't be everywhere at once. The idea of someone targeting his family while he wasn't there made a cold, sharp pressure bloom behind his ribs. Unacceptable. He needed a quirk. Not a shield. Not a sensor. Something bigger. A quirk that could protect them all even when he wasn't around. Something automatic and constant that could defend, retaliate, warn him, and ensure attackers could never hurt them again. He would need Jiren to dig deep for this. One black market contacts, rogue inventors, or retired heroes with unusual abilities. Maybe even something experimental. He would find that quirk. He would take it. And when he did, no one hero, villain, monster, or god would ever get close to harming the people he loved again. The buses waited in the morning sun, engines humming, Class 1A moving like a small, chaotic colony of ants. Ida barked orders with a clipboard like a battle captain, and Momo calmly counted heads as if she were running a Fortune 500 company. Izuku strolled up last, duffel bag slung over his shoulder, looking like he'd just woken from a pleasant nap instead of a night spent triple-checking security protocols. His new failsafe was still settling into his system, a very strange quirk Jiren had dug up from the deepest corners of the underworld. The quirk divided him. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Every division had size and intelligence but preserved instincts, memory, and the link. They made a perfect mobile surveillance unit, a perfect early warning system, a perfect deterrent for anyone thinking to touch his girls. A couple of the mini-clones traveled with the girls in secret, tucked under coats or inside backpacks like silent little shadows too small to notice, too simple to act independently, but sharp enough to scream through their link to Izuku the moment danger brushed against them. If Shigaraki tried to ignore that warning from the mall, Izuku would receive it instantly and take swift action. Shigaraki would no longer be a threat. He spotted his classmates waving Ashido bouncing enthusiastically, Kaminari complaining about the weight of his bag, Sero offering duct tape solutions, and Kirishima being Kirishima, but Izuku kept scanning, checking faces, motions, and the environment. Old habits. Necessary ones. It wasn't paranoia if someone actually was hunting you. Aizawa arrived a moment later, scarf trailing, coffee in hand, eyes half open but searching subtly for one student in particular. Izuku raised a hand in greeting. Aizawa gave the faintest ghost of a smile, proud, exasperated, already worried, and muttered for everyone to try not to be idiots on the way there. The class piled inside, chattering, laughing, complaining. Izuku climbed aboard last, glancing once more at the world outside the parking lot. His clones pinged tiny, simple confirmations. His girls were safe.
For now.
He smirked and slid into his seat as the bus rolled forward. Summer training camp was supposed to be dangerous. For Izuku Shimuraizawa, danger was usually the part he brought with him. Somewhere between Kaminari's terrible jokes and the soft rumble of the bus engine, Izuku drifted off. His forehead nudged the window, breath fogging the glass, and he slipped into the dark, star-filled mindscape. It always greeted him the same way, a quiet void, warm like a dream, lit by hundreds of floating lights. Each star represented a quirk, each constellation a stolen legacy. Standing in the center of it all was him, his vestige, the echo of all for one sitting in his subconscious, like the world's snarkiest roommate. The vestige tilted its head as Izuku approached, and remarked that he was heading into the woods with 30 teenagers who barely understood fire safety, suggesting that disaster was inevitable. Izuku rubbed his eyes and told the vestige he was trying to sleep, not worry. The vestige folded its arms and said this wasn't stress but strategy. It suggested there was a mole in his class. Izuku asked if the vestige was that sure. The vestige replied that it was certain enough to stake their lives on it. Izuku asked for specifics. The stars around them flickered little pulses of memory, crumbs of suspicion. The vestige listed patterns calmly and analytically. The villains had known precise layouts and timing at USJ and had chosen perfect targets. Someone had fed them information. The vestige described the likely profile of the mole, someone timid enough not to draw attention, observant, with access but no strong presence, someone clever enough to appear harmless. Izuku exhaled slowly as a few faces came to mind. None of them sat well with him. The vestige floated past and tapped a bright star surrounded by orbiting lights, all for one, still close and still watching. It told him that hunting the mole was not his burden yet, but warned that it would become his problem. The vestige told Izuku that everything in his life had a habit of doing that. Izuku groaned, covering his face, and asked if he could survive camp without a villain attack for once. The vestige smiled faintly and remarked that Izuku attracted trouble the way his girlfriend attracted knives. Izuku protested that it was not his fault. The vestige agreed. It was inevitable. The mindscape dimmed slightly as the bus slowed, and the real world tugged. The vestige warned Izuku to stay alert and said someone was watching his class, adding that if the League had learned anything from USJ, they would not make the same mistakes twice. Then the ground vanished under everyone's feet. Dirt turned into a sliding wave of earth and trees, carrying Class 1A over the cliff in a roaring landslide. Limbs flailed, Kaminari shrieked, and Mineta yelled something about lawsuits. Aizawa sighed, as if it were just another Tuesday. Izuku stayed on solid rock, next to his dad. Malade's ears twitched as she wondered why he hadn't fallen. Pixie Bob leaned forward with her hands on her hips, eyes sparkling, and guessed he must be the special case Eraserhead had warned them about the little terror with a scary quirk. Izuku gave a small bow and introduced himself as Izuku Shimura Aizawa. Kota stared from behind his hat, unimpressed. Malade tilted her head and noted that he was supposed to be with his class, falling, screaming, and getting character development. Aizawa shoved his hands in his pockets and said Izuku would manage the development part just fine without face-planting into a forest, because he needed him up there for a moment. Pixie Bob squinted between them and asked if he was getting a ride in the car, calling that unfair to the others. Izuku scratched his cheek and said he could just jump. The three of them stared. He pointed down at the forest where his classmates were sliding into the trees and explained he had plenty of ways to avoid dying on the way down, and that he would take the long way to help them deal with whatever they had waiting. He asked them to consider it extra credit. Malade observed to Aizawa that he was strangely calm. Aizawa conceded that this was Izuku on a good day and warned them not to get in his way if he started testing things. Pixie Bob winked playfully and told him to try to get there before lunch, noting the others only had 3 hours. Aizawa added a side remark about not cheating by warping straight to the lodge, and Izuku groaned that they were no fun. Aizawa told him to survive the week, and then they would talk about fun. Izuku rolled his shoulders, stretched his legs, and stepped off the cliff. He dropped for a moment before engines burst from his calves and repulsion rings flickered to life around his feet, propelling him forward as he chased the faint screams of his class into the forest below. He landed like a meteor light, clean and controlled. The dirt under his boots barely trembled. A few meters away, Class 1A was in absolute panic, wrestling with lumbering earth creatures Pixie Bob had crafted from the forest floor. Kirishima was punching one and demanding why it was so hard. Mina was skating around another, accusing the situation of being child endangerment. Zero was somehow taped to a tree without anyone seeing it happen. Izuku walked through them as if moving down a grocery aisle, not an active battlefield. One dirt beast about the size of a small truck lunged at him with rocky claws. He flicked his wrist and fired a thin, shimmering beam that disabled the creature with a precise energy strike. The other creatures froze briefly before Izuku fired another small beam that triggered a non-graphic chain reaction, removing all of Pixie Bob's dirt beasts from the fight in a series of soft thumps. The battlefield cleared instantly. Class 1A stared at him in a mix of admiration, disbelief, and exhausted annoyance. Izuku dusted his hands and warned that there were more coming. Mina screamed, asking how he could say that so casually. He shrugged and said there were a lot more, and advised them to keep moving unless they wanted to get buried. Kirishima asked if Izuku could blast them a path. Izuku shook his head and reminded them that Mizu was watching. Every face dropped at once. Yayarosa muttered that the mouse demon was probably smiling, and Izuku agreed, saying Mizu would tell Aizawa if he did everything for them. Ida barked orders for everyone to move like their grades depended on it. Izuku smirked, his engines humming as he lifted off again, and wished them good luck while noting lunch was in 2 hours and urging them to try to survive until then. He vanished in a blue streak between the trees, leaving Class 1A to scream into the forest as the next wave of earth creatures rose from the ground behind them. Izuku stepped into a clearing as if he had taken a scenic stroll instead of blazing through a monster-infested forest. He was not winded or tense. He simply brushed a leaf off his shoulder and took in the view. The training lodge sat quiet and untouched, sunlight hitting the roof just right, the air smelling like pine and distant river water. No chaos. No screams. No Aoyama firing lasers in panic. It was perfect for setting up some insurance. Izuku lifted his hand slightly and small versions of himself peeled off his shadow like droplets of living ink. Each clone was about knee-high, with intelligence ranging from plant-like to mildly confused, but they were excellent scouts and followed orders without hesitation. He ordered half the clones to patrol the tree line in the north quadrant. Another group he directed to crawl under the lodge's south crawl space. He sent a team to the roof and perimeter and told the smarter clone to keep account of anything that moved. One clone hopped onto his shoulder and produced a little holographic map drawn in blue chalk. This was not paranoia. This was preparation. With a possible mole in Class 1A, Shigaraki acting twitchy, the League moving pieces around, and Rei now involved in his life, Izuku was done taking chances. Anyone thinking they could surprise him at this camp had another thing coming. He walked past the cabins, checking blind spots and exits on autopilot while the clones began charting motion signatures. He set a few traps. This camp would not become another USJ. Izuku took a breath of the mountain air, hands in his pockets, fully relaxed for the first time in days. Only an hour remained until his classmates arrived, and thanks to his little army hidden in branches, rafters, and shadows, he knew exactly when they did. Izuku was finishing his circuit, last clone placed, last blind spot sealed, when he heard the familiar sputter and groan of the UA bus engine rolling up the mountain road. Dust kicked up along the path as the Pussycat's jeep followed behind. He stepped out of the treeline just in time to see Pixie Bob nearly fall over herself. She asked how he had managed to arrive first, eyes wide. Tiger blinked and stared between Izuku and Aizawa as if needing someone to explain basic physics. Aizawa merely sipped his canned coffee, sighed, and muttered that Izuku had walked. Izuku dipped his head politely. If anyone knew how he moved so fast, there would be more questions than answers. When Aizawa stepped out, his scarf trailing behind him, he instructed Izuku to make himself useful, since the others would not survive the forest for another hour. Izuku guessed that meant dinner. Aizawa gave a subtle nod. Pixie Bob immediately brightened and, with stars in her eyes, expressed disbelief that Izuku could cook. Maladay elbowed her and warned her not to scare him off. Izuku slipped past them toward the kitchen cabin, rolling up his sleeves. Cooking was easy and calming, a nice break from breaking villains. Inside, he surveyed an industrial-sized stove, a well-stocked pantry, and neatly arranged utensils. Vegetables were chopped with smooth, practiced motions under his enhanced reflexes, and water boiled exactly when needed. A few obedient clones popped in from the windowsill to grab keys and ingredients. The aroma of grilled meat and simmering broth drifted through the camp. Tiger sniffed the air and asked if it was miso pork. Pixie Bob looked eager, and Aizawa, coffee in hand, noted that Izuku cooked. By the time Class 1A began stumbling out of the forest, sweaty, filthy, and exhausted, Izuku had dinner plated, steaming, and ready. He leaned halfway out the mess hall doors in an apron speckled with flour and cupped his hands to call that the food was ready and to come get it while it was hot. The announcement was followed by a wave of savory, rich smells that hit every exhausted student. Kirishima came close to tears as he asked if this was real food. Denki claimed he must be hallucinating. Siro, grinning, pleaded not to be woken if it was a dream. Even Bakugo froze for a second, eyes twitching at the smell. Todoroki commented that it smelled better than anything he had eaten in months. Mina practically floated toward the door, exuberantly declaring how impressive it was that Izuku could cook. Pixie Bob and Mandalay hovered like hungry cats, already waiting, and Aizawa looked more awake than usual, coffee halfway forgotten. Izuku wiped his hands on his apron, directed them to where the plates were, and asked everyone not to trample each other. They swarmed the food anyway. As the chaos unfolded, Izuku watched his tired, bruised classmates devour the meal without hesitation. Tomorrow would be training hell. Tonight they could eat. Later, Izuku sank deeper into the hot spring, feeling his muscles finally loosen after a day of pretending not to laugh at his classmates' suffering. The springs were warm, the night air cool, and steam coiled lazily around the boy's side like drifting fog. The peace lasted only a moment. Kaminari, grinning, asked Shimura to describe what being a vigilante was really like. Zero nodded eagerly and asked whether it was dangerous, whether he fought villains every night, and whether he had a cool base, a sidekick, or a catchphrase. Kirishima splashed lightly and offered his own simplified summary that rough men helped people illegally and that sounded hardcore. Izuku explained that it was not as cool as it looked. Mostly it involved running around, dealing with scumbags, and getting punched. Kaminari whispered that it sounded kind of cool. Izuku clarified that it had not been normal, but it had been his life. He started doing vigilante work at 13 because it was a matter of survive or perish. Once he figured out how his quirk worked, he kept going, helped who he could, and took down those who needed it. Zero choked on his breath at the age revelation, and Todoroki deadpanned that it sounded criminal, but everyone listened with a growing respect. A brief bit of mischief from Mineta interrupted the quiet, but it was quickly settled without incident. Koda, sitting above on the girl's side, glared down with the stern disapproval of someone used to nonsense. On the girl's side, the chatter quieted as Jiro, Tsuyu, Hagakure, Ashido, and Momo leaned against the divider, pretending not to eavesdrop. Kirishima stretched and remarked that Izuku was more open about this stuff than he had expected. Izuku said that if he did not tell them himself, someone else would eventually, and he preferred they hear it from him. That earned a collective nod of respect, and even Todoroki looked on with something like understanding. Mineta resurfaced and asked whether Izuku had been a lone wolf vigilante, teasing him about being a brooding nighttime edgelord. Izuku splashed Mineta in the face and told him to go to sleep. Everyone laughed, steam rising around them. Morning sunlight cut through the trees like gold knives as Class 1A stumbled out into the training field, still groggy and sore from the previous day's welcome. Most expected the usual: a cleared area, some equipment, and the pussycats posing dramatically. What they did not expect was Izuku already there, already drenched in sweat, already moving like a storm packed into one human shape. He was not merely stretching or jogging. He was training as if 30 villains were at his throat. Engines seemed to roar from his calves. Repulsion rings flared around his feet, cracking the dirt. A blue-tinted shield shimmered around him as he rammed through boulders. Every few seconds he disappeared and reappeared meters away with instant transmission, striking invisible targets with combinations no normal person should have been able to track, let alone survive. Zero froze mid-step and asked if this was normal. Kaminari squinted and commented that it looked like overkill. Mina stared in astonishment and wondered how he was already doing more than she did on her busiest days. Nana, standing near the front, watched with wide, almost starry eyes. Awe, confusion, and a little pride flickered across her face. This was not the scared, lonely boy she remembered. Her brother looked like he could break the earth open with his bare hands. Ragdoll bounded forward, practically vibrating with excitement, and pointed dramatically at Izuku, declaring that dedication like that was exactly why they were there. The class snapped to attention as she explained that the training camp existed to push quirks beyond comfort zones, to break them down and build them back up. Pixie Bob added that by the end of the week they would be thankful. Izuku finally slowed, wiped his forehead with the back of his wrist, and offered the class a small, innocent good morning. The students collectively felt their souls leave their bodies. If that was Izuku's morning warm-up, what kind of training were the pussycats about to put them through? Kirishima hardened until it hurt. Kaminari fried his brain on purpose. Todoroki received a lecture about using both sides. Nana punched through pain. Mineta cried for the 15th time. Normal camp stuff. Izuku rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and exhaled slowly. Break over, it was time to test something new. He closed his eyes and focused on the familiar tug within his chest where every stolen quirk felt like a star on a string. Most were steady, humming quietly. One, though, shone strangely bright, vast, expansive. It was Search, Ragdoll's legendary quirk, which he had copied the previous night with half gut at barely half strength, but still powerful. When he opened his eyes, the world filled with data. Faint silhouettes shimmered across his vision. Class 1A, the pussycats, Aizawa leaning against a tree with coffee, even Koda sulking on a distant cliff. Each silhouette carried details notes, weak points, movement predictions, stress levels, muscle fatigue, quirk output, trace emotional spikes. Izuku almost whistled and tapped his visor thoughtfully, muttering that he did not need it anymore. The visor blinked back, as if offended in spirit. He reassured the visor that he was not discarding it, citing sentimental value. He focused search on one of the clones he had placed in the treetops. It waved enthusiastically and promptly fell off the branch. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose and noted that you got what you paid for. He scanned for threats, villain signatures, hostile intent, unknown life forms, and found nothing immediate. A faint spike at the edge of search's range, something deeper in the forest, caught his attention. It was not close or dangerous yet, but it existed, and he made a note to check it that night. He blinked search off and let the data fade into sparks. Izuku carried 2 bowls of curry, his own steaming gently, and a smaller one plated with extra care away from the noise of Class 1A learning how to cook without burning the mountain down. He followed the faint outline search had painted for him to a tiny silhouette perched on a high rock. Even without the quirk, he would have found Koda. The boy always climbed to places no one else wanted to go. Izuku hopped up the ledges with lazy ease and reached the top.
Koda sat,
with his arms wrapped around his knees and his hat pulled low, stiffening and glaring when Izuku approached. Izuku offered the bowl of extra mild curry and mentioned that there were no vegetables Koda disliked. Koda told him he did not want pity. Izuku sat beside him and set the bowl between them, explaining that it was not pity and pointing out that Koda had not eaten dinner. Koda snapped that he did not want to eat with heroes, calling heroes stupid and saying they got people killed. Izuku finished the thought softly, acknowledging that heroes had messed up Koda's life. Koda froze. Izuku did not push. The forest's sounds filled the silence. Finally, Koda muttered that Izuku did not know anything. Izuku admitted he might not know everything but said he understood what it felt like to lose people and to hate those responsible. When Koda asked who he had lost, Izuku stayed quiet for a beat and then revealed that it had been his family, adding that it was not in the way Koda might be imagining. Koda blinked, confused. Izuku did not elaborate yet, but he added that he knew what it felt like to look at the world and think it did not care and to not trust anyone wearing a costume. Koda's glare softened slightly. Izuku nudged the bowl toward him and told him that he did not have to forgive or like heroes, but that he needed to eat, or he would pass out before the next day's training. Koda hesitated, then reached out and grabbed the bowl, huffing as if he had not just caved. Izuku smiled faintly and thanked him. Koda scowled and insisted he had not done anything, and Izuku noted that Koda had eaten the food he had made. Izuku noticed the remark. Koda looked away, cheeks puffed, and muttered that it was good. Izuku's smile widened just a bit. They sat together in the quiet as the sun dipped behind the tree. 2 boys with scars no one else could see, sharing curry and silence on a cliff. For the first time since he arrived at camp, Koda did not look completely alone. Night at camp had been promised to be fun by the pussycats' flashlights, spooky noises, groups wandering through the dark while pretending not to be scared. Class 1A and 1B lined up with lanterns, Kaminari already shaking, Monoma already trading insults, and Mina claiming she would not scream even once. Izuku hung near the back, mostly to keep an eye on the forest and keep a clone tucked in the shadows, just in case. The game sounded fun, but he did not usually take part in typical teenage activities. A faint, sharp, acrid smell suddenly reached him. Izuku's head snapped up. A student nearby asked if anyone smelled smoke. Ragdoll lifted her head, eyes narrowing as she began to say something, but a burst of blue light erupted several rows deep into the tree, and a pillar of flame tore upward. Several students screamed. A student called out that the forest was burning. Mandalay reacted and warned that it was an attack, ordering everyone to stay in groups. Pixie Bob's scream carried over. The crackling flames as monsters she had summoned turned to ash. The air vibrated with danger. Izuku felt his stomach drop as a vestige flared inside his mind. He knew they had arrived. He tore off his gym jacket, eyes already glowing as search activated. Signatures exploded into his vision, multiple villains converging from multiple directions in a coordinated assault. Izuku called out to Aizawa, addressing him as Dad. Aizawa responded, telling everyone to protect the kids. Panic rippled through the students, some frozen, some backing up, others too shocked to move. Mandalay spun and urgently demanded to know where Koda was, her voice cracking. That was all Izuku needed to hear. He ordered the students back to the cabins in a tone none of them had heard from him before, cold, precise, and unshakable. They obeyed, without thinking. Aizawa began to respond, but Izuku, voice steady and eyes already glowing with search as he scanned for a tiny heartbeat, asked him to stay with the students. Aizawa hesitated, then told him not to do anything stupid. Izuku replied that there were no promises and launched himself into the Trilene with a burst of repulsion rings and engines, clearing the canopy like a missile. While airborne, Izuku sent the mental command. All clones, protect Class 1A and 1B, engage anything hostile, non-lethal unless necessary. Dozens of tiny confirmations pinged back. Affirmative. Protect, fight, save. Miniature Izukus dropped from rooftops, scrambled out from behind cabins, and leapt out of trees imperfect and messy, but ready to engage anything that neared the students. He also reached a distant clone stationed in the city and sent it to call for backup heroes and anyone nearby. The forest below lit up with streaks of unnatural blue fire and hostile signatures. Search zeroed in on a small silhouette running terrified. Behind the child loomed a tall, dark figure, smiling and brimming with raw strength. Muscular. Izuku's jaw tightened. He vowed that no one would touch that kid. He dove, engine screaming, a shockwave trailing him as he closed in on Koda's location and struck Muscular like a human bullet. The villain's swing had not completed before Izuku crashed into him, sending him skidding sideways as dirt and rock were torn up. Koda dropped to his knees, gasping, staring at the spot where a blow had almost ended him. Izuku landed between them, cape fluttering and eyes glowing red through his visor, and ordered Koda to get behind the rocks and stay put. Koda's throat worked as he stammered, and Izuku told him to go now. Muscular straightened, laughing with a harsh cough. He claimed the hit had hurt, and sneered that Izuku was even better than he had heard, calling him a pretender and declaring that finally something at the camp would be fun. Izuku steadied himself, letting strength enhancement, super strength, and shock absorption flow through him as the ground shifted beneath his feet. He told Muscular that he was not there for entertainment and that the villain had been about to kill a child. Muscular mocked hero kids and boasted that the parents of the children had once been heroes who ended up ruined. Koda froze behind a rock as Izuku accused Muscular of being the one who had killed the parents. Muscular laughed, openly proud, and claimed responsibility, vowing he would do the same to this child once he had torn Izuku apart. Muscular advanced, his muscles swelling and reshaping his silhouette into an intimidating, hulking form that made the ground tremble with each step. His speed and power were amplified beyond normal human limits, a reminder to Izuku of dangerous opponents he had faced before. Muscular snarled one last warning, demanding that Izuku come at him with everything or be broken slowly. Izuku exhaled and accepted the challenge. Repulsion rings flared under his feet and he shot forward, engines in his calves propelling him just out of the path of Muscular's first wild swing. The missed strike carved through the earth where Izuku had been a heartbeat earlier. He slipped inside Muscular's guard and drove an uppercut into the villain's midsection, stacking super strength, strength enhancement, blunt force, and a dragon fist technique that manifested as a translucent dragon head around his strike. The impact rang out across the clearing. Muscular's body lurched. A blast of air pushed from him as he staggered. He stumbled back a step, then two, boots carving grooves into the earth. The man shouted, taunting and coughing a little blood, but still grinning. Izuku replied that he was not finished. He was already above him. Repulsion rings kicked again and launched Izuku into the air. He twisted mid-flight, hands raised as energy gathered into a rough, massive fist of light blunt force layered with impure beam, compressed instead of released in a straight shot. He told the villain to stay down and brought the construct down like a hammer. The energy fist slammed into Muscular's shoulder and chest, driving him to a knee as rock shattered under the force. The villain roared and pushed against it, his muscle armor bulking as he fought the pressure. Muscular spat that Izuku hit hard and declared he did not break like the Nomu. Izuku replied that he had never claimed he did. Izuku let the construct vanish, dropped to the ground, and stepped in close. Shock absorption braced him as Muscular swung a desperate haymaker. Izuku allowed it to land, boots skidding a few inches, then grabbed Muscular's mutated arm with both hands. He had no intention of taking all for one or any power from him. He only wanted the threat stopped. Izuku spoke quietly, almost conversationally, about the problem with muscles that had power without control. He shifted his stance, channeled every enhancement quirk he had into his grip, and twisted. There was a tearing sound as the overgrown fibers gave way and unwound. Muscular screamed as the bulk of his arm collapsed, and he lurched forward, off balance. Izuku stepped around him, seized the back of his head, and drove him into the rock with a dragon fist-boosted slam. The cliffside cratered, dust and stone exploding outward in an explosive, anime-style impact that echoed across the forest. When the clouds settled, Muscular lay half-buried beneath collapsed rock, unconscious and motionless. Izuku stood over him, breathing steady, eyes dull. A quick search confirmed there was no life signature. There was nothing to take. Izuku muttered that the villain was trash, then turned away. Koda remained behind a protective outcrop, eyes wide and body shaking. He stared at the fallen villain, then at Izuku, disbelief making his voice small as he said that Izuku had killed him. It was more shock than accusation. Izuku crouched in front of him, retracting his visor so Koda could see his eyes, and explained plainly that the villain had been going to kill him and many others if he had been allowed to continue. Koda's hands clenched in his shirt as he told Izuku that his parents had been heroes and had died to someone like that, and that nobody had come to help. Izuku replied softly that he had looked the villain up and that he was sorry it had taken this long. Koda's eyes filled with tears, but he tried to glare anyway and asked why Izuku even cared, insisting they did not know each other. Izuku shrugged a little and said that he did not have to know him. Being a child at a camp was reason enough. Koda dropped his gaze and trembled. For a moment, Izuku almost reached out to pat his head. He hesitated, then did so lightly and awkwardly, telling Koda that it was not his fault his parents had died, and that it was not his fault the villain had been there. Those failures were on the adults and people like him. Koda sniffed and muttered that Izuku was weird, and Izuku gave a small laugh, acknowledging that he heard that a lot. Search pinged in Izuku's head villain signatures moving through the forest, his clones clashing with them, teachers spreading out. He stood and offered Koda his hand, saying that Mandalay was panicking and they should get him back. Koda stared for a long second, then took the hand. Izuku tightened his grip just enough to be reassuring and began to lead him through the trees, away from the ruined rock and the body that would never hurt anyone again. Blue fire roared up in front of them and cut off the path. Izuku stopped on a dime and pulled Koda back by the shoulder before the child could stumble into the flames. Heat washed over them, casting everything in orange and blue. Izuku told Koda to stay behind him and scan the area with search. One by one, villain signatures appeared around them. To the left, leaning against a tree with lazy posture, was a tall man with patchwork purple skin and blue flames flickering from his fingers. Ahead on a branch sat a lanky figure in a long coat and a top hat, a mask covering his face like a performer preparing a trick. Half hidden by trees was a large person in a red dress and overalls, a metal collar around their neck, dragging a giant magnet as if it were nothing. To the right stood a lizard-like man in stain-inspired attire, sword and shield at the ready, glaring intensely. Near the ground, a skinny man in a black suit and white mask muttered to himself, hands twitching uncertainly. Half in the shadows there was a tall figure in a restraint-like outfit, teeth bared in a wide, unsettling grin. Upwind, past the flames, a child-sized silhouette in a trench coat and old gas mask stood with a strange shimmer in the air around him. Izuku recognized them as members of the League of Villains and others who had joined them. The purple patchwork man drawled that finding their target with a child in tow would thrill Shigaraki. The would-be magician announced with dramatic flair that it was a marvelous surprise to find a forged all-for-one and a child. Koda clutched the back of Izuku's shirt and called his name in a trembling voice. Izuku acknowledged him and instructed him not to let go. The person with the magnet, Magna, rested the weapon on their shoulder and snorted that the kid was shaking and questioned whether this child was actually the monster their boss feared, comparing him to a middle schooler playing hero. Spinner pointed his sword and said that Stain had seen something in the child and that anyone who angered fake heroes that much was worth meeting. The masked man, twice, jabbed a finger at Izuku and then at himself, then back again, muttering indecisively that they should grab the boy or maybe talk first. The restrained figure, Moonfish, scraped his teeth against metal and murmured something ominous that Izuku deliberately chose not to consider. The gas-masked child Mustard, Izuku remembered, watched from upwind. Izuku kept his focus, preparing for whatever the League intended next. He tightened his grip on the strange rifle in his hands as a purple mist began to curl around his boots. Izuku clicked his tongue at the sight. He observed that the League had really splurged on manpower today, feeling equal parts honored and terrified. Dobby's lip twitched in something that might have been a smirk. Dobby told him not to flatter himself and made it clear they were also there for Bakugo, explaining that Boss wanted Bakugo while Shigaraki wanted Izuku, and that he did not care which of them he dragged back as long as he got to burn something. Izuku replied that neither of them would be taken. He shifted his stance and eased Koda fully behind him, one arm dropping casually but ready to pull the kid and move in an instant. He let a little power pulse under his skin, just enough for them to feel it. Strength enhancement, shock absorption, and the low hum of repulsion rings. Mustard's gas began to spread wider, a faint purple veil creeping along the ground. Izuku's visor flashed a warning. He muttered a frustrated remark about the gas. Dobby raised his hand and let flames build. He accused Izuku of making powerful enemies, listing past incidents that had angered those people, and said they had been instructed to bring him in alive if possible. Izuku asked what would happen if they failed. Moonfish, restrained, replied in a ragged voice that they would carve him up. Koda flinched. Izuku felt it and steadied himself. He rolled his shoulders more to loosen himself than anything. Heartbeat steady. Numbers, positions, ranges search fed everything straight into his mind. A small HUD map overlaying the clearing. 7 villains. 1 civilian. He had handled worse. He announced new rules to himself and the attackers by stance and tone. Dobby laughed and taunted that Izuku would surrender easily. Izuku scoffed internally and decided that none of them would be allowed near the camp. He dropped his center of gravity as repulsion rings and Dragon Fist buzzed awake under his control. A clone overhead pinged him. Pro-heroes were moving, but still distant. He only needed to buy time and keep Koda breathing. He gave Koda precise instructions. When Izuku moved, Koda should run toward the cliff they had started at, stay low, follow the trees, and stick with any of Izuku's clones he found. Koda's fingers dug into Izuku's shirt, and he whispered that Izuku was going to fight them all. Izuku smiled for Koda's sake and confirmed that this was his thing. Dobby noticed the shift in Izuku's stance and mocked his vigilante attitude. Then blue fire exploded forward, Mustard's gas rolled in, and the forest lit up as the League closed in on Izuku Shimura and the child he refused to let them touch. Izuku waited just long enough to hear Koda's footsteps fade behind the trees, then released every ounce of restraint he had been holding. The clearing detonated into motion. He vanished from his original spot as repulsion rings ignited under his feet like blue sparks. Dobby's flames snapped shut on empty air. Spinner barely had time to react before Izuku slammed a heel into his jaw, shattering Spinner's mask and sending him crashing against a boulder. Spinner was left unconscious, but alive. Magna swung her magnet as if it were an executioner's tool, but Izuku struck first. He flipped over the strike, caught the magnet mid-swing, and used it to unbalance her. She folded and coughed for breath. Izuku left her breathing but out of the fight. Twice tried to duplicate himself, his internal arguments echoing as he struggled to form. Izuku did not wait for duplicates to appear. A single sweep of his leg knocked Twice flat, and out like a light. Mustard had assumed his gas would conceal him. Izuku had developed a breathing technique a few weeks earlier. He used it to filter the smoke, blurred forward, and grabbed the attacker by the collar. A quick, controlled strike to the neck sent Mustard crumpling harmlessly, his gun clattering to the dirt. Izuku observed to himself that Mustard had been weaker than expected and ordered him to stay down. Then came the harder opponents. Moonfish's metal teeth launched like blades. Izuku slipped between them, feeling the air cut past his face. One wrong move could have meant a very bad outcome. He snapped his fingers and released a concentrated repulsion cannon. The burst of force struck Moonfish, sending him crashing into trees and skidding across the dirt until he went still and unconscious. Izuku noted wryly that one villain had been neutralized. Mr. Compress, realizing he was one of the last semi-competent fighters standing, tried a flashy maneuver and flicked a marble at Izuku. Izuku caught it and crushed it, then slammed the magician into a tree with enough force to render him unconscious without killing him. Izuku judged him theatrical but not monstrous and decided he would live. That left the greatest threat, the stitched villain and the blue fire. Dobby stood at the edge of the clearing, flames crawling up his arm like hungry serpents, expression unreadable. He remarked that Muscular had been killed resentful, but unsurprised. Izuku confirmed that he had defeated Muscular. Dobby threw a plume of blue fire that split the clearing in two. Izuku shot upward with repulsion rings to arc over the flames. Dobby pivoted and launched another wave. Izuku countered by clapping his hands and forming a vacuum burst that snuffed a portion of the flames midair. Dobby muttered an accusation of cheating. Izuku thought of himself more as an enthusiast. He rocketed downward using engine and strength enhancement at full throttle and planted a punch into Dobby's side. Dobby coughed and hit a tree, the flames sputtering as he weakened. Izuku grabbed the front of his shirt and warned him that if he came near Koda again, Izuku would ensure he was next. Dobby coughed and gave a weak, bitter smirk, noting that Izuku was nothing like All Might. Izuku acknowledged the comparison in his own way. Dobby then lost consciousness. Silence fell over the forest, broken only by the crackle of fading flames and Izuku's steady breathing as he stood among the defeated villains. All down. All handled. Now he had one job left. Find Koda and make sure he was okay, then figure out who had ordered this ambush and return the favor to those responsible. He already had an idea who to start with. Later, Izuku landed beside the arriving pro-heroes just as the last Nomu was being subdued. Koda clung to his shirt, no longer shaking but still gripping like a child who had just realized the world was not as invincible as he had thought. Izuku kept a hand on the boy's head, steady and gentle, as he walked toward the cluster of students and heroes gathering in the clearing. At the sight of her brother, Nana sprinted forward, face red and streaked with tears, and nearly collapsed into him, clutching his sleeve in relief. An onlooker shouted that they had taken him. Izuku blinked once. The realization settled in exactly as he had suspected when Dobby and the others had swarmed too many at once, too disorganized, too much noise while the real prize slipped away. It felt like a distraction. They wanted Bakugo. Not surprising. The League would try to mold him, break him, twist him into something sharp enough to turn back on the world. Izuku took a slow, controlled breath. It was a quiet thing that betrayed how angry he truly was. He crouched so Nana could meet his eyes. Izuku asked softly where it had happened. Nana pointed shakily toward the opposite edge of the battleground and said that there had been a dark fog, that Kurojirai had grabbed him, and that he had been gone. Izuku nodded once and observed that this meant Bakugo was still alive. Nana stammered in disbelief at the idea that he could still be alive. Izuku explained in a tone like steel wrapped in velvet that if they had wanted Bakugo dead, they would have killed him here. The League needed him and planned to convert him, and they had assumed Izuku was too occupied to give chase. Nana swallowed and wiped her eyes. Midnight, Pixie Bob, Mandalay, Ragdoll, and every hero around them turned their attention toward Izuku. Even Aizawa's scarf stiffened a little as he sensed the shift in the young man's voice. Izuku stood and brushed the dust from his hands, assuring everyone calmly that he would get Bakugo back. Kirishima, bruised and breathing hard, stepped forward and asked if he was sure, warning that the League was extremely dangerous. Izuku looked at him with quiet confidence and replied that they had taken something that did not belong to them and that he always returned things to their rightful place. Behind him, Koda tugged at his shirt and asked nervously if Izuku would save him. Izuku placed a hand on the boy's head and affirmed that he did not leave people behind. Aizawa stepped closer, scanning the young man he had raised, taking in his expression, his stance, his intent. He said firmly that Izuku was not going alone. Izuku started to protest that he already had plans, but Aizawa cut him off with a low, stern warning, repeating that he was not to go alone. Izuku stared for a long moment, then smirked and replied that they would see. He turned toward the burning forest, leaving the KO'd villains behind, Koda trembling at his side and Nana still sniffling into her sleeve. In the pit of his stomach, something cold settled. The League thought they were the hunters. Izuku Shimura was already tracking their scent. Tomorrow he planned he would start hunting back. Izuku moved through Kamino as if he had lived there his whole life, silent, precise, and locked onto one point of interest. Search lit the district in his mind like a tactical HUD, every villain's signature glowing like little red warnings. All of them were irrelevant. Only one mattered. Bakugo's marker pulsed like a frantic heartbeat. The girls spread out just as planned. Rumi perched on a rooftop railing, crouched low and ready to spring. Himiko hung upside down from a nearby streetlight, blades twirling lightly between her fingers, looking impatient to
Start.
Kana held a calm sniper's watch from further back, already scanning rooftops for ambushes. Rei floated quietly behind Izuku, her aura cool and soft, pale frost drifting around her new sleeves. She had changed a lot. Her white and blue outfit glowed faintly under the street lamps, giving her the look of a spirit moving through the empty district. Izuku could feel the quirks she had been practicing humming beneath the surface, cold, sharp, precise. Izuku instructed them to stay in position and warned that once he engaged, the League would bring everything they had. They were not to enter unless he authorized it. Himiko dropped onto his shoulders like a cat and complained that she had wanted to attack the villain with the hand. Rumi reminded her that Izuku was going in first and that they would clean up whatever he left behind. Rei drifted closer and cautioned Izuku to be careful, reminding him that he was still someone's child. Izuku paused at the reminder, nodded, and agreed that he would be careful. Then he stepped forward, following the glowing marker only he could see. The girls melted into shadows like trained operatives. Izuku adjusted his respirator and slid a blue visor into place with a quiet mechanical hum. The derelict buildings groaned in the wind, and somewhere deeper in the district a villain's laugh echoed. Izuku announced that he had found them and vanished into the heart of Kamino, ready for what would come. Izuku did not bother with subtlety. He walked up to the shabby metal door of the League's hideout, cracked his neck once, and knocked 3 times as if visiting a neighbor. Muffled voices inside fell silent, and someone creaked closer, confused. Izuku announced himself as Pizza DLVRY with extra anchovies as a distraction, and then kicked the door clean off its hinges. The metal slab flew into the room and struck a magician-looking man, sending him reeling into the bar counter. Spinner dove for cover. Twice shouted that they hadn't ordered anything, and then contradicted himself as he stumbled. Before the villains could regroup, Izuku was already moving. He surged across the floor with a repulsion burst that cracked concrete and shoulder-checked Dabi through a table. Shigaraki lunged on instinct, but Izuku caught his wrist midair, twisted it, and drove him to the wooden floor with enough force to splinter the boards. Kurogiri materialized behind the counter, fog warping outward. Izuku warned him not to interfere. Kurogiri froze. The killing intent in the room tightened like a chokehold. Himiko, watching from outside through the cracked doorway, observed in a loud whisper that Izuku had not started by stabbing anyone this time. Rumi, from a nearby shadow, murmured in agreement and cracked her knuckles with quiet pride. Inside the bar, Shigaraki was pinned under Izuku's boot, furious and struggling. He insisted that the whole thing had been a trap, but Izuku leaned forward, eyes glowing behind the visor, and dryly noted that it had looked more like an invitation. Another pulse of repulsion radiated from him and knocked out any remaining standing opponents. The room fell silent except for Shigaraki's ragged breathing. Izuku pressed his weight down and demanded the location of Bakugo. At that moment, the villains realized the situation had shifted. Foe All For One was not acting like a vigilante tonight. He was acting like a furious older brother. Dark shadows warped and twisted in the air until hulking, unstable shapes formed and collapsed onto the bar floor. Izuku blinked once. Shigaraki, still beneath his boot, admitted that they had brought backup. One of the creatures emitted a low, distorted noise and lurched forward. Izuku watched as the creatures rose 10, 15, maybe more, flickering through sludge-like portals and closing in. They were small, malformed, unstable, rushed work. Someone had panicked and hit the mass-produce button. The bar creaked under their weight. Izuku sighed and lifted his foot off Shigaraki. Shigaraki thought he had been spared until Izuku tapped 2 fingers together and activated a shock pulse. A dome of raw kinetic force detonated from Izuku's body. It was not fire or lightning, only compressed force erupting outward, blowing the air in a violent humph. The Nomu were flung through the room. The smallest were smashed against the walls and scattered into smoke and fragments. Mid-sized ones collapsed like broken automatons. Even the largest were hurled aside and rendered non-functional, tossed through furniture and part of a wall. Glass shattered, the floor cracked, and the bar's shelves rained bottles. Kurogiri's portal flickered and collapsed under the concussive blast. When the dust settled, Izuku stood in the middle of the destruction, untouched, cape fluttering, the floor around him hollowed out in a perfect circle. Not a single Nomu remained functional. Shigaraki coughed, rolled onto his back, and muttered that it was rude. Izuku crouched beside him, grabbed a handful of his shirt, and yanked him upright, telling him he was wasting his time and demanding to know where Bakugo was. The cold focus behind Izuku's words made every conscious villain in the room freeze. A low, measured clap drifted through the ruined bar, polite and calm against the chaos. Dust parted and a tall, sharply dressed figure stepped through, immaculate and unfazed by the wreckage. Izuku's respirator could not hide his grin. He had sensed the man before he arrived. Search lit him up like a lighthouse among shadows, every quirk and intent and weak point painted in perfect clarity across his vision. All For One praised him as impressive. Izuku did not flinch. He looked up slowly, amused that the man had finally shown himself. The man in black stepped fully into the light, polished shoes clicking against broken tile, mask gleaming, presence swallowing the room. All For One, the king of villains, the ghost of an era. Izuku tilted his head and addressed him as
Father.
All For One chuckled, cultured and almost warm, and remarked that Izuku grew more like him every time they met. Izuku's fingers curled and energy crackled faintly around his knuckles, not from fear but anticipation. He and All For One both knew this meeting had been inevitable. All For One raised a hand in a polite gesture and asked whether they should talk or if Izuku had already decided to try killing him that night. Izuku did not stiffen or play into predictable rhythms. Instead, he laughed, then reached over and struck Shigaraki across the back of the neck, sending him slumping unconscious. Izuku apologized to Tamura and told him that grown-ups were talking. All For One paused, genuinely surprised, curious about what sort of creature his supposed successor had become. Izuku stepped closer, boots crunching through debris, mask hiding everything except the feral glint in his eyes. He said he had considered killing All For One immediately and made a mimed gesture of an explosion. All For One said he was flattered to be viewed as a threat. Izuku replied that he did not see him as a threat, only as a task he had been putting off. He walked over Shigaraki's unconscious body without looking down and warned All For One not to try the family card. That trick would not work. All For One noted that Izuku had known and observed him with a small smile beneath his mask. Izuku scoffed and explained that he had figured things out the moment he realized Hisashi Midoriya did not exist, and, Once he had seen All for One's face, it had not been hard to connect the dots. All for One hummed approvingly and said Izuku had inherited his mind. Izuku corrected him, insisting he had inherited nothing he had built himself. Every quirk he took, every monster he put down, every decision that brought him there was his. He called All for One nothing but genetic trivia. All for One spread his hands theatrically and asked, incredulous, whether Izuku intended to kill him that night, facing the most powerful being on the planet. Izuku's grin returned, and he answered that he had intended to kill All for One the moment he walked in. He raised his arm, and dozens of quirks rippled under his skin pressure, heat, cold, distortion, kinetic storage, force projection, each coiled and ready. Izuku added that he did not care what happened to Inko or Toshinori, or about family games or legacy speeches. He stated plainly that All for One would not leave Kamino alive. The air distorted as All for One's power flexed. He spoke calmly and invited Izuku to come forward, to show what he had become. The warehouse trembled as the first shockwave rolled out. When All for One lifted his hand and the air warped with stacked quirks, Izuku shot forward like a bullet through reality, every muscle propelling him. All for One reacted instantly, layering stolen powers into a barrage, a compression quake, a blast of hyperpressurized air, a slicing shockwave, an intense heat spike meant to overwhelm, and an invisible ripple that pinched at the fabric of space itself. The bar detonated in a blinding flash. Time seemed to tear for a heartbeat. Windows shattered into vapor. The roof lifted like paper, and the interior flooded with white light. Shigaraki lay still unconscious. Kurojire's mist contorted and scattered before he could understand what struck him. The blast swept through the room and neutralized the remaining threats in an instant. Izuku hit All for One head-on through the explosion, tearing through the shockwaves like a missile. The blast rolled behind him, consuming the building in a roaring fireball that climbed the skyline. He did not look back. He never looked back. All for One skidded across smoldering pavement as Izuku barreled after him, blue hair whipping in the wind, quirk energy distorting the air. All for One steadied himself and spoke through the mask, amused even as smoke curled off him, remarking that Izuku had made his intentions clear. Izuku cracked his neck and told him that he did not need henchmen where he was going. All for One gathered another multi-quirk attack that twisted the atmosphere, like a black hole trying to form. Izuku smiled beneath the respirator, blood pumping, every quirk humming to life. He whispered that he was ready and vanished straight into the second round. The fight stretched on like a storm without an eye, two forces colliding in relentless, anime-style action. Izuku and All for One tore through blocks, rooftops, and steel beams as if they were reeds. Every time All for One swung, multiple quirks unfurled shockwaves, jagged air blades, heat bursts, kinetic hammers, dark tendrils, pressurized blasts. Izuku answered with flash-step dodges, copied quirks, raw power, and instincts sharpened by living two lives. Cameras from every news chopper circled overhead. No one could agree what they were seeing. Headlines would argue later whether it was villain versus villain, a vigilante against a monster, or some impossible new enemy. Right then, the only visible truth was two blurs colliding, splitting the air with thunder. The first wave of heroes burst into the wrecked street, shouting orders and securing the area. Cameras flashed, sirens wailed, and reporters shouted questions nobody could answer. One man pushed past them all. Aizawa did not hesitate, did not slow down, and did not acknowledge the surrounding chaos. He saw the blue hair first, the torn vigilante outfit, the calm posture of a kid who had just ended the threat of the most dangerous villain in history, and the settling dust of a monster finally down. Aizawa exhaled half relief, half exasperation, and marched straight up to Izuku, gripping his shoulders tightly. Aizawa hissed that the act had been reckless. Izuku blinked and admitted that he knew. For a moment Aizawa's eye twitched as if he might lose his temper, then he pulled Izuku forward and hugged him tightly. Izuku froze, not because he did not expect affection, but because he had not expected this much emotion from the world's most exhausted hero. Aizawa held him with fingers curled into the back of his collar and forehead against Izuku's shoulder, muttering that it was over, that it was finally over, and that Izuku was alive and safe. Izuku's arms rose slowly to return the hug, careful not to accidentally activate any quirks. He apologized quietly for worrying Aizawa. Aizawa grumbled that Izuku always worried him and declared that he would be grounded for the next decade. Izuku huffed a laugh against the shoulder and teased that Aizawa had become a father figure. Behind them, heroes stopped yelling, reporters fell silent, and even the sirens seemed quieter. They watched Japan's most feared vigilante being held like a son by its most tired teacher. Aizawa finally pulled back, brushed dust off Izuku's face, and checked him for injuries even though super regeneration had already repaired him. He said firmly that Izuku was done for the night and that there would be no arguments. Izuku nodded, and for the first time in a long while he felt tired not physically, but deep inside. Aizawa placed a steady hand on his back and said they should go home. Izuku followed him, leaving behind the ashes of All for One and stepping into a future he had carved with his own hands. Life did not just move on, it snowballed. Fate finally stopped throwing bricks at Izuku and began to give him the world he had carved out of grit and stubbornness. Yue came and went in a blur. He was no longer the problem child or the vigilante teachers whispered about. He became the standard others tried to reach. Teachers managed him more than they trained him, and Aizawa took that role personally. By graduation, Izuku Shimura Aizawa was not just the strongest student, the category was quietly retired because no one else came close. Adulthood began. He married Himiko, Kana, Rumi, and Rei left her old marriage behind as something she was finally done with. The wedding was chaotic and sweet, a disaster in parts, but it was theirs. Himiko jokingly threatened the cake because it looked smug. Children came next, and Izuku had no idea how he survived the toddler years with 4 affectionate wives and children who had inherited a mix of quirks. The household was a walking disaster zone of tiny demigods. Izuku kept going. He became one of the most powerful figures on Earth. The hero society rebuilt around him not because he had sought leadership, but because he was the person everyone looked to.